Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
In front of a stall selling ancient books and sundries, Xiang Tianlu was attracted by a book with a simple cover. He picked up the book and read it carefully. He found that it contained some ancient legends and secret techniques, which made him curious. "Boss, how much is this book?" Xiang Tianlu asked the stall owner. The stall owner was an old man in his 60s. He looked at Xiang Tianlu with a smile and said, "This young man is really a connoisseur. I found this book by chance from an ancient monument. The things recorded in it are all priceless treasures. But since you like it, I'll give you a discount. How about 50 gold coins?" When Xiang Tianlu heard this, he felt a little unhappy. He knew the value of these ancient books, but 50 gold coins was still a considerable sum of money for him. Just as he was hesitating, Nuo Lin came over, took a look at the contents of the book, and also showed an interested look. "Boss, do you have any other good stuff on your stall?" Nuo Lin asked, his eyes scanning the stall as if looking for something. The stall owner smiled smugly upon hearing this. He took out a jade pendant that looked quite worn out from under the stall and said, "I dug this jade pendant out from an ancient tomb. Although it looks worn out, I can guarantee that it is definitely a treasure. But I haven't been able to find someone who knows the value of it, so it has just been left here. If you are interested, I can sell it to you at a low price." Nuo Lin took the jade pendant and examined it carefully. She saw some strange patterns carved on it, emitting a faint fluorescence. His heart moved, as if he felt some mysterious power contained in the jade pendant. "Boss, how much do you sell this jade pendant for?" Nuo Lin asked, with a hint of urgency in his tone. "Since you know what's good, I'll give you a reasonable price." "How about 100 gold coins?" said the stall owner, with a cunning gleam in his eyes. Nuo Lin frowned slightly when he heard this. He knew very well that the value of this jade pendant was far more than 100 gold coins. But the stall owner was obviously trying to take the opportunity to extort money from him. Just as he was about to bargain with the stall owner, Xiang Tianlu next to him suddenly spoke. "Boss, although your jade pendant looks worn out, I can feel the powerful spiritual power fluctuations contained in it. For a treasure like this, 100 gold coins might be a little too little, right?" Xiang Tianlu said, his tone carrying a hint of unquestionable majesty. The stall owner's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He didn't expect Xiang Tianlu to be able to see the value of the jade pendant at a glance, and he felt a little embarrassed. "Hey, since you're so knowledgeable, I'll give you a discount. How about 80 gold coins?" said the stall owner, with a hint of compromise in his tone. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. They knew that the value of the jade pendant far exceeded the price offered by the stall owner, so they decided not to bargain and just buy directly. After paying the money, the two left the stall happily with the jade pendants and ancient books. After leaving the stall, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin walked through the bustling streets of Tsuzhou City. The ancient books and jade pendants in their hands seemed to be the keys to their new adventure, making their steps more brisk. "Tianlu, do you think the secret techniques recorded in this ancient book are true?" Nuo Lin flipped through the jade pendant in his hand as he walked, glancing at the book in Xiang Tianlu's hand from time to time, with curiosity and expectation flashing in his eyes. "It's hard to say, but since we can encounter such a treasure in this city, it means that our journey is destined to be extraordinary." Xiang Tianlu gently patted the spine of the book, with a firm look in his eyes. "Moreover, I feel that this book and the jade pendant contain ancient and powerful power, which is worthy of our in-depth study." The two continued walking forward and soon came to a magnificent square. In the center of the square stands a huge amount of statues. The statue is a warrior holding a sword and wearing armor. He has a firm face and seems to be gazing into the distance, guarding the peace of the city. "Look at that statue, it's so majestic." Nuo Lin stopped and looked up in admiration. "Yes, every detail is carved so lifelike that one can't help but respect this warrior." Xiang Tianlu also stopped to watch, his eyes wandering over the statue, as if he could feel the blood and glory of the former hero from the cold stone. Just as the two were immersed in the grandeur of the statue, a melodious music sounded from a nearby street corner, attracting the attention of passers-by. They followed the sound and found a tea house called Union Pavilion. Several musicians in colorful clothes were standing at the door, playing melodious tunes with various musical instruments. "Sound good. Let's go have a cup of tea and take a break," Xiang Tianlu suggested. The two smiled at each other and walked into the tea house. The interior of the tea house is decorated in a simple and elegant style. On the walls hang several paintings depicting landscapes. The air is filled with the faint scent of tea and flowers, which is refreshing. They found a seat by the window and ordered a pot of local tea. They sipped the tea while enjoying the street view and the musician's performance outside the window. "Tianlu, where do you think we should go next? Continue looking for ancient sites or explore unknown areas?" Nuo Lin gently stirred the tea leaves in the cup, his eyes filled with longing for the future. "I think, no matter which path we choose, the most important thing is that we are together and face challenges together." Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly, his eyes gentle but firm. "Also, I believe that this ancient book and jade pendant will guide us to find a new direction." While they were talking, there was a sudden noise outside the tea house, and several young men in tight clothes rushed into the tea house. They looked hurried, as if they were looking for something. One of them glanced around sharply, finally fixing his eyes on Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin, and strode towards them. "Excuse me, did you buy the jade pendants and ancient books from that old man's stall?" The young man asked with a hint of urgency and vigilance in his tone. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin looked at each other, secretly on guard in their hearts, but still remained calm on their faces. "Yes, what's the problem?" Xiang Tianlu asked slowly. The young man's expression eased a little after hearing this, and he introduced himself. "We are the Asgardians in the city, and the old man is the tomb robber we have been tracking. The treasures in his hands are often connected to ancient curses, and we are worried that something bad will happen to you." When the word curse was heard, the atmosphere in the tea house suddenly became tense, and the guests around cast curious and worried glances. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin exchanged glances. Although there were turbulent waves in their hearts, they remained calm. "Thank you for letting us know, but since we have already bought these two things, we will bravely face everything that may happen," Xiang Tianlu said in a firm tone, and his eyes revealed Seeing this, the young man nodded, took out an exquisite token from his pocket, and handed it to Xiang Tianlu. "This is our contact token. If you encounter any difficulties or need help, please feel free to contact us." After receiving the token, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin felt a warm feeling in their hearts. They know that on the unknown adventure road, more help means more safety. It was such a thrilling experience. I didn't expect there was such a story behind this jade pendant and ancient book. Nuo Lin gently stroked the jade pendant in his hand, his eyes flashing with excitement and curiosity. "Yes, but with this token, we at least have someone to rely on in Xiuzhou City." Xiang Tianlu carefully put the token away, his eyes revealing determination and confidence. "Next, we have to study this ancient book as soon as possible to see if we can find the secret of the jade pendant." After they finished their tea, they paid the bill, left Union Pavilion, and stepped onto the street again. At the moment, the sunset has sunk into the horizon, and night has quietly fallen. Lanterns are lit on both sides of the streets of Xiuzhou City, covering the city with a mysterious and warm veil. They passed through the bustling streets, bypassed the lively market, and finally came to a relatively quiet alley. At the end of the alley is an inn called Maxiangzai. It has a simple exterior and lanterns hanging high, as if it is a safe haven specially prepared for travelers on the journey. "Let's go with this one. It looks quite quiet." Xiang Tianlu stopped and looked at Nuo Lin. "Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking." Nuo Lin nodded in agreement, and the two of them walked into the inn. The interior of the inn also maintains a simple and rustic style. The wooden tables and chairs, carved window frames, and several paintings on the walls depicting beautiful mountain and river scenery all make people feel peaceful and comfortable. My dear guests, what may I do for you? A waiter in a green shirt came up to us with a smile on his face and an attentive attitude. Prepare 2 rooms upstairs and send some simple meals to the rooms. Xiang Tianlu gave clear and concise instructions. Okay, please follow me. The waiter led them upstairs, arranged the rooms for them, and then told the kitchen to prepare the meal. As night fell, Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin sat in their respective rooms, flipping through the ancient book in the dim candlelight. The texts in the ancient books are obscure and difficult to understand, but the two of them gradually solve some of the mysteries with their extraordinary wisdom and patience. Look here, it seems to mention the origin of the jade pendant. Xiang Tianlu pointed to a passage in the ancient book and said to Nu Lin. Nu Lin took a closer look and saw that the text described an ancient legend, saying that the jade pendant was once a token of a mysterious and powerful person, possessing powerful spiritual power and protective power. However, as time passed, the power of the jade pendant was gradually sealed, waiting for the right person to unlock it. It seems that our task is not easy, Nu Lin sighed, but his eyes were shining with excitement. However, with you here, I believe we can definitely find a way to unlock the jade pendant. I smiled at Tianlu, and a warm feeling surged in my heart. He knew that no matter how difficult the road ahead was, as long as he fought side by side with Nu Lin, nothing would be impossible. In the dead of night, the two put down their ancient books and laid down on the bed, but they were still preparing for the next adventure in their hearts. They knew that tomorrow morning, they would leave Tsuzwa City and continue their journey of searching for ancient sites and exploring the unknown. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on Tsuzwa City, Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin had already packed their bags and were ready to set off. They said goodbye to the inn's waiter and walked out of Tsuzwa City along the winding mountain road. As they moved away from the city, the surrounding scenery changed. The once bustling streets and noisy markets were replaced by endless desert. Above the Gobi Desert, the sky is filled with yellow sand and the sun is scorching, as if it is a forgotten, desolate land. Is this the legendary endless Gobi? Nu Lin looked at the vast desert in front of him, feeling awe in his heart. Yes, this is the legendary endless Gobi Desert, a vast land forgotten by time. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the empty Gobi Desert. His eyes were like torches, penetrating layers of heat waves, staring at the seemingly endless sea of sand in the distance. Nu Lin took a deep breath of the hot air, his eyes filled with awe and reluctance. Such a desolate place hides countless secrets and treasures. It really makes people yearn for it, but also fear it. The two walked side by side, the sand under their feet making a subtle but continuous sound, as if the earth was whispering. The sun was high in the sky, stretching their shadows long, as if they were the only living creatures in this endless desert. Suddenly, a strange wave came from afar, breaking the tranquility of the Gobi Desert. The wave carried an indescribable power that made the air tremble. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin looked at each other, and they could see vigilance and curiosity in each other's eyes. It seems that we are about to face a test, Xiang Tianlu whispered, his fingers gently stroking the jade pendant on his waist, as if he could feel the power contained in its stirring. Nu Lin nodded, tightly holding the ancient book in his hand, with a firm look in his eyes. No matter what challenges lie ahead, we will face them together. As the wave approached, the air around began to grow heavy, as if an invisible force was squeezing every inch of space. The sand under Zhang and Nu Lin's feet suddenly became extremely soft. Every time they stepped on the sand, it felt like they were stepping into an abyss, unable to extricate themselves. "Be careful," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he appeared beside Nu Lin like a ghost and pulled him aside. Right where they had just stood, huge amounts of sand rose from the ground and rushed straight into the sky, obscuring the sky. Nu Lin's face changed. He had never seen such a strange power before. and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. But when he saw Xiang Tianlu's determined eyes, he immediately calmed down, took a deep breath, and prepared to face the next challenge. After the sand columns dissipated, countless tiny sand flows suddenly appeared on the Gobi Desert. They moved on the ground like living things, interweaving with each other to form complex webs. These sand nets emit a faint light, as if they are looking for something. It seems that these sand flows are coming towards us. Xiang Tianlu's eyes were sharp, and his figure flashed again, shuttling between the sand nets like a gust of breeze. Every 10 movements were just right to avoid the attack of the sand net. Nuo Lin, Li, followed closely behind, and the ancient book in his hand suddenly emitted a soft light, forcing back the surrounding sand flow. As he walked forward, he flipped through ancient books, trying to find a way to solve the current dilemma. Tianlu, look here. Nuo Lin suddenly pointed at a passage in an ancient book and shouted. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu stopped immediately and looked at where Nuo Lin was pointing. The text only described an ancient formation that could resist the invasion of wind and sand. It seems that we are saved. A hint of joy flashed in Xiang Tianlu's eyes, and he quickly began to set up a formation on the ground according to the description in the ancient books. As the formation took shape, the surrounding sand flow began to gradually dissipate, and the Gobi Desert returned to peace again. While Xiang Tianlu was concentrating on arranging the ancient formation, Nuo Lin was not idle either. He stared at the ancient book in his hand, his eyes flashing with wisdom, trying to find more secrets about this desert from the lines. Heavenly Road, it is recorded in the ancient books that there is an ancient spiritual vein hidden under this Gobi Desert. Perhaps it is the fluctuation of this spiritual vein that caused these strange phenomena. Nuo Lin's voice was a little hurried, and it was obvious that he had discovered crucial information. Xiang Tianlu was shocked when he heard this. He knew the importance of spiritual veins. If they could really be found, it would undoubtedly add huge amounts of help to their journey. But at this moment, he was more concerned about how to get through the current crisis first. Let's not worry about the spiritual veins for now. We must stabilize these sand flows first. Otherwise, once we are trapped by them, the consequences will be disastrous. Xiang Tianlu's words were filled with unquestionable determination. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the light of the formation became more and more dazzling, forcing back the surrounding sand flows. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The sand flow that had already dissipated for the most part suddenly gathered together, forming a huge amount of sand rolls, with the power to destroy the world, rushing straight towards the location of Molu and Nuo Lin. Quick, strengthen the formation, Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his hands formed seals quickly like a butterfly flying through flowers, bringing the power of the formation to the extreme. Nuo Lin did not dare to neglect it. The ancient book in his hand suddenly burst into a brilliant light. Mysterious runes flew out of the book and merged into the formation laid out by Xiang Tianru, making the light of the formation even more dazzling, as if it could illuminate the entire Gobi Desert. The sand rolls suddenly stopped less than 10 feet away from them. The two forces collided violently in the air, producing a deafening roar. The wind and sand in the Gobi Desert were stirred even more violently by this force, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin both felt unprecedented pressure. Their faces became solemn, but their eyes were shining with an unyielding light. Hold on, we can't lose. Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded unusually firm amid the roar. He formed seals with his hands again and injected the spiritual power in his body into the formation without reservation. Nuo Lin also clenched his teeth, and the light of the ancient book in his hand became brighter and brighter, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. He constantly drew strength from ancient books, integrated it into the formation, and fought side by side with Xiang Tianlu. The two forces intertwined and collided in the air, producing countless brilliant sparks. The wind and sand on the Gobi Desert were stirred by this force like boiling water, making it impossible to look directly at it. At this moment, The sand curl suddenly began to dissipate, as if swallowed by some mysterious force. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin both breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that they had finally survived this crisis. However, when they looked up into the distance, they found that the sky there had become unusually dark, as if some unknown existence was staring at them. The wind and sand gradually died down, and the Gobi Desert returned to silence. Only the breathing sounds of the two people echoed in this boundless land. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin looked at each other, both still with lingering fear, but they couldn't hide the indomitable fighting spirit in their eyes. What kind of secrets are hidden under this desert that can cause such strange phenomena in heaven and earth? Nu Lin was still catching his breath, the ancient book in his hand still emitting a faint fluorescence, as if telling an ancient and mysterious story. Xiang Tianlu looked around with a sharp gaze and said in a deep voice, "No matter what it is, once you have set foot here, there is no way back. You and I can only move forward together to unravel all these mysteries." After saying this, he moved slightly, like a dragon entering the sea, leaving a trail of afterimages on the Gobi Desert, and actually began to practice the martial arts recorded in ancient books. Every punch and kick contained the weight of mountains and rivers, the changes of wind and clouds, causing the surrounding air to tremble, as if even the unknown existence hidden in the darkness was moved. Seeing this, Nu Lin was not willing to be outdone. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and concentrated, slowly opening the ancient book in his hand. Obscure runes jumped out from the pages, surrounded his body, and turned into circles of halos, protecting him. As he muttered to himself, the runes seemed to be given life and began to dance around his body, weaving into strange patterns and emitting a terrifying power. Just as the two were immersed in their own spiritual practice, an inexplicable wave quietly rose in the depths of the Gobi Desert, like an undercurrent, foreshadowing the coming of a new storm. Xiang Tianlu suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze as fast as lightning, penetrating through layers of yellow sand and looking directly at the source of the fluctuations. "Here it comes," he shouted softly, and his body suddenly jumped up like an arrow shot from a bow, straight towards the unknown place. Nu Lin also felt something. He stood up suddenly, and the ancient book turned pages automatically. Countless runes gathered into a shining long sword, which he held tightly in his hand. The tip of the sword lightly touched the ground, and his whole body seemed to be lifted up by the wind, following the road to heaven and heading towards the unknown challenge. The wind and sand rose again, and this time it was no longer the roar of nature, but it seemed as if there was some kind of will controlling it, dragging the two into an even more violent storm. Between heaven and earth, the sounds of wind, sand, and the two men's breathing intertwined together, forming an exciting battle melody. Xiang Tianlu's fists were as powerful as a dragon, and every blow seemed to tear the desert apart. However, the invisible waves were always cleverly avoided, like a cunning hunter waiting for the best time to strike. Nu Lin's sword flashed like lightning, and each strike was extremely precise, trying to cut through the invisible bondage. But the fluctuations seemed to have endless toughness, and no matter how sharp the sword was, it was difficult to hurt it in the slightest. The two fought back and forth, and the battle became more and more intense. On the Gobi Desert, sand and rocks flew everywhere like falling stars. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, which made people feel awe. Just as the battle was getting intense, the invisible fluctuations suddenly subsided, as if everything had returned to calm. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin looked at each other and saw vigilance and doubt in each other's eyes. The wind and sand stopped suddenly, and there was a dead silence between heaven and earth. Only the heavy breathing of the two people echoed in this endless Gobi Desert, like the beating of war drums, foreshadowing that a more intense battle is about to take place. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin looked at each other, their eyes showing both vigilance and desire for unknown challenges. At this moment, a low roar broke the silence from deep in the Gobi Desert. The sound was like the call of an ancient giant beast, shaking every inch of space and making people feel cold. As the sound approached, a huge figure slowly walked out of the yellow sand. It was a Tian Shan red leopard, its body as majestic as a mountain, covered with red scales, shining with metallic luster in the sun. Its eyes were like two burning flames, revealing endless ferocity and greed. Its 4 claws were as sharp as knives, and every time it landed it seemed to leave deep marks on the Gobi Desert. This is the Tian Shan red leopard. Nuo Lin's face suddenly changed. He knew very well how powerful this monster was. Not only did it have amazing strength, it also had the mysterious ability to control wind and sand. It was one of the 3 most terrifying creatures in the Gobi Desert. Xiang Tianlu looked solemn. He slowly drew out the long sword from his waist. A faint blue light flowed on the sword, as if it contained the power of ice. "It seems that our test has come," he whispered, but his tone revealed unquestionable firmness. The Tian Shan red ancient leopard roared, and suddenly jumped up like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing straight towards the sky road. Its speed was so fast that it almost exceeded the limit of what the naked eye could capture, bringing with it gusts of wind that swept the surrounding sand and rocks into it, forming a terrifying sandstorm. Xiang Tianlu's figure flashed, and he shuttled through the sandstorm like a fish, waving his sword. The sword light was like ice, and every collision with the sandstorm made a crisp sound, as if freezing the space. However, the Tian Shan red leopard seemed to be unconcerned. It twisted its body in the air, easily avoiding all attacks, and at the same time opened its bloody mouth and spit out a ball of blazing flames. Straight towards the heavenly road. 10,000 miles of ice. Xiang Tianlu shouted softly, and a blue light shone from the long sword. A cold chill instantly spread, freezing the flame into ice crystals in an instant, which then exploded and turned into countless tiny ice chips, falling on the Gobi Desert. The Tian Shan red leopard roared, obviously angry at Xiang Tianlu's counterattack. It leapt up again, and this time, its attack was even more ferocious. Every claw strike seemed to tear apart the space, forcing Xiang Tianlu to retreat again and again. Seeing this, Nuo Lin knew that he could not just sit back and watch. He opened the ancient book in his hand again, and runes jumped out from the pages, transforming into golden chains, wrapping around the Tian Shan red ancient leopard. However, the monster seemed to have anticipated this move. It twisted its body again and easily avoided all the chains. At the same time, it swept its tail, creating a gust of wind that blew Nuo Lin away. "Nuo Lin!" Xiang Tianlu shouted. His body accelerated instantly, and his long sword was like a dragon, piercing straight into the eyes of the Tian Shan Chigu leopard. However, the monster seemed to have the ability to foresee danger. It easily avoided the attack by turning its body to the side, and at the same time opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Xiang Tianlu. At the critical moment of life and death, Xiang Tianlu flashed again and risked his life to avoid the fatal blow. He knew very well that a head-on confrontation with such a monster would only put him in a passive position. Then, he began to apply the martial arts recorded in ancient books, and his figure moved across the Gobi Desert like a ghost. Each of his attacks was like an antelope hanging its horns, leaving no trace. The wind and sand gradually died down, and it seemed that only the heartbeats of Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin remained between heaven and earth, echoing in this vast Gobi Desert, as rapid and powerful as drumbeats. The appearance of the Tian Shan red leopard was like awakening from an ancient nightmare. Every breath it took seemed to absorb the vitality of the world, causing the entire space to tremble. "Nuo Lin, be careful." Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded particularly low in the strong wind, and his eyes were as sharp as torches, fixed tightly on the Tian Shan Chigu leopard that was about to launch another attack. Nuo Lin staggered to his feet, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, the previous blow had left him seriously injured. But his eyes became more determined, and the ancient book in his hand flashed with a strange light. It was his only support, and also his belief in fighting side by side with Xiang Tianlu. The Tianshan red leopard roared again, its voice full of primitive wildness and ferocity. Its body is as majestic as a mountain, and every movement seems to cause slight vibrations in the ground. Its eyes were like two burning flames, staring at Nuo Lin as if it wanted to devour him. "Come on, let me see your true strength," Nuo Lin roared. He was no longer afraid, but chose to face the enemy head-on. The ancient book in his hand suddenly opened, and golden runes streaked across the sky like meteors, transforming into a golden sky curtain that protected him firmly. The Tianshan red leopard roared and leaped up like lightning. Its claws were like heavenly swords, and every swing seemed to tear the space apart. However, when its sharp claws touched the golden sky, they seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, making a metallic collision sound. Xiang Tianlu was not idle. He was like a ghost, constantly wandering on the Gobi Desert, looking for the flaws of the Tianshan red leopard. Each of his attacks was like thunder. Although they failed to actually hurt the monster, they forced it to be distracted and deal with it. "Nuo Lin, attack its eyes," Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted. His voice was like thunder in the strong wind and instantly reached Nuo Lin's ears. Nuo Lin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He knew very well that the eyes of monsters were often their most vulnerable parts. So, he took a deep breath and flipped the ancient book in his hand again. Golden runes shot out like arrows, heading straight for the eyes of the Tianshan red ancient leopard. The Tianshan Chigu leopard roared, obviously angry at Nuo Lin's attack. It twisted its body again, avoiding the golden runes. The wind and sand seemed to have stopped breathing in the fierce confrontation. The only sounds between heaven and earth were the sharp sounds of metal collision and the low roars of monsters, which intertwined into a thrilling picture. Nuo Lin's eyes flashed with determination. He knew very well that facing this Tianshan red ancient leopard, if he relaxed even a little, he would be doomed. "Oomph, do you think you can hurt me like this?" The voice of the Tianshan red leopard echoed in the empty Gobi Desert with an unquestionable majesty. Its body suddenly leaped up again, and this time, it no longer simply swung its claws to tear the air, but circles of red flames wrapped around its body, like the fire of hell, hot and deadly. Nuo Lin's heart trembled, but he did not back down. Instead, he became more determined in his belief. He held the ancient book tightly in both hands and muttered something. The golden runes seemed to be given life and began to rotate around him, forming golden barriers that kept all the flames out. "Let's go to the heavenly road together," Nuo Lin shouted loudly, with unquestionable firmness in his voice. He knew that it would be difficult to contend with the Tianshan red leopard on his own, and only by joining forces with Xiang Tianlu could he defeat this powerful monster. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu appeared on the side of the Tianshan red ancient leopard like a flash of lightning. His fist was wrapped in strong winds and carried the weight of mountains and rivers as it slammed towards the monster's flank. However, the Tianshan red leopard reacted extremely quickly. It turned its body to the side, easily avoiding Xiang Tianlu's attack, at the same time opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Xiang Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu paused in the air and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. In his heart, he was secretly amazed at the power of the Tianshan red leopard, but there was no fear on his face. He gathered his strength again and prepared to launch a new round of attack. As for Nuo Lin, he flipped the ancient book in his hand again. This time, he was no longer just defending, but taking the initiative to attack. The golden rune seemed to come alive, transforming into golden streaks of light that shot towards the eyes of the Tianshan red ancient leopard. The Tianshan red leopard roared angrily, with a hint of panic in its eyes. It obviously didn't expect that Nuo Lin could attack its eyes so accurately. However, its reaction was also extremely fast. Its body paused in the air, and it avoided the attack at the moment when the golden light was about to touch its eyes. "Damn it!" Nuo Lin cursed in his heart, but he was not discouraged. He knew very well that the battle had just begun and the real contest was yet to come. At the moment, Xiang Tianlu also launched an attack again. His figure was like a swimming dragon, wandering across the Gobi Desert. Each of his attacks was like thunder. Although he failed to really hurt the Tianshan red leopard, he forced it to be distracted to deal with the situation. Nuo Lin, you are responsible for restraining it, and I will find its weakness. Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, with unquestionable firmness in his voice. The wind and sand were raging, and there was chaos between heaven and earth, as if even time was swallowed up by this violent force. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, like two indomitable gods of war, fought a life-and-death battle with the Tianshan red leopard in this endless Gobi Desert. "Umph, you cunning human, how dare you hurt me?" The voice of the Tianshan red leopard was like thunder, shaking every inch of the Gobi Desert. Its eyes were like two burning flames, staring at Nuo Lin, filled with endless anger and intent. Nuo Lin's face was solemn. He knew very well that the battle with the Tianshan red leopard could not afford any negligence. He flipped the ancient book in his hand again, and golden runes surged out like a tide, transforming into golden chains that entangled the Tianshan red ancient leopard. The Tianshan red leopard roared, and its body twisted in the air like a swimming dragon, easily avoiding the golden chains. At the same time, its tail was like a giant whip, sweeping towards Nuo Lin with strong wind and flames. Nuo Lin moved to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. He secretly rejoiced in his heart, but he was more shocked by the strength of the Tianshan red ancient leopard. He knew that he had to be more careful in order to survive this battle. On Xiangtian Road's side, his figure was like a ghost, constantly wandering on the Gobi Desert, looking for the flaws of the Tianshan red leopard. Each of his attacks was like lightning. Although they failed to actually hurt the monster, they forced it to be distracted and deal with it. Nuo Lin, be careful of its tail, Xiang Tianlu warned loudly. His voice was like thunder in the strong wind and instantly reached Nuo Lin's ears. Nuo Lin was startled when he heard this. He knew very well that the Tianshan red leopard's tail was one of its most powerful weapons, and once hit, the consequences would be disastrous. So, he dodged the monster's attacks more carefully, and at the same time, he flipped the ancient book in his hand more frequently. The golden runes crossed the sky like meteors, bombarding the Tianshan red ancient leopard continuously. The Tianshan red leopard was obviously angered by the joint attack of the two. It roared and leaped up again, like a tiger rushing down a mountain, and rushed towards the two men. Its sharp claws were like heavenly swords, and every swing seemed to tear space apart. And its tail was like a dragon, sweeping across the Gobi Desert with strong winds and flames. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu faced the fierce attack of the Tianshan red leopard without fear. Their bodies were like swimming fish, constantly moving across the Gobi Desert, avoiding the attacks of the monster. At the same time, they kept waving the ancient books and long swords in their hands, launching continuous attacks towards the Weishan red ancient leopard. The wind and sand became more and more violent, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking because of this battle. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two tenacious flowers in the Gobi Desert. Even when faced with a peerless beast like the Tianshan red leopard, they never retreated. Every attack of the Tianshan red leopard is like a landslide. Its sharp claws cut through the air, bringing up bursts of sharp whistles, and its tail is like a blazing fire dragon. Wherever it passes, the sand and rocks on the Gobi Desert are burnt black. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu shuttled through the strong wind and flames, as if dancing on the edge of a knife. Every dodge was fraught with danger, yet extremely precise. Xiang Tianlu, it's too fast. We must find a way to limit it, Nuo Lin shouted while dodging. His voice seemed a little weak in the strong wind, but Xiang Tianlu heard it clearly. He nodded to Tianlu, his eyes flashing with determination and wisdom. "Zero request flowers of..." He flashed and suddenly appeared on the side of the Tianshan red ancient leopard, holding the long sword tightly in both hands, and stabbed towards the flank of the monster like lightning. However, the Tianshan red leopard's reaction was extremely quick. It turned its body to the side and easily avoided Xiang Tianlu's attack. But Xiang Tianlu did not give up. He paused in the air and attacked the Tianshan Chigu leopard again. This time, he no longer simply stabbed but swung the sword like a windmill. The sword light flashed and formed a dense sword net. The Tianshan red leopard roared, obviously angry at Xiang Tianlu's attack. Its body twisted in the air, trying to avoid the sword lights. However, Xiang Tianlu's attack was like an endless tide, coming wave after wave, and Tianzeng could not find any flaws at all. As for Nuolin, the ancient book in his hand flipped again, and the golden runes crossed the sky like a meteor, bombarding the Tianshan Chigu leopard continuously. Those runes exploded in the air, forming golden light curtains that enveloped the Tianshan red ancient leopard. The Tianshan red leopard struggled in the light curtain, its eyes filled with fear and despair. Zero. It roared, try to break through the light curtain. However, Nuolin did not give it any chance. He flipped the ancient book in his hand again, and more golden runes poured out like a tide, reinforcing the light curtain even more firmly. Finally, amid the roar of the Tianshan red leopard, the golden light curtain shattered. But at the same time, the Tianshan red leopard's body paused slightly, obviously suffering considerable damage. When Xiang Tianlu saw this, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He suddenly jumped up again, like a tiger coming down the mountain, and laid down towards the ancient leopard of Tianshan Mountain. Nuolin followed closely behind, flipping the ancient book in his hand more frequently, and golden runes bombarded the monster like raindrops. The Tianshan red leopard finally showed signs of fatigue under the joint attack of the two. Its roar became low and weak, and its body was no longer as agile as before. Finally, in a fierce confrontation, Xiang Tianlu's sword pierced into the chest of the Tianshan Chigu leopard like lightning, and Nuolin's golden rune exploded at the same time, blowing the monster's body into pieces. The battle was finally over, and peace returned to the Gobi Desert. After the battle, all that remained on the Gobi Desert was a mess and the torn body of the Tianshan red leopard. Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu stood beside the corpse. Their breathing was a little rapid, but their eyes were full of excitement and anticipation. "We really succeeded," Nuolin confirmed again, with a hint of incredible joy in his voice. Xiang Tianlu nodded. His eyes fell on the body of the Tianshan red leopard. There seemed to be something flickering there. He walked closer and found that it was a strange gem embedded in the monster's chest, emitting a faint golden light. "Look, what is this?" Xiang Tianlu pointed at the gem and said, with a hint of excitement in his voice. Upon hearing this, Nuolin also came over. He looked at the gem carefully and found that it was extremely similar to a mysterious treasure recorded in ancient books. "This is the Chigu heart," Nuolin said in surprise. "The heart of Chigu?" Xiang Tianlu was moved when he heard that. He remembered that in ancient books, the Chigu heart was an extremely precious treasure that could greatly enhance the strength of practitioners. The two looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. They carefully took out the Chigu heart and saw that the gem was emitting an increasingly strong light in their hands, as if it was resonating with them. "Let's take it," Nuolin suggested. He knew that if he missed such a treasure, he might never have the chance to encounter it again. Xiang Tianlu nodded, and the two of them divided the Chigu heart into two and each took half. When the gem touched their bodies, it instantly turned into a warm force that flowed into their limbs. As this power poured in, Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu both felt that wonderful changes were taking place in their bodies. Their muscles became tougher and stronger, and their bones seemed to become harder. More importantly, the spiritual energy in their bodies was surging wildly, as if trying to break through some kind of restraints. "This feeling is so wonderful," Nuolin couldn't help but shout. 837. He felt that his strength was increasing rapidly, as if the whole world was under his control. "Xiang Tianlu, what do you think we should do now?" Nuo Lin felt the surging power in his body, his eyes flashing with excitement. But he also knew that this power needed time to stabilize and digest. Looking around Xiangtian Road, the sandstorm on the Gobi Desert was still raging, but this post-battle ruin was obviously not a suitable place to rest and recuperate. We need to find a safe place to allow this power to be completely integrated within us. Otherwise, rash actions may lead to unnecessary trouble. Nuo Lin nodded and agreed. That's right, and the power of the Chigu heart is too strong. We need time to adapt and master it. The two decided to leave the Gobi Desert temporarily and find a hidden and safe place. They walked along the edge of the Gobi Desert and soon discovered a valley covered with dense vegetation. There is a clear stream flowing in the valley, surrounded by towering mountains, forming a natural haven. It's nice here. Without being disturbed by the outside world, we can practice quietly here. Xiang Tianlu commented with satisfaction. Nuo Lin also nodded. He walked to the stream, scooped up a handful of clean water, and washed his face. The cool water droplets slid across his cheeks, making him feel comfortable. It's indeed a good place. Xiang Tianlu, you take a rest first. I'll go find some dry firewood nearby. We can make a fire here to keep warm at night. He responded to Tianlu, found a flat place to sit down, closed his eyes, and began to rest, adjusting the spiritual calendar in his body. Nuo Lin took a knife and went deep into the valley, looking for dry firewood to make a fire. As night fell, the valley was silent, broken only by the occasional roar of animals in the distance. Nuo Lin returned to the stream with a pile of dry firewood and started a fire with Xiang Tianlu. The firelight reflected on their faces, making them look particularly warm. Xiang Tianlu, do you think our adventure is worth it? Nuo Lin suddenly asked, looking at the jumping flames. Xiang Tianlu pondered for a while, then slowly said, definitely worth it. Not only did we defeat the Tianshan Chigu leopard, we also obtained treasures, such as the Chigu heart. More importantly, we have proven our courage and strength. There is still a long way to go, but as long as we work together, there is nothing we cannot overcome. Nuo Lin felt a warm current in his heart when he heard this. He looked at Xiang Tianlu, his eyes full of gratitude and trust. You're right, Xiang Tianlu. With you by my side, I think we can overcome anything. The two sat around the fire, enjoying the rare tranquility and warmth, and the topic gradually turned from past adventures to future aspirations. The night wind blows gently, bringing with it the unique freshness and tranquility of the valley, as if even time has slowed down at this moment. Nuo Lin, have you ever thought that, in addition to the Chigu heart, there may be more treasures hidden on this continent that we don't know about? Xiang Tianlu's voice seemed particularly steady in the night, and his eyes flashed with desire for the unknown world. Nuo Lin heard this, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Indeed, the power of the Chigu heart is beyond our imagination. If there are other similar treasures. His words were full of longing, but also mixed with a bit of caution. However, while searching for these treasures, it also means more dangers and challenges. That's right, but it's precisely because of this that it's even more worthy of our exploration. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly, his tone full of determination. Moreover, I believe that as long as we are strong enough, nothing can stop us from moving forward. Just as the two were immersed in endless reverie about the future, a sudden strange fragrance interrupted their conversation. This fragrance is fresh and mysterious, as if it can purify people's minds and refresh their spirits. What's that smell? Nuo Lin took a deep breath, trying to capture the source of the sudden aroma. Xiang Tianlu also frowned. He stood up and walked in the direction of the fragrance, followed closely by Nuo Lin. The two crossed the stream, bypassed a dense bush, and finally came to a hidden cave. The entrance to the cave was completely covered by vines. If it weren't for the strange fragrance, it would have been difficult to be discovered. Is there some treasure here? Nuo Lin's voice was filled with excitement and uncertainty. Xiang Tianlu did not answer, but carefully pushed aside the vines to reveal the entrance of the cave. He took out the torch he carried with him, lit it, and walked in first. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, and the two of them went deeper into the cave cautiously, fearing to disturb anything. As we go deeper, the scenes inside the cave become increasingly strange. There was a faint fluorescent light on the wall, as if countless stars were twinkling in the night sky. At the bottom of the cave, there is a huge stone emitting a soft light, and the light and fragrance come from here. This is Brahma real stone. Nuo Lin's voice trembled slightly with shock. He had read about the Brahma stone in ancient books. This was an extremely rare treasure that was said to have the magical effect of purifying the mind and enhancing spiritual power. Xiang Tianlu also showed an expression of disbelief. He slowly approached the Brahma real stone and reached out his hand to touch it gently. A warm and pure power came from his fingertips, making him close his eyes involuntarily and feel this gift from nature. Xiang Tianlu felt the warm power transmitted by the Brahma true stone. An indescribable peace and joy surged in his heart. He opened his eyes and looked at Nuo Lin with a gleam of sharing in his eyes. Nuo Lin, this power, is so pure, it seems to be able to cleanse one's soul directly. Nuo Lin stood aside, his eyes fixed on the Brahma real stone, with both amazement and vigilance in his eyes. Indeed, such a treasure must be accompanied by unpredictable protection or tests. Although his voice was light, it revealed an unquestionable firmness. At this moment, a low roar suddenly came from the depths of the cave, accompanied by a slight vibration of the ground, as if something was waking up. "Be careful!" Xiang Tianlu quickly raised the torch and looked around vigilantly. Then, a huge amount of shadows slowly moved out from the depths of the cave. It was a creature that looked like an ancient dragon, but was covered with dark blue scales. Its eyes were like the abyss, revealing a heart-pounding chill. Its appearance instantly solidified the air in the entire cave. "This is a blue-scaled ancient dragon." Nuo Lin's voice was filled with a hint of disbelief. He had read about the blue-scaled ancient dragon in ancient books. It was an extremely rare and powerful creature that was said to guard the most precious treasures. The blue-scaled ancient dragon opened its huge mouth and spit out a ball of blue flame. The flame was highly corrosive and rushed straight towards the two people. Xiang Tianlu reacted quickly, pulling Nuo Lin over and moving his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the fire attack. "We can't fight head-on. We must find its weakness," Xiang Tianlu said to Nuo Lin while dodging the attack of the blue-scale ancient dragon. Nuo Lin nodded, observing the blue-scale ancient dragon's every move with sharp eyes. He discovered that every time the blue-scaled ancient dragon launched an attack, a scale on its abdomen would flicker slightly, seemingly different from the other scales. That might be its weak spot. Nuo Lin pointed at the belly of the blue-scaled ancient dragon and shouted to Xiang Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu's eyes flashed when he heard this. He took a deep breath, concentrated all his spiritual power, and prepared to launch a decisive attack. He suddenly jumped up like an arrow shot from a bow and rushed straight into the belly of the blue-scaled ancient dragon. The moment he approached the target, Xiang Tianlu put his hands together, and spiritual power gathered in his palms, forming a dazzling light. He shouted loudly and sent the light fiercely towards the belly of the blue-scaled ancient dragon. Boom! With a loud bang, the blue-scaled ancient dragon roared in pain, and the glittering scales on its abdomen finally cracked under the impact of the light. Immediately afterwards, a powerful wave of spiritual energy burst out from the crack, and the Linlin ancient dragon was shocked and retreated repeatedly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Nuo Lin quickly stepped forward, grabbed the Brahma True Stone, and exited the cave with Xiang Tianlu. The moment Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin exited the cave, it was as if they had escaped from an endless abyss and stepped back into the mortal world. The roar of the blue-scaled ancient dragon echoed in the cave for a long time, and the pressure from the ancient creature was still following, making people feel uneasy. "Go!" Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice. He knew very well that although the blue-scale ancient dragon was seriously injured, it would not fall down easily. The torch in his hand swayed in the night wind, reflecting his resolute face and eyes burning with unyielding flames. Nu Lin followed closely behind, the Brahma true stone in his hand emitting a soft light, as if guiding the two of them. However, he did not feel relieved at all, but rather felt more solemn. The power of the blue-scaled ancient dragon was beyond his imagination. Even the earth-shattering attack on Tianlu only left a crack on its body. Zhang Tianlu, before Nu Lin finished speaking, suddenly, a deafening roar came from the cave, as if the whole mountain was shaking. A powerful wave of spiritual energy surged out like a raging wave, causing the two men to stagger back. "It's coming out." Xiang Tianlu's face changed drastically. He grabbed Nu Lin's wrist and jumped up like two streams of light, shuttling through the night. The silhouette of the blue-scaled ancient dragon was looming at the entrance of the cave, and its abyss-like eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the night and lock onto the two people's whereabouts. Every breath it took was accompanied by terrifying fluctuations of spiritual power, causing the surrounding air to solidify. To the left, Nu Lin suddenly shouted. He found a hidden cliff where he might be able to temporarily avoid the sharp edge of the blue-scaled ancient dragon. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu turned around and rushed towards the cliff with Nu Lin. However, how could the blue-scaled ancient dragon let the two of them go easily? It roared, and its body collapsed like a mountain, chasing after the two of them. On the cliff, Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin leaped like flying swallows. However, the speed of the blue-scaled ancient dragon was not slow at all. Every time it pounced, it narrowly brushed past the two people's bodies, bringing up gusts of biting cold wind. This is not a solution. Xiang Tianlu was anxious. He knew very well that once the blue-scaled ancient dragon caught up with them, the two of them would be in dire straits. "Brahma true stone," Nu Lin suddenly shouted, his eyes fixed on the treasure in his hand, and an inexplicable courage surged in his heart. Xiang Tianlu was moved when he heard this. He knew very well that the power of the Brahma true stone might be the key to their turning the situation around. However, how to use this power is a difficult problem. At this moment, the blue-scaled ancient dragon pounced and forced the two into a desperate situation. On the cliff, there is no way back. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath and looked at Nu Lin with a determined light in his eyes. "Nu Lin, give me the Brahma true stone." Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice, his voice full of unquestionable firmness. Upon hearing this, Nu Lin handed the Brahma true stone to Xiang Tianlu without any hesitation. Xiang Tianlu clenched his hands tightly, and a warm and pure power instantly surged into his body. He shouted loudly, and his body suddenly rose up like a bright meteor and crashed into the blue-scaled ancient dragon. At that moment, the whole world seemed to stand still. The roar of the blue-scaled ancient dragon, the roar towards the heavenly road, and the pure power derived from the Brahma true stone, intertwined together to form a shocking picture. However, just when Xiang Tianlu and the blue-scale ancient dragon were about to collide, a sudden force blew them both away. The power was so strong that Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin were terrified. They tumbled in the air and finally fell heavily to the ground. When the two men struggled to get up, they found that the blue-scaled ancient dragon had disappeared, and that sudden power seemed to have never existed, disappearing without a trace. 947 Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin got up from the ground and looked at each other, with both relief for surviving the disaster and confusion and curiosity about the mysterious power in their eyes. "Xiang Tianlu, did you feel it just now?" Nu Lin's voice trembled slightly. He looked at the empty space in his hand in disbelief. The Brahma true stone should have been held there, but it was empty at the moment. He nodded to Tianlu, his eyes deep, as if he was recalling what had just happened. "That power seems to be related to the Brahma true stone, but it's not exactly the same. It is pure and powerful, as if it can cleanse all The two looked around and found that the cliffs that were originally full of dangers had become unusually quiet at this moment, and even the air was filled with an indescribable freshness and harmony. They knew in their hearts that all these changes were closely related to that mysterious power. Nuolin, what do you think of our strength? Xiang Tianlu hesitated to speak. He felt as if there was infinite power in his body, as if the whole world was under his control. Nuolin took a deep breath, and he felt the surge of spiritual power in his body, which was unprecedentedly powerful and pure. Yes, Xiang Tianlu, our strength seems to have greatly increased. The two smiled at each other. They knew that although this adventure was full of dangers and challenges, it also brought them unimaginable gains. They decided to move on and explore this mysterious continent, looking for more unknowns and possibilities. As they go deeper into the interior of the continent, they encounter more and more dangers and challenges. But no matter what kind of difficulties they face, Xiang Tianlu and Nua Lin always seem calm and composed. Relying on their enhanced strength, as well as the tacit understanding and trust between each other, they were able to overcome danger time and time again. As Xiang Tianlu and Nua Lin continued their journey of exploration, they discovered that this continent was far more vast and colorful than they had imagined. As their strength increases, they are no longer afraid of the difficulties that once seemed insurmountable, but instead embark on an unknown journey with a more confident and calm attitude. One evening, they passed through a green plain. At the end of the plain, a beautiful village came into view. The village is surrounded by mountains, and a clear stream meanders through the village. Willows are swaying by the stream, and the fragrance of flowers is everywhere. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the roofs of the village, covering this quiet little village with a golden coat. Shangtian Road, look at that village, how beautiful it is. Nuo Lin pointed ahead, his eyes sparkling with surprise and yearning. Xiang Tianlu smiled and nodded. He was also attracted by the beautiful scenery before him. Yeah, Nuo Lin, why don't we go to the village and relax? We are indeed a little tired from all the adventures during this period. The two walked into the village and found that the people here lived in harmony and peace. Children were chasing and playing in the village, while the elderly were enjoying the cool under the shade of the trees and chatting about family matters. They felt the enthusiasm and friendliness of the people here, and a warm feeling surged in their hearts. In a small inn, they tasted the local specialties. Those fragrant dishes not only satisfied their taste buds, but also made them feel the richness and diversity of this continent. Xiang Tianlu, what do you think is the biggest gain from our adventure this time? Nuo Lin put down the chopsticks in his hand. He looked at Xiang Tianlu with a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu thought about it, and then answered seriously, I think the biggest gain is not only the improvement of strength, but also the tacit understanding and trust between us. No matter what difficulties we face, as long as we are together, there is nothing we cannot overcome. Nuo Lin nodded, expressing his deep agreement. Yes, Xiang Tianlu, you are right. The friendship and trust between us are our most precious wealth. After dinner, they strolled around the village. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on them, covering them with a layer of golden glow. They walked across the small bridge, and the flowing water passed by the stream side where willows swayed, and the children walked through the fields where they chased and played. Every step is filled with ease and pleasure. In the village square, they met a group of villagers who were dancing happily. The cheerful melodies and graceful dances made them feel the vitality of this continent. They were also infected by the joyful atmosphere and joined the dancing crowd. As night fell, lanterns were lit in the village. The lanterns twinkled in the night sky like stars. They sat on the roof of the inn, looking up at the starry sky and talking about each other's dreams and future. Xiang Tianlu, where do you think we should go next? Nuo Lin looked at the distant sky, his eyes flashing with desire for the unknown world. Xiang Tianlu smiled at Nuo Lin, then pointed to the sky. No matter what challenges and unknowns lie ahead, we will move forward courageously. Because we have each other, this mysterious continent, and infinite possibilities. The two smiled at each other, then lay down on the roof, enjoying the tranquility and beauty. After enjoying the tranquility and beauty of the village on Xiangtian Road and Nuolin, the night gradually deepened and everything was silent. Only the outlines of the distant mountains appeared hazy and mysterious under the moonlight. The two of them lay on the roof of the inn, as if they had merged into the tranquil night sky, their souls feeling cleansed and peaceful like never before. However, tranquility is always short-lived, especially in this continent full of unknowns and adventures. When the first ray of morning light penetrated the clouds and shone on the land, Xiang Tianlu and Nuolin had already embarked on their journey again. Their hearts are filled with a desire to explore the unknown, as well as deep trust and dependence on each other. They crossed dense forests and crossed steep mountains, and every step was filled with determination and courage. However, just as they were about to walk out of the mountains and step into a vast grassland, a sudden sense of crisis enveloped their hearts. Nuolin, be careful. Xiang Tianlu suddenly stopped, his eyes as sharp as torches, staring straight ahead. At the end of the grassland, a black mist rose into the sky, as if a sleeping giant beast was waking up, bringing with it endless pressure and aura of destruction. Nuolin's expression changed when he heard this. He felt the terrifying power contained in the black mist, a terrifying power that was enough to overturn mountains and rivers and destroy all things. However, he did not retreat, but held the sword tightly in his hand and stood shoulder to shoulder with Xiang Lilu. Xiang Tianlu, what should we do? Nuolin's voice was a little nervous, but more of it was firmness and courage. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath and felt the powerful force surging in his body. This power originated from the Brahma true stone. After a period of adjustment and integration, it has been perfectly integrated with his spiritual power and has become the most powerful weapon in his body. Nuolin, don't be afraid. We have each other, and we have this great power. No matter what difficulties and challenges lie ahead, we will move forward courageously. As he spoke, Xiang Tianlu moved and rushed towards the black mist like a nimble cheetah. His hands drew brilliant tracks in the air, and each strike contained destructive power. Nuolin followed closely behind, his sword dancing in the air like a silver dragon, complementing Xiang Tianlu's attack. The attacks of the two men fell in the black mist like a violent storm, but the mist seemed to have endless vitality, constantly devouring their, Li Qian's, attacks. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking. However, Xiang Tianlu and Nuolin did not give up. Relying on the tacit understanding and trust between each other, they constantly adjusted the rhythm and intensity of their attacks. Finally, after a violent collision, the black mist seemed to be torn apart, revealing a huge amount of gap. Xiang Tianlu and Nuolin took the opportunity to rush into the gap, only to see a world of chaos inside, filled with endless darkness and the breath of destruction. However, they were not afraid, but held each other's hands tightly and explored forward bravely. In this chaotic world, they encountered unprecedented challenges. Every step forward is like a race against the death god. If you're not careful, you will end up in an irretrievable situation. However, with their firm belief and trust in each other, they managed to overcome dangers time and time again and headed towards the unknown depths. Just as they were about to walk out of this world of chaos, a dazzling light suddenly descended from the sky, illuminating the darkness. That light contained endless hope and vitality, as if it was guiding them in the direction of progress. In front of Xiang Tianlu and Nuolin, the light was like the dawn, penetrating the chaos and darkness, illuminating the unknown road ahead. The light seemed to contain some ancient and mysterious power, which swept away the fear and fatigue in the two people's hearts and replaced them with endless hope and fighting spirit. Nuolin, look. Xiang Tianlu pointed ahead, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented light. That light seems to be guiding us. Nuolin nodded, his eyes firm. No matter what challenges lie ahead, we will face them together. The two men clasped their hands tightly and rushed towards the source of the light like two lightning bolts. As they go deeper, the world around them begins to change. The original chaos darkness gradually becomes clearer, and an ancient and mysterious atmosphere permeates, as if they are stepping into a forgotten ancient era. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave came from the front, shaking the two of them. They looked up and saw a strange space 640 in front of them. In this space, various elemental forces intertwined and formed a series of extremely gorgeous pictures. It was breathtakingly beautiful, but it also hid endless dangers. This is... Xiang Tianlu frowned. He could feel the strong energy contained in this space, which far exceeded any challenge they had encountered before. Nuo-Lin took a deep breath, unsheathed his long sword, and the tip of the sword trembled slightly, as if responding to the call of this space. No matter what it is, let's get through it together. Before he finished speaking, the two of them suddenly rose up, like two meteors streaking through the night sky, and rushed into that strange space. In the space, the elemental power seemed to come alive, transforming into fierce attacks that whizzed towards them. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo-Lin were agile, like two dragons swimming in a storm. Every dodge they made was perfect, and every counterattack was as powerful as thunder. Boom! With a loud bang, a punch was thrown towards Tianlu. Wherever the fist passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, and the power of the elements dissipated. Nuo-Lin swung his sword, and the sword light was like a dragon. Wherever it went, the elemental power was split into two and turned into nothingness. The two cooperated well, attacking and defending at the same time. In this space where elements were intertwined, they seemed to have become the masters of this world. However, as they went deeper, the elemental forces in the space became more violent, and every attack was enough to shatter the mountains and rivers and dim the sun and moon. Xiang, I feel that this space seems to have some kind of will, and it is trying to stop us from moving forward. Nuo-Lin's voice echoed in the agitated air, and his eyes contained both determination and a hint of imperceptible worry. As Nuo-Lin's words fell, the entire space seemed to be shaken, and an ancient and vicissitudes of life quietly permeated, like a giant beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years slowly waking up, bringing with it irresistible majesty and pressure. This will seem to be integrated with the entire space. Every trace of elemental power became its eyes and ears, monitoring Xiang Tianlu and Nuo-Lin's every move. It seems that we have indeed touched the core of this forbidden area. Xiang Tianlu's eyes were solemn. He could feel the fluctuations coming from the surrounding space. It was the awakening of some unknown force, indicating that the next challenge would be unprecedentedly difficult. Just as the two were preparing to face the unknown challenge, a deafening roar suddenly sounded, shaking the entire space. Then, a fishy wind blew in the face, accompanied by a heart-pounding pressure, and a huge monster slowly walked out from the shadows. It was the legendary powerful monster, the Crazy Lion. This iron-winged mad lion is more than 10 feet long, and its body is covered with dark golden scales as hard as steel. Each scale is shining with a cold light, and it looks even more majestic in the sun. Its eyes were like two burning flames, revealing endless killing and madness. A pair of huge amounts of iron wings flapped gently, bringing up gusts of wind that seemed to be able to tear apart the space. The most eye-catching thing is the sharp horn on its head, which emits a faint blue light and obviously contains a power that cannot be underestimated. Is this the iron-winged mad lion? It really lives up to its reputation. Nuo-Lin tightly grasped the sword, his eyes as sharp as torches, his tone containing both awe and fighting spirit. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged. The power of the Brahma true stone boiled in his body, as if it was about to break through the restraints and fight alongside him. Come on, let's see. Are you stronger, the iron-winged lion, or are the beliefs in our hearts stronger? Before he finished his words, the iron-winged lion transformed into a black shadow and pounced on the two with the force of thunder. It opened its bloody mouth, its sharp fangs flashing coldly, as if it wanted to swallow Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin in one gulp. Xiang Tianlu cleverly dodged the attack by turning his body to the side, and at the same time, he suddenly punched out with both fists. The wind for his fists was like a dragon, carrying fiery spiritual power, and collided with the sharp claws of the iron-winged mad lion, making a crisp sound like metal clashing. Sparks flew, and the space shook. Nuo Lin took the opportunity to go around to the flank of the iron-winged mad lion, waving his long sword, the sword light weaving like a weave, and each sword accurately slashed at the vital points of the iron-winged mad lion. However, the iron-winged lion had thick skin and flesh, and even Nuo Lin's sword could hardly leave a mark on its scales and could only cause a series of sparks. Roar! The iron-winged lion roared continuously and flapped its wings suddenly. A powerful storm swept over. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin were hit by this force and staggered, almost unable to stand. But the two did not retreat. Instead, they took this opportunity to become more agile, like two ghosts, looking for flaws in the attack of the iron-winged lion. "Tianlu, watch me," Nuo Lin shouted, and the spiritual power on the sword surged, turning into a dazzling silver sword light, piercing the eyes of the iron-winged lion. This strike condensed all his strength and will. Dongfan strike is sure to kill. The iron-winged lion seemed to feel the threat of this attack, and a trace of fear flashed in its eyes, but did not dodge. Instead, it opened its huge mouth and spit out a ball of blue fire, which collided with Nuo Lin's sword. When the two met, a dazzling light burst out instantly, illuminating the entire space as if day had fallen. Boom! With a loud bang, the flames and sword light were annihilated at the same time. The powerful shockwave forced Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin to step back several steps, their faces pale. The iron-winged lion also looked a little tired, but its eyes were still fierce, and it was obvious that it had not given up. "Keep going, we can't give it a chance to breathe," Xiang Tianlu shouted, the spiritual power in his body boiling again. He formed seals with his hands, a mysterious rune condensed in his palms, and then he suddenly slapped it out, turning it into a beam of light and hitting the horn of the chilly mad lion directly. This attack was a unique skill that integrated the power of the Brahma True Stone into Xiang Tianlu, and it was incredibly powerful. The iron-winged lion roared miserably, and a blue light shone from its horn, confronting the beam of light from Xiang Tianru. The energy fluctuations between the two caused the surrounding space to distort. When the beam of light containing the power of the Brahma True Stone on the Xiangtian Road collided violently with the blue light on the horn of the iron-winged mad lion, the entire space seemed unable to withstand this force and began to tremble violently, as if it was about to be torn apart. There was another deafening roar, and the beam of light and the blue light intersected in the air, bursting out with dazzling light, like two stars colliding in the air, bursting out endless sparks and energy. Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn, and his hands were clenched tightly, as if he could feel all his strength and were contained in the beam of light. The iron-winged mad lion was also apparently shaken by the blow and became somewhat unstable. Its body trembled slightly, and the flames in its eyes danced more violently, as if they were going to burn everything. "Oomph! Is this all you're capable of?" The iron-winged lion let out a low roar, with a hint of disdain and provocation in his voice. "Oomph! Don't be too proud too soon." Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly, and the spiritual power in his body surged again. Under his control, the light beam began to slowly compress and become more condensed and powerful. Upon seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed across the iron-winged lion's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a stronger desire to fight. It howled towards the sky, its voice filled with resentment and anger, as if it was trying to inspire itself to greater strength. Roar! Following this long roar, the iron-winged mad lion flapped its wings violently, bringing up an even more violent storm, and the entire space seemed to be torn apart by this force. Above its horn, the blue light became even brighter, as if it was about to condense into an even more terrifying attack. Xiang Tianlu felt the threat of this power, and his heart trembled, but he did not retreat. He took a deep breath and formed seals with his hands again. Under his control, the beam of light actually began to rotate like a huge amount of drill, with the momentum to tear everything apart and rush straight to the horn of the iron-winged mad lion. "Break it for me," Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, and the beam of light seemed to have heard his call. Its speed instantly increased, like a flash of lightning, and instantly hit the horn of the iron-winged mad lion. Bang! With a loud bang, the iron-winged lion's horn was actually shattered by the beam of light, and the blue light scattered in all directions like a dazzling fireworks. The iron-winged lion let out a shrill roar, and its body rolled in the air, obviously suffering heavy damage. However, this is not the end. Although the iron-winged mad lion was injured, it did not lose its fighting power. The fire in its eyes became even more intense, as if it wanted to burn everything. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and pounced towards Xiang Tianlu again. "Tianlu, be careful!" Seeing this, Nuo Lin shouted, waving his sword, which turned into a silver sword light and rushed straight towards the iron-winged lion. Xiang Tianlu moved his body to the side, cleverly avoiding the attack of the iron-winged mad lion. At the same time, he formed seals with his hands again, preparing to launch a new attack. Nuo Lin was entangled in a fight with the iron-winged lion. The long sword and sharp claws kept colliding, making a sound of metal clashing. Today I'll let you know how powerful we are," Xiang Tianlu shouted coldly, and the spiritual power in his body surged again. The beam of light condensed again, ready to deal a fatal blow to the iron-winged mad lion. The iron-winged mad lion seemed to sense the determination and threat of the two men, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. But it did not give up. Instead, it opened its huge mouth again and spit out an even larger ball of blue fire, heading straight towards Tianlu and Nuo Lin. Just in time, Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly, and the beam of light in his hand changed again, turning into huge amounts of shield, blocking the attack of the blue flame ball. When Xiang Tianlu used a beam of light to form a shield and blocked the iron-winged mad lion's blue fireball that was powerful enough to burn the sky and boil the sea, Nuo Lin's eyes became extremely sharp. He knew very well that the real battle had just begun. "Nuo Lin, don't give a chance to breathe." Xiang Tianlu's voice rang in Nuo Lin's ears with unquestionable determination. Nuo Lin nodded, and his figure moved around the huge body of the iron-winged mad lion like a ghost. Every time he swung his sword, there was a sound of breaking through the air. Wherever the tip of the sword passed, the air seemed to be cut open, leaving cracks visible to the naked eye. The iron-winged lion roared angrily, its huge body tumbling in the air, and the ground shook every time it landed, as if it wanted to completely destroy this area of space. However, Nuo Lin is like a nimble swallow, always able to avoid its attacks at critical moments while looking for opportunities to counterattack. "Do you think you can beat me like this?" There was a hint of unwillingness in the iron-winged mad lion's voice. Its eyes were like two burning flames, staring at Nuo Lin, as if it wanted to devour him completely. "Beat you? No, I just want to end this fight." Nuo Lin snorted coldly and swung his sword again. This time, he did not choose to dodge, but directly collided with the sharp claws of the iron-winged mad lion. The sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the space. Nuo Lin's body shook slightly, but his eyes became more determined. He knew very well that in a battle with an opponent like the iron-winged mad lion, any retreat could lead to failure. "Come again," Nuo Lin shouted loudly, and his body jumped up again, like a tiger coming down the mountain, and pounced directly on the iron-winged lion. This time, he did not give the iron-winged mad lion any chance to breathe. He swung his sword like a violent storm, and each sword strike was aimed directly at the iron-winged Mad Lion's vital points. New Orleans' sword shines like a weave, and each sword is like a pouring galaxy and deadly. Although the iron-winged lion was injured, the arrogance and indomitable spirit in its animal nature prevented it from giving up resistance. Instead, it launched an even more fierce counterattack in desperation. Its claws were like lightning, and every swing was accompanied by a whistling sound that tore through the air. It collided with New Orleans' sword in the air, creating a series of sparks and cutting the surrounding space into pieces. "Don't think you can easily defeat me, you tiny human." The voice of the iron-winged Mad Lion echoed in the roar, filled with unwillingness and anger. Its eyes were like burning lava, flashing with crazy fighting spirit. New Orleans curled up a sneer at the corner of his mouth, with determination and persistence flashing in his eyes. "Today I will kill you here." His words were cold and firm. As the long sword danced, sword shadows were heavy. Each sword contained a force that was enough to shake the mountains, which neutralized the offensive of the iron-winged lion and gradually brought it to harm. The iron-winged lion was not willing to be outdone. It flapped its wings suddenly, causing a strong wind to blow. The entire space seemed to be distorted by its power, and countless pieces of gravel and dust were swept up, forming a chaos. New Orleans' figure swayed, but he was like a willow in the wind, moving lightly in the storm, and his long sword still stabbed at the iron-winged lion accurately. Roar! The iron-winged lion let out a deafening roar, and its body burst into dazzling light, as if it wanted to concentrate all its strength at this moment for the final attack. New Orleans' eyes were as sharp as torches, and his long sword drew a perfect arc in the air, colliding with the light of the iron-winged Mad Lion, instantly bursting out with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire space like daylight. The forces between the two tore at each other, and the space seemed to be torn apart, making bursts of noises. "Let's end it." New Orleans growled, his spiritual power boiling. The light on his sword shone brightly. An irresistible force surged out and directly swallowed up the light of the iron-winged Mad Lion. The tip of the sword pierced through the chest of the iron-winged lion, leaving a bright spot of blood. The iron-winged Mad Lion's huge body trembled violently. The fire in its eyes gradually went out, and finally it fell to the ground powerlessly, stirring up a cloud of dust. Just when New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu were about to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that the battle had finally come to an end, something strange happened. The huge body of the iron-winged Mad Lion trembled slightly in the dust, and then a strange and powerful vitality surged out of its body, as if some ancient and mysterious power was reviving. "How is this possible?" Xiang Tianlu exclaimed. He looked at the scene in disbelief. The iron-winged Mad Lion's eyes, which had been extinguished, suddenly ignited with a dark blue fire again, which was deeper and more captivating than before. New Orleans' face suddenly became solemn. He gripped his sword tightly and looked at the iron-winged lion vigilantly, with an ominous premonition in his heart. The body of the iron-winged Mad Lion was seen gradually swelling up, its wounds healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the scales covering its body flickered with strange light in the sun, as if each scale contained endless power. "You have angered the great iron-winged Mad Lion King. Today is your doom." The iron-winged Mad Lion's voice became low and majestic, with an ancient rhythm, as if it came from another world. New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. Without further ado, they both understood that this battle was far from over. New Orleans took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body boiled again. The light on the sword shone brightly, and he was ready to face this sudden change. No matter what kind of king you are, I will kill you one more time today." New Orleans snorted coldly, and his figure was like a flash of lightning, rushing straight towards the iron-winged Mad Lion. The long sword drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, going straight to the iron-winged Mad Lion's vital point. The iron-winged lion did not dodge or evade, but swung out with its claws suddenly, colliding with Nuo Lin's sword again. This time, the shockwave generated by the collision of the two forces directly tore through the surrounding air, forming cracks visible to the naked eye, as if even space could not withstand this force. Boom! With a loud bang, Nuo Lin was knocked back several steps, his face slightly pale, but he did not retreat. Instead, he became more determined to fight. Xiang Tianlu was not willing to be outdone when he saw this, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. A beam of light shot out from his palms and hit the Tieli Mad Lion directly. The iron-winged lion snorted coldly, flapped its wings, and a strong wind blew up, which actually shattered the beam of light. It leaped forward and pressed towards the two men like a mountain, its eyes flashing with crazy fighting spirit and thirst for blood. Today, I will let you see the true power of the iron-winged Mad Lion King. The iron-winged Mad Lion's voice echoed in the roar, and each of its attacks was like a mountain torrent. With irresistible force, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were forced to retreat step by step. Zero request flowers. Under the fierce attack of the iron-winged Mad Lion, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two fallen leaves in a strong wind and were constantly forced back. Every battle with the iron-winged Mad Lion made them feel unprecedented pressure. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted by the power of the iron-winged Mad Lion, and the air was filled with an atmosphere of oppression and despair. We can't go on like this. We must find its weakness, Nuo Lin shouted to Xiang Tianlu after a dangerous confrontation. There was a hint of anxiety in his voice, but more of an unyielding fighting spirit. He nodded towards Tianlu, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. He knew very well that if he retreated at that moment, he would die. So he quickly formed seals with his hands again, and this time he summoned a huge amount of rune shield, blocking Nuo Lin and himself, temporarily resisting the fierce attack of the iron-winged lion. Nuo Lin, you attack, and I'll assist. Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, his voice sounding unusually firm amid the roar. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin rushed out again like lightning, his sword drawing brilliant tracks in the air, and every swing of the sword seemed to tear the space apart. Relying on his keen instincts in battle, he kept looking for the iron-winged lion's weaknesses. However, the iron-winged lion was like a tireless beast, and each of its attacks was so powerful that Nuo Lin could hardly find an opportunity to take advantage of. But Nuo Lin was not discouraged. With his tenacious will and excellent fighting skills, he fought a desperate battle with the iron-winged lion. The battle gradually entered a white-hot stage, and the entire space seemed to be shrouded in the battle between the two. The air was filled with a suffocating tension. Every confrontation was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking. At this moment, Nuo Lin suddenly discovered a subtle flaw in the iron-winged Mad Lion. His eyes focused, and he swung his sword like lightning, aiming straight at the heart of the iron-winged lion. This sword condensed all his strength and will, as if it could split the entire world in half. 2 plus F8F. Roar! The iron-winged lion let out a deafening roar. It felt the deadly threat of Nuo Lin's sword, and at the moment it was too late to dodge. Puss! The long sword pierced through the chest of the iron-winged lion, leaving a bright spot of blood. This time, fear and despair finally showed in Tieji Quangshi's eyes. Its body began to tremble violently, and then it fell to the ground helplessly, its huge body stirring up a cloud of dust. Nuo Lin stood beside the body of the iron-winged Mad Lion, with the long sword still stuck in its chest. He was panting, sweat running down his cheeks, but there was a gleam of victory in his eyes. He turned to look at Xiang Tianlu and said with a slightly hoarse smile, "We did it, Xiang Tianlu." Xiang Tianlu also showed a tired but relieved smile. He patted Nuo Lin on the shoulder and said, "Yes, Nuo Lin, we really did it. We didn't win this battle easily." The two smiled at each other, as if at this moment all the fatigue and danger disappeared. They knew that victory in this battle was not only a recognition of their strength, but also a test of their friendship and tacit understanding. Afterwards, Nuo-Lin drew out his sword and left the iron-winged lion's body where it lay. They knew that although there were dangers everywhere here, they needed a safe place to recuperate at this moment. The two walked along a hidden path and soon came to a dense forest. The trees here are towering and green, as if it is a fairyland isolated from the world. They found a secluded clearing surrounded by tall trees that formed a natural barrier. "This place is nice. We can rest here," Nuo-Lin said, and then sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his spiritual power to recuperate his body. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, and both of them were immersed in cultivation. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be attracted by them, constantly flowing into their bodies, nourishing their injuries. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. During these few days, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu's injuries have recovered greatly, and their strength has also improved slightly. When the first ray of sunlight penetrated the treetops and shone on them, they both opened their eyes at the same time. There was a more determined light in their eyes, as if after this battle, they had become more mature and stronger. "Nuo-Lin, it's time for us to set off." Xiang Tianlu stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. Nuo-Lin nodded, his eyes flashing with determination and expectation. He stood up, long sword in hand, the tip of the sword lightly touching the ground, as if ready to jump into the endless battle again at any time. Xiang Tianlu stood aside, gently waving his hands. The air around him seemed to fluctuate with his movements, and a hidden but powerful spiritual power flowed around him. "We still have a long way to go, but as long as we fight side by side, nothing is impossible." Nuo-Lin's voice was steady and powerful, as if it was a vow to the future and a promise to Xiang Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly. His smile was full of confidence and uninhibitedness. "That's right, Nuo-Lin. Whatever challenges lie ahead, we can overcome them. Let's go. Let's move on and write our own legend." The two walked side by side through the dense forest and embarked on the road to the unknown. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves and falls on them, leaving patches of mottled light and shadows. Suddenly, a low roar came from the front, accompanied by a slight vibration of the ground. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and a look of vigilance flashed in their eyes. They knew that this was definitely not a sound that an ordinary beast could make, and it must be some unknown danger hidden ahead. "Be careful, Nuo-Lin. It looks like we are about to face another battle," Xiang Tianlu whispered, his hands already gathering strength, ready to deal with any enemy that might appear. Nuo-Lin held the sword tightly, the tip of the sword trembling slightly, as if responding to the fighting spirit in his heart. He nodded, his voice firm. "Come on, no matter what it is, we will face it together." The two quickened their pace and soon arrived at the source of the sound. There was an open space in front of me. In the middle of the space, a huge figure was standing there quietly, exuding a dangerous aura. It was a creature they had never seen before, huge in size, covered in black scales, and its eyes were like two burning 157 flames, staring at them intently. Low roars continuously emanated from its mouth, and each roar seemed to tear apart the surrounding air. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. Without further ado, they already understood each other's intentions. The two men moved at the same time and rushed towards the huge figure like two lightning bolts. The battle broke out instantly. Nuo-Lin's sword drew brilliant tracks in the air, and every swing of the sword seemed to tear the space apart. Xiang Tianlu waved his hands, and the air around him seemed to be controlled by him, turning into sharp wind blades that continuously attacked the creature. However, the creature was extremely powerful, wielding huge amounts of claws, and each attack carried the power to destroy the world. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu continued to clash, and every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking. The battle was extremely fierce, and both men tried their best. However, just when they were about to run out of spiritual power and fall into despair, The creature suddenly stopped attacking. The fire in its eyes gradually went out, and its huge body slowly fell down. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. The huge creature collapsed without any warning just when they were about to run out of strength. The air around them seemed to freeze at this moment, leaving only their heavy breathing and heartbeats. "What's going on?" Xiang Tianlu muttered to himself. His hands were still controlling the wind blade, but the wind blade had dissipated and became invisible, leaving only a faint wave in the air. Nuo Lin also put away his sword and tapped the ground with the tip of the sword. He frowned and stared at the falling creature, trying to find the answer from it. Could it be that it is due to itself? The two men slowly approached the creature's body, only to see that its eyes were tightly closed and its black scales were covered with cracks, as if it had experienced an unprecedented fierce battle. But strangely, they did not find any new wounds on the creature, as if the creature had collapsed on its own under the influence of some mysterious force. This creature doesn't seem to be an ordinary existence, Xiang Tianlu whispered, with a hint of awe in his voice. He reached out and gently touched the creature's scales, only to feel a chill running down his fingertips, causing him to shiver. Nuo Lin also nodded, his eyes scanning the creature's body, trying to find more clues. It seems to have some mysterious power. This force may be the reason why it suddenly fell. The two of them surrounded the creature's corpse and observed it carefully. Suddenly, Xiang Tianlu discovered something unusual. "Nuo Lin, look here." He pointed at a crack on the creature's chest and saw a faint light shining through the crack. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin immediately moved closer to take a look. I saw that the faint light was getting brighter and brighter, as if something was slowly overflowing from the crack. An ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart, and he quickly retreated. "Be careful," he shouted, swinging his sword towards the faint light. However, the dim light seemed to have some kind of magical power, and the long sword was bounced away when it came into contact with it. Xiang Tianlu also noticed something unusual. He waved his hands and controlled the surrounding air again, turning it into wind blades that attacked the faint light. However, the moment the wind blade came into contact with the dim light, it disappeared without a trace. The two were horrified. They knew that there must be some unknown danger hidden behind this faint light. They quickly stepped back, remaining alert and watching the changes in the dim light. The faint light became brighter and brighter, and finally turned into a dazzling light, rising from the cracks of the creature and straight into the sky. There seemed to be some mysterious power surging in the light, causing the entire world to tremble. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stared with their eyes wide open, staring at the light that shot straight into the sky, their hearts shocked beyond words. The mysterious power contained in that ray of light distorted the surrounding air, as if even the space was torn apart. What kind of power is this?" There was a hint of trembling in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He had never seen such a strange and powerful sight. Nuo Lin also frowned, his eyes fixed on the light, trying to find some clues from it. This power does not seem to come from that creature originally, but something more ancient and powerful. Just as the two were shocked, the light suddenly changed. It began to circle in the air, as if forming an invisible formation. In the formation, light flickered and runes appeared, revealing an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. "Formation?" Xiang Tianlu exclaimed, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He was well aware of the power of formations, but he had never seen such a large and complex formation before. Nuo Lin also nodded, his eyes flashing with solemnity and awe. "Yes, this is an ancient formation. Moreover, the power of this formation seems to have some connection with the mysterious power of that creature." The two looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. They knew that the appearance of this formation must mean some unknown danger. But they also understand that no matter how many difficulties and obstacles lie ahead, they must move forward courageously. Suddenly, the invisible formation began to attack. Brilliant rays of light shot out from the formation, shooting towards the two people like sharp arrows. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu saw this, and quickly used their skills to avoid the attacks of those lights. However, those lights seemed to have the ability to track them, and no matter how they tried to dodge, they could accurately find their location. The two were horrified. They knew that if they continued like this, they would be struck by the lights sooner or later. Xiang Tianlu, we must find a way to break this formation, Nuo Lin shouted, with a hint of anxiety in his voice. Xiang Tianlu also nodded. He waved his hands and controlled the surrounding air again, turning it into sharp wind blades that attacked the invisible formation. However, the moment the wind blade touched the formation, it was bounced back by an invisible force. Seeing this, Nuo Lin also swung the sword in his hand, with a brilliant light shining from the tip of the sword, and slashed towards the formation. However, his attack was also easily resolved by the formation. The two became more and more anxious. They knew that if they couldn't break the formation, they would not be able to move forward. The power of this formation is obviously far superior to theirs. At this moment, the formation suddenly changed. It began to absorb the spiritual energy around it, as if it wanted to swallow up the entire world. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt the changes in the surrounding spiritual energy and became more and more shocked. This formation is actually absorbing spiritual energy, Xiang Tianlu exclaimed, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Nuo Lin also frowned, his eyes fixed on the formation, trying to find a way to break it. We must find a way to stop it. Otherwise, once it absorbs enough spiritual energy, we may be powerless to save it. The two launched another attack, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not break the invisible formation. The formation absorbed spiritual energy faster and faster, as if it would reach saturation at any time. Just when Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were at a loss, the sky suddenly darkened, and a blood-red crescent moon rose quietly, dyeing the night as strange as hell. Then, a frightening evil aura spread from afar, casting a shadow over the hearts of both of them. This is the breath of a demon beast. Xiang Tianlu's face suddenly changed. He knew very well that in this ancient land, there were countless powerful demon beasts hidden. They were either cunning or ferocious, and they were huge obstacles on the road of practitioners. Nuo Lin also felt the unusualness of this evil spirit. He gripped his sword tightly, his eyes sharp as torches, and scanned the surroundings vigilantly. It seems that we have new troubles. Before he finished speaking, a huge monster covered with blood-red hair, with eyes like two burning blood beads and a tail swaying like flames, jumped out from the darkness and landed steadily between the two people and the formation that absorbed spiritual energy. Its appearance seemed to make the whole world quiet down, and even the originally raging light dimmed a little. Blood Moon Demon Fox, Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice. He had seen records about this kind of monster in ancient books. Not only are they powerful, but they are also extremely cunning. They are good at using the environment and the opponent's psychological weaknesses to attack. The Blood Moon Demon Fox's gaze swept over the two of them, and finally stopped at the formation that absorbed spiritual energy, as if it was also quite interested in the power within it. It opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and let out a low and long roar, as if declaring war on the two of them. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. There was no need to say anything. They both knew that the current situation did not allow for any hesitation. The two of them moved at the same time and rushed towards the Blood Moon Demon Fox like two lightning bolts. Nuo Lin swung his sword, and the tip of the sword burst into a dazzling light, like a meteor streaking through the night sky, going straight to the vital point of the Blood Moon Demon Fox. However, the Blood Moon Demon Fox seemed to have anticipated his attack, and with a flick of its body, it easily dodged the blow. At the same time, its tail swung out like a snake, carrying a blazing fire. Flame rushed straight to Nuo Lin's chest. Nuo Lin moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack, but the Blood Moon Demon Fox's attack did not stop. It opened its mouth and spat out fireballs filled with terrifying demonic power, which smashed towards the two of them like a meteor shower. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were agile, constantly shuttling through the fireballs, looking for opportunities to counterattack. However, the Blood Moon Demon Fox seemed to see through their intentions, and each of its attacks was just right to block their retreat. The two were horrified. They knew that if they couldn't find the Blood Moon Demon Fox's weakness as soon as possible, they would sooner or later run out of spiritual power and be defeated by this monster. Xiang Tianlu, we must attack together, Nuo Lin shouted, with a hint of anxiety in his voice. Xiang Tianlu nodded and waved his hands. The air around him seemed to be controlled by his will, turning into sharp wind blades that attacked the Blood Moon Demon Fox. However, the Blood Moon Demon Fox seemed to have some kind of magical power. The moment the wind blades touched its body, they disappeared and became invisible. Seeing this, Nuo Lin swung his sword again and slashed at the Blood Moon Demon Fox. This time, he gathered all his strength, and the tip of the sword shone with dazzling light, as if to split the entire world in two. However, the Blood Moon Demon Fox just smiled slightly, and its body seemed to blend into the night, easily dodging the attack. The two of them became more and more anxious. They knew that if they couldn't find a solution as soon as possible, they might really die here. 1.6. Just when Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were anxious and almost fell into despair, the Blood Moon Demon Fox launched an attack again. Its figure was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing in the night, and each appearance was accompanied by a blazing flame, as if it was going to devour the two of them. If this continues, it will sooner or later drain our spiritual power. Xiang Tianlu's face turned pale. He knew that although he and Nuo Lin were strong, they were like a pair of weaklings in front of the Blood Moon Demon Fox. Like ants descending, Nuo Lin also felt unprecedented pressure. He clenched his teeth, with an unyielding light flashing in his eyes. We can't just give up like this. We have to find its flaws. At this moment, the Blood Moon Demon Fox appeared in front of the two again. Its eyes were like two burning blood beads, flashing with strange light. Its tail swung out like a snake, carrying a blazing flame, and flew straight to Nuo Lin's chest. Nuo Lin dodged the attack by leaning to the side, but the flames burned 10 corners of his clothes. He was horrified, knowing that if he continued like this, he would be hit by the Blood Moon Demon Fox sooner or later. Xiang Tianlu, you are responsible for restraining it, and I will look for the flaw, Nuo Lin shouted, with a hint of determination in his voice. Xiang Tianlu nodded, took a deep breath, and waved his hands. The air around him seemed to be controlled by his will, turning into sharp wind blades that attacked the Blood Moon Demon Fox. Although these wind blades would dissipate and become invisible the moment they touched the Blood Moon Demon Fox's body, they successfully attracted its attention. Seeing this, Nuo Lin immediately took the opportunity to launch an attack. His figure shuttled through the night like a ghost, constantly looking for the flaws of the Blood Moon Demon Fox. However, the Blood Moon Demon Fox seemed to have some kind of magical power, and no matter how hard Nuo Lin tried, he could not find its flaws. Damn, this monster is too cunning. Nuo Lin cursed in his heart. He knew that he couldn't go on like this and had to find a way to change the situation. Just then, he suddenly thought of a solution. He dodged an attack from the Blood Moon Demon Fox with a flash of his body, and then took the opportunity to rush behind it. He gripped the sword tightly in both hands, gathered all his strength, and slashed fiercely at the back of the Blood Moon Demon Fox. However, the Blood Moon Demon Fox seemed to have anticipated his attack. It turned its body in the air and easily dodged the attack. At the same time, its tail swung out like a snake, carrying a blazing flame, and pounced on Nuo Lin's back. Nuo Lin was startled and quickly dodged sideways, but even so, his left arm was scratched by the flames. He endured the pain and attacked again. This time, he no longer blindly attacked the Blood Moon Demon Fox's body, but turned his target to its eyes. He knew that the Blood Moon Demon Fox's eyes were its weakness. As long as I can hit its eyes, I might be able to break its defense and have a chance to defeat it. Thus, he shuttled through the night like a ghost, constantly looking for opportunities to attack the Blood Moon Demon Fox's eyes. The Blood Moon Demon Fox seemed to have sensed his intention and began to constantly attack him with its tail and fireballs, trying to prevent him from approaching. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and the air around them seemed to be torn apart by their spiritual power. Each attack was accompanied by a deafening roar and flying sparks, making the entire world tremble. "Xiang Tianlu, help me restrain it," Nuo Lin shouted, his voice filled with anxiety and pleading. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately increased the intensity of his attack on the Blood Moon Demon Fox. He waved his hands, and the air around him seemed to be controlled by his will, transforming into sharp wind blades that attacked the Blood Moon Demon Fox like a rainstorm. However, the Blood Moon Demon Fox seemed to have endless power. No matter how Tianlu attacked, he could not cause any substantial damage to it. Its eyes were like two burning blood beads, flashing with strange light, as if they wanted to devour both of them. Just then, Nuo Lin finally found an opportunity. His figure flashed like a ghost, avoiding an attack from the Blood Moon Demon Fox, and then took the opportunity to rush in front of it. Nuo Lin suddenly jumped up like a meteor across the night sky, and instantly closed the distance with the Blood Moon Demon Fox. His eyes flashed with determination and ruthlessness, as if he wanted to concentrate all his strength at this moment. Seeing this, a trace of contempt flashed in the eyes of the Blood Moon Demon Fox, and it seemed that it did not take Nuo Lin's attack seriously. However, just as Nuo Lin's sword was about to touch its face, the Blood Moon Demon Fox's body suddenly became illusory, as if blending into the night, cleverly avoiding the fatal blow. "Cunning beast!" Nuo Lin cursed in his heart, but he was not discouraged. Instead, it further stimulated his fighting spirit. He knew very well that when fighting against such a monster, he had to remain vigilant at all times, and any slackness would lead to his downfall. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu's voice rang out in the night sky. "Nuo Lin, be careful of its tail." Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin immediately shifted his attention to the Blood Moon Demon Fox's tail. He saw the tail swaying like a flame, carrying a blazing breath, coming towards him at an alarming speed. He was startled and quickly dodged sideways, but even so, his shoulder was hit by the flame from the tail and instantly caught fire. "Ah!" Nuo Lin cried out in pain, but he did not stop. Instead, he used the power stimulated by the pain to launch a fierce attack on the Blood Moon Demon Fox again. The battle between the two men and the beast became increasingly fierce, as if the entire world was dragged into an endless massacre. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu constantly changed their attack methods, trying to find the flaws of the Blood Moon Demon Fox. However, the Blood Moon Demon Fox was like a general who had experienced many battles. No matter how hard they tried, they could not cause any substantial harm to it. "This is not a solution. We must find a way to break its defense." Xiang Tianlu was panting heavily. Most of his spiritual power had been consumed, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. Nuo Lin nodded, knowing that what Xiang Tianlu said made sense. However, how easy is it to break the Blood Moon Demon Fox's defense? Its body seems to be shrouded in a layer of invisible power. No matter how they attack, they cannot penetrate that barrier. Just then, Nuo Lin suddenly thought of a solution. He took a deep breath and concentrated all his spiritual power on the sword. Then, he suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the Blood Moon Demon Fox like a flash of lightning. This time, he did not blindly attack the Blood Moon Demon Fox's body, but turned his target to its eyes. He knew that this was the Blood Moon Demon Fox's only weakness. As long as we can hit its eyes, we may be able to break its defense and find a chance to defeat it. However, the Demon Fox seemed to be aware of Nuo Lin's intentions. An even more bizarre light flickered in its eyes, as if it wanted to devour Nuo Lin's soul. At the same time, its body became illusory again to avoid Nuo Lin's attack. Nuo Lin's body was as fast as lightning, but at the moment when he was about to touch the strange eyes of the Blood Moon Demon Fox, he was suddenly bounced away by an invisible force, as if he had hit an invisible wall. He staggered a few steps and nearly fell, feeling extremely horrified. This beast actually has such strange methods. Nuo-Lin was secretly shocked, but he did not back down. Instead, his eyes showed even stronger fighting spirit. He knew very well that retreating at this moment would be the beginning of death. "Xiang Tianlu, give me a hand," Nuo-Lin shouted, with unquestionable firmness in his voice. Xiang Tianlu's face turned serious when he heard this. He knew very well that the current situation did not allow for any hesitation. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the air around him seemed to be drawn by his will, transforming into sharp wind blades that swept towards the Blood Moon Demon Fox. The Blood Moon Demon Fox snorted coldly and flicked its tail lightly. The wind blades exploded as if they had encountered an invisible barrier, and sparks filled the sky. But its eyes were always fixed on Nuo-Lin, as if it could see through him. Nuo-Lin was shocked when he saw this. He knew that he had to find a way to break the Blood Moon Demon Fox's defense as soon as possible. Otherwise, once their spiritual power is exhausted, both of them will die. He took a deep breath and concentrated his spiritual power on the sword again. His figure shuttled through the night like a ghost, constantly looking for the flaws of the Blood Moon Demon Fox. The Blood Moon Demon Fox is like a cunning hunter, constantly testing Nuo-Lin's bottom line with various means. "Nuo-Lin, be careful," Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted, and the figure of the Blood Moon Demon Fox became illusory again, as if it was about to blend into the night. Nuo-Lin was shocked, but he did not stop. Instead, he used this force to leap up again and launched a fierce attack on the Blood Moon Demon Fox's eyes. His sword drew brilliant tracks in the air, as if tearing the night apart. The Blood Moon Demon Fox snorted coldly, and an even weirder light flashed in his eyes. Its body turned in the air, and its tail swung out like a snake, carrying a blazing flame straight into Nuo-Lin's chest. Nuo-Lin moved to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. But the corner of his clothes was singed by the flames, and a burnt smell filled the air. Nuo-Lin moved to the side, avoiding the flames that could burn everything, but he did not feel relieved at all. He knew very well that this was only the beginning of the Blood Moon Demon Fox's cunning tactics. The real crisis was still hidden in the darkness, like a poisonous snake in the night, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. "Humph, you're still a little naive to think of defeating me in this way." Nuo-Lin snorted coldly, his eyes and hands flashing with an unyielding light. He once again concentrated his spiritual power on the tip of the sword. A faint fluorescent light flowed on the sword, as if it contained the power of the stars, trying to cut through the endless darkness. When the Blood Moon Demon Fox saw this, a trace of anger flashed in its eyes. It seemed that it had not expected that this human being could be so tenacious. It growled, and its shape became illusory again, like a ghost in the night, moving left and right, making it difficult to grasp. "Xiang Tianlu, you and I will join forces to block its retreat," Nuo-Lin shouted loudly, with unquestionable determination in his voice. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu quickly formed seals with his hands. The air around him seemed to be drawn by his will, transforming into invisible chains that wrapped around the Blood Moon Demon Fox. The chains gleamed in the night, like a hunter's trap, waiting for its prey to fall into the net. The Blood Moon Demon Fox snorted coldly and swung its tail again, carrying a blazing flame, trying to break through the blockade of the heavenly road. But this time, Xiang Tianlu was prepared. He clasped his hands together, and the chains instantly became indestructible, trapping the flames tightly and preventing them from advancing an inch. Nuo-Lin was delighted when he saw this. He knew that his chance had come. He jumped up suddenly, like the brightest meteor in the night sky, and rushed straight towards the eyes of the devil. His sword drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, as if to split the endless darkness in two. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the Blood Moon Demon Fox. It did not expect that these two humans could cooperate so tacitly and force it into a desperate situation. It struggled desperately, trying to break free from the blockade of the road to heaven, but it was too late. New Orleans' sword drew a perfect arc in the night sky, and then pierced fiercely into the eyes of the blood moon demon fox. At that moment, it seemed as if a star had fallen, and the sky and earth were dimmed. The blood moon demon fox let out a shrill scream. Its body trembled violently in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. There was a gleam of unwillingness and despair in its eyes, as if it couldn't believe that it had been defeated by two humans. Blood gushed out from its wounds, dyeing the surrounding land red, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood beside the huge body of the blood moon demon fox, looking at its eyes that were gradually losing their vitality, feeling both relief and emotion in their hearts. For them, this battle is not only a test of life and death, but also a test of growth. We really did it, Xiang Tianlu panted, with a hint of disbelief in his voice. He looked at Nu Lin, his eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Nu Lin nodded, but his eyes fell on the side of the blood moon demon fox. There, a faint light flickered in the night, seemingly out of tune with the blood surrounding it. He walked closer and found that it was a strange crystal emitting a faint blue light, as if it contained some ancient and mysterious power. What is this? Nu Lin's heart moved. He had never seen such a good treasure. Xiang Tianlu also came over and looked at the crystal carefully, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This is the moon crystal, which is said to be condensed from the essence of the moon and is extremely rare. It is said that after taking it, one can greatly improve his cultivation and may even be able to comprehend the mysteries of the moon. Hearing this, Nu Lin felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. After going through life and death, they finally got this precious reward. He carefully picked up the Yuehua crystal and looked at Xiang Tianlu. Both of them had reached an agreement in their hearts. Let's take it together and improve our strength together, Nu Lin suggested. He knew that in this world where the strong are respected, strength is the best weapon to protect yourself and those around you. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, and the two of them sat cross-legged, placed the moon crystal in their palms, closed their eyes and concentrated, and began to guide the power within it into their bodies. As the light of the crystal gradually dimmed, waves of warm and powerful force surged in their bodies, as if countless star powers were flowing in their blood, nourishing every inch of their skin and every bone. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, with only the surge of power in their bodies and the occasional sound of wind from the outside world. When the last ray of light faded away, Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu opened their eyes at the same time, with unprecedented light flashing in their eyes. It was the confidence that came from their greatly increased strength, and also the infinite longing for the future. I seem to have become a lot stronger. Xiang Tianlu stood up, waved his arms, and felt the surging power in his body. Nu Lin was the same. He smiled and said, "Not only you, I am the same." This Yuehua crystal is indeed extraordinary. After Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu's strength increased greatly, their hearts were filled with infinite expectations for the future. They decided to continue their journey and explore the wider world. Passing by an ancient city called Yining, the two were deeply attracted by its quaint and tranquil atmosphere and decided to stop here for a while to relax and have some fun. Yining City, surrounded by mountains, is like a shining pearl inlaid in the green ocean. The city walls are covered with moss, and occasionally a few wild flowers bloom tenaciously between the cracks in the rocks, showing the tenacity and beauty of life. Inside the city, the bluestone roads meander, with ancient buildings scattered on both sides, with flying eaves, carved beams, and painted rafters. Every brick and tile tells of the vicissitudes and glory of the years. The two of them strolled through the streets and alleys of Yining City, feeling this rare tranquility and beauty. The street vendors are enthusiastically soliciting customers, and the dazzling array of snacks and handicrafts is dazzling. Nu Lin, look at this. Xiang Tianlu pointed to a jade pendant on a stall, his eyes flashing with excitement. Wang Hao Hao. The jade pendant was crystal clear, with a lifelike phoenix carved on it, as if it would spread its wings and fly high any time. Nuo Lin walked forward, carefully examined the jade pendant, and exclaimed, "This jade pendant is indeed exquisite, but I'm afraid it's expensive, right?" The stall owner was an old man with a smile on his face. He smiled and said, "You are right, young man. This jade pendant is a treasure passed down from my ancestors. It is priceless. However, I see that you two have extraordinary temperaments and are destined to have this jade pendant. If you really like it, I can give you a preferential price." Xiang Tianlu heard this and was about to bargain, but Nuo Lin gently pulled his sleeve. Nuo Lin smiled and said to the stall owner, "Old man, we really like this jade pendant, but we don't know much about jade. Can you tell us about the origin and characteristics of this jade pendant?" The stall owner heard this. A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes, and he slowly said, "This jade pendant is called Phoenix Dancing in the Nine Heavens, and it is said to be a personal belonging of It is carved from the finest Hitian jade, and has become even more smooth and warm as before after years of baptism. More importantly, this jade pendant contains a mysterious power that can bless the wearer with peace and good fortune." Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and both had the idea of buying it. After some bargaining, they finally bought the jade pendant at a reasonable price. Continuing forward, the two came to a stall filled with various ancient books and sundries. Nuo Lin picked up a tattered book and flipped through a few pages, only to find that it contained some secrets and cultivation methods about moon crystal. He had an idea that this book might be inspiring to him, so he decided to buy it. "Boss, how much does this book cost?" Nuo Lin asked. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. He glanced at the book and said casually, "Oh, that crappy book. If you want it, just give me some money." Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu exchanged glances, both knowing that this might be an opportunity to pick up a bargain. After some bargaining, they finally bought the book at a very low price. After leaving the stall, the two couldn't wait to turn the pages of the book and read it carefully. Sure enough, the book not only recorded in detail the secrets and cultivation methods of Yuehua crystal, but also included many precious cultivation experiences and martial art secrets. As the pages turned, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu seemed to enter a whole new world. The words in the book seemed to have magic, taking them into a journey full of fantasy and adventure. "Look here, Nuo Lin. This book actually mentions how to better absorb the power of moon crystal and how to enhance our spiritual power and physical fitness through practice." Xiang Tianlu pointed to a passage in the book, his eyes flashing with excitement. Nuo Lin nodded, staring at the page, afraid to miss any details. "Yes, there's also a martial art called Moon Shadow Step recorded here, which is said to allow a person to move like a shadow in the moonlight at a very fast speed, which is very suitable for swordsmen like us." The two became more and more engrossed in the reading, completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge in the book. The surrounding noise seemed to have disappeared, leaving only the sound of them turning pages and occasional whispers. "Hey, do you think the contents of this book are fake? After all, how could such precious knowledge be placed here so easily?" A passerby stopped curiously, looked at the books in the hands of the two people, and asked in confusion. Nuo Lin raised his head and explained with a smile, "Brother, we have not yet verified whether what is written in the book is true. But knowledge, a cac, originally is priceless, whether true or false. It is worth learning and exploring. Moreover, I believe that true knowledge will always shine and guide us forward." The passerby heard this, nodded, seemed to be moved by Nuo Lin's words, and turned and left. At the moment, Xiang Tianlu suddenly patted Nuo Lin on the shoulder, pointed to an illustration in the book, and said, "Nuo Lin, look at this picture. It seems to depict a special use of the moon crystal, which can transform its power into a shield to resist external attacks." Nuo Lin studied the illustration carefully, his eyes flashing with thought. "Indeed, this seems to be a very practical means of defense. We need to try it quickly to see if it really works." The two decided to find a quiet place and try to practice according to the methods in the book. They came to a small hill, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, with only the sound of breeze blowing through the treetops and birds singing in the distance. Under the moonlight, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu began to follow the instructions in the book, guiding the spiritual power in their bodies to integrate with the power of the moon crystal. They closed their eyes and concentrated, feeling the warm and powerful force surging in their bodies, as if the power of countless stars was flowing through their blood. As time went on, they gradually mastered how to transform the power of moon crystal into a shield. When the two opened their eyes at the same time, they were both covered with a layer of faint blue light. It was a shield formed by the power of moonlight crystal, shining mysteriously in the night. The moonlight was like a silk thread shining on the quiet hill. Against the backdrop of the blue light, the figures of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked like two ancient statues given life by the moonlight. Their breathing gradually became long and deep, and every breath seemed to absorb the vitality between heaven and earth and resonate with the power of the moon crystal. Xiang Tianlu, are you ready? We must transform this power into a shield to protect us. Nuo Lin's voice was low and firm, and his eyes were shining with an unyielding light. It was as if he had foreseen the trials and challenges that were to come. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his expression solemn but full of fighting spirit. Nuo Lin, let's go together. Let our strength be truly tested under this moonlight. After they finished speaking, they both shouted at the same time, and the spiritual energy in their bodies surged out like a river bursting its banks, interweaving with the power of the moonlight crystal to form a series of shields flowing with blue light, wrapping them tightly. There seemed to be a slight thunder in the air, which was a sign of a collision of forces. Suddenly, an invisible pressure descended from the sky, as if the entire world was oppressing them at this moment. This is not an attack from the outside, but a test brought about by the awakening of their own power, a double test of their will and body. Hold on, Shangtian Road. This pressure is our chance to break through ourselves. Nuo Lin's voice echoed in my ears, like the beating of a war drum, inspiring Shangtian Road to keep moving forward. Xiang Tianlu clenched his teeth, sweat dripping down his cheeks, but there was no trace of retreat in his eyes. He knew very well that their persistence at this moment would determine their future heights. At this moment, the shields of the two began to emit a more dazzling light, with blue light mixed with silver glow, like the brightest stars in the night sky, illuminating everything around. The spiritual power in their bodies seemed to have undergone some mysterious sublimation, becoming purer and more powerful. Nuo Lin, I feel our power is integrating. There was a hint of surprise in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He felt an unprecedented surge of power, as if the whole world was under their control. Nuo Lin's heart also moved. He felt the kind of integration that Xiang Tianlu talked about. The power of the two seemed to become one at this moment, and the tacit understanding between them reached an unprecedented level. However, just as they were preparing to celebrate this breakthrough, an even more violent pressure descended from the sky, directly causing the shield they had just condensed to become shaky. This power exceeded all their previous expectations. It was like a call from another world, challenging their limits. What's going on? Xiang Tianlu's face changed drastically. He had never encountered such strong pressure before, and a deep fear rose in his heart. Nuo Lin also frowned, but he did not retreat. Instead, he took a deep breath and said in a firm tone, I don't know, but we must persevere. Xiang Tianlu, remember, no matter how big the difficulties are, as long as we are united in heart, nothing is impossible. The two figures trembled in the moonlight, but their eyes became more determined. They knew that this moment of test would determine their future fate, and that mysterious pressure seemed to be waiting for their answer. Are they willing to give everything for a stronger power? As the last ray of light flickered on the shield, the entire hill fell into a brief silence. When the light faded, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu reappeared in the moonlight. There was a depth in their eyes, as if they had experienced 1,000 years of vicissitudes. The moonlight was still there, but seemed even colder, illuminating the slightly tired but remarkably resolute faces of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Although their shields were slightly broken under the tremendous pressure just now, at this moment they were like phoenixes reborn from the ashes. The blue and silver light intertwined, adding a bit of mystery and extraordinariness. Nuo Lin, I feel the spiritual power in my body is boiling, as if it is about to break through the shackles and reach a new realm. Xiang Tianlu's voice trembled slightly, and it was a complex emotion of excitement and uneasiness. Nuo Lin nodded. His eyes were like the abyss, deep and bright. Me too. This power seems to be guiding us towards an unknown realm. But remember, no matter what the road ahead holds, you and I are side by side, fearless and fearless. After saying this, the two looked at each other and smiled. That smile showed both trust in each other and infinite longing for the future. Then they shouted again, and the spiritual energy in their bodies surged like a raging tide, integrating with the power of the moon crystal once again. This time, their shields were even stronger, and the light was even brighter, as if it could illuminate the entire night sky. However, at this moment, the invisible pressure came again, and it was more violent than before, like the wrath of Thor above the nine heavens, wanting to destroy them completely. This time, the pressure was no longer a simple test, but seemed to have its own will, wanting to completely drain the strength in their bodies. Xiang Tianlu let out a low roar. His muscles tensed under the pressure, as if every inch of his skin was telling of his unyielding spirit. Nuo Lin also clenched his teeth. His eyes were red. The spiritual power in his body seemed to be ignited, and formed a violent vortex with the power of the moon crystal, trying to resist the pressure from the unknown. Hold on, Xiang Tianru. Our strength comes from our hearts and from our trust in each other. As long as our faith remains, nothing can stop us. Nuo Lin's voice sounded unusually firm in his roar, as if it could penetrate all obstacles. The two of them were like two war gods, fighting hard on this invisible battlefield. Every breath was accompanied by the surge of spiritual power, and every heartbeat seemed to resonate with the heaven and earth. Their shields constantly shattered and reassembled under the pressure, and the light flickered like the brightest meteor in the night sky, cutting through the darkness and illuminating the way forward. Finally, at a certain moment, the invisible pressure seemed to reach its peak and then receded like the tide, leaving behind silence. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, but their eyes were shining with unprecedented light. The moonlight flowed quietly around the two of them like water, yet it seemed to carry a barely perceptible chill. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, but their eyes were unusually bright, as if they had just experienced a life-and-death battle, and the spiritual energy surging in their bodies was still not extinguished. What kind of power is this? Xiang Tianlu's voice was a little hoarse. He looked up at the night sky, as if trying to find the answer from the endless darkness. Nuo Lin was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. This power seems to come from deep within us, an exploration of the unknown and a desire for power. It guides us to challenge our limits and break through ourselves. After saying that, the two looked at each other and smiled. That smile contained both encouragement to each other and expectations for the future. They knew that this invisible battle was just a small episode in their practice, and the real challenge was still waiting for them ahead. Suddenly, Nuo Lin frowned, and he felt the spiritual power in his body surge again, as if a mysterious force was calling him. He turned to look at Xiang Tianlu and found that Xiang Tianlu's expression also changed slightly. Obviously, he also felt the existence of this power. Xiang Tianlu, do you feel it? Nuo Lin's voice was low and powerful, and there was a firm light in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu nodded with a serious expression. Yes, this power seems to be stronger and more mysterious than before. What does it want from us? The two of them said nothing, but stood up silently. The spiritual energy in their bodies surged again, interweaving with the power of the moon crystal, forming a series of shields with flowing blue light. They know that no matter what this force wants them to do, they must face it bravely, because only in this way can they go further on this path of practice. Zero request flowers. Just as the spiritual power in Nualin and Xiang Tianlu's bodies was boiling again, preparing to respond to the call of the unknown power, a cold wind suddenly blew up from the mountains and forests, bringing with it a heart-pounding chill. The moonlight seemed to dim at this moment, as if obscured by some invisible force. "Be careful," Nualin shouted in a low voice. His perception became extremely sharp at this moment, as if he could capture every slight fluctuation in the air. Xiang Tianlu's expression also froze. He tightly gripped the sword in his hand. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, as if responding to some unknown call. At this moment, a huge monster suddenly jumped out from the mountains and forests. Its body was several meters long and covered with dark scales, which flickered dimly in the moonlight. Zero. It was a ghost python from the underworld. Its eyes were like two cold stars in the abyss, revealing endless evil and greed. "Ghost python from the underworld," Xiang Tianlu whispered, with a hint of shock in his voice that was hard to conceal. He was well aware of the horror of these monsters. Not only were they powerful, but they also possessed strange underworld powers and were able to devour the souls of living beings. The ghost python from the underworld opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. A cold breath blew towards them, making Nualin and Xiang Tianlu feel a chill. It seemed to be mocking their insignificance, preparing to completely devour these two invaders who dared to enter its territory. So what if you're a ghost python from the underworld? We are not afraid of you." Nualin snorted coldly, and the spiritual power in his body rushed like a river, interweaving with the power of the moon crystal to form a solid shield. Xiang Tianlu also shouted loudly, and the long sword in his hand burst into dazzling light, like lightning that cuts through the darkness and pierces straight into the eyes of the underworld ghost python. He knew that the monster's eyes were its weak point, and as long as he could hit them, he could weaken its power. The ghost python from the underworld roared, and its body twisted and rolled in the air like a black lightning, avoiding Xiang Tianlu's attack. At the same time, its tail swept across like a giant whip with a whistling sound and hit Nualin's shield directly. Bang! With a loud noise, Nualin's shield trembled slightly under the attack of the underworld ghost python, but did not break. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged again, strengthening the shield like a solid wall. Xiang Tianlu was also cheered up when he saw this. He shuttled through the woods like a ghost, looking for the flaws of the underworld ghost python. Every time he swung the sword, it was done with the force of thunder, trying to kill the monster completely. The ghost python from the underworld was not to be outdone. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out streams of black underworld fire. These nether fires intertwined in the air to form a large net, covering Nualin and Xiang Tianlu. The netherworld fire contains endless evil and curses. Once contaminated, the consequences will be disastrous. "Be careful of the hell fire," Nualin shouted, and he dodged the attack of the hell fire. At the same time, he formed seals with his hands, and the spiritual power in his body erupted like a volcano, forming blue spiritual power threads that bombarded the ghost python in the underworld. Xiang Tianlu also shouted, 5, 4, 3. The long sword in his hand burst into a dazzling light, like a meteor across the night sky, piercing straight into the vitals of the underworld ghost python. His swordsmanship is sharp and tricky, and each of his swords contains endless murderous intent. The underworld ghost python looked a little embarrassed under the joint attack of the two. It constantly rolled and twisted, trying to avoid the attacks of the two men. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get rid of the entanglement of these two people. Roar! The ghost python from the underworld let out another deafening roar. Its body suddenly swelled up at this moment, as if it was about to explode. Waves of black air seeped out from between its scales, dyeing the surrounding air pitch black. Oh no, it's going to self-destruct. New Orleans' face changed drastically. He knew very well what measures this monster would take when it was in desperate situation. He flashed and pulled Xiang Tianlu away into the distance. However, the self-destruction of the underworld ghost python is not that simple. After its body expanded to its maximum, it suddenly exploded, forming huge amounts of black storm. This storm contained endless evil and curse power, as if it was going to swallow up everything. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu were struggling to move through the storm. Their shields kept shaking under the impact of the storm, as if they would break at any time. But they did not give up. Instead, they held each other's hands tightly and supported each other with firm faith. In the storm, Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two small boats, drifting in the endless darkness. The black storm formed by the self-detonation of the underworld ghost python was like a huge mouth of the abyss, constantly swallowing everything around it. Even the moonlight was obscured by this evil force. Nu Lin, we must find a way to break through this storm. Otherwise, we will all be swallowed up by this force. Xiang Tianlu's voice seemed a little weak in the storm, but his tone was extremely firm. Nu Lin nodded. He was well aware of the crisis at the moment. The spiritual power in his body surged like a river bursting its banks, constantly impacting the surrounding darkness. His eyes were like torches, burning with a firm light in the darkness. Xiang Tianlu, you cover me. I will do my best to break through this storm. Nu Lin shouted. His voice echoed in the storm like the beating of a war drum, inspiring Xiang Tianlu. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu shuttled through the storm like a ghost, and the sword in his hand was like lightning that cut through the darkness, constantly slashing at the black aura in the storm. Every time the sword was swung, it was accompanied by a crisp sound of sword, as if declaring war on the endless darkness. Nu Lin took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body reached its peak at this moment. His eyes were like the abyss, deep and bright, as if they could see through all darkness. He formed seals with his hands, and the spiritual power in his body erupted like a volcano, forming blue spiritual power streaks that bombarded the center of the storm. These strands of spiritual power were like dragons emerging from the sea in the storm, constantly colliding with the surrounding black aura, making a deafening roar. Every collision seemed to shake the endless darkness, trying to tear it apart. However, the storm formed by the self-detonation of the underworld ghost python was extremely powerful. It seemed to have its own will, constantly devouring the attacks from Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Every time a burst of spiritual energy bombarded the storm, it only caused it to tremble slightly, but could not completely destroy it. Nu Lin, we can't go on like this. We must find the source of the storm and destroy it. Xiang Tianlu's voice rang out in the storm, with a hint of anxiety in his tone. Nu Lin's heart sank when he heard this. He was fully aware of the crisis at the moment. If they didn't find a solution quickly, they would all be swallowed up by the endless darkness. At this moment, Nu Lin suddenly came up with an idea. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged again. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the spiritual energy in his body rushed like a river, constantly gathering in his palms. Xiang Tianlu, get ready. I will use all my strength to tear this storm apart. Nu Lin shouted. His voice echoed in the storm like the beating of a war drum, inspiring Xiang Tianlu. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu accelerated again, and the sword in his hand was like lightning that cut through the darkness, constantly slashing at the black aura in the storm. He was fully aware of the crisis at the moment, and also knew Nu Lin's plan. He must fully cooperate with Nu Lin in order to hope to break through this storm. Nu Lin suddenly waved his hands forward, and the spiritual power in his body erupted like a volcano, forming huge amounts of blue spiritual power light column. This beam of light was like a sharp sword unsheathed in the storm, constantly tearing apart the surrounding black aura. Every tear was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if declaring war on the endless darkness. Wherever the beam of light passed, the darkness seemed to be cut by a sharp blade, leaving a bright crack. But these cracks were soon filled by the surrounding black aura, and the source of the storm was still hidden in the endless darkness, elusive. New All-In, this is not a solution. The source of the storm seems to be supported by some powerful force, and our attacks can't reach its core at all. Xiang Tianlu's voice was a little anxious. He swung his sword hard in the storm, but could only cut off some of the black aura on the surface. Nu All-In frowned when he heard this. He knew very well that if they could not find the source of the storm and destroy it, they would be trapped in this endless darkness forever. Xiang Tianlu, hold on. I must find the source of those 3.3 forces. Only by destroying them can we break through this storm. Nu All-In's voice echoed in the storm, and the spiritual power in his body surged again, as if to break through the shackles of his body. At this moment, Nu All-In suddenly felt a powerful evil force coming from the center of the storm. This power was as deep as an abyss, as if it was going to swallow him up. Oh no, that's the power of the underworld ghost python. It's not completely dead, but lurking in the storm, waiting for us to show a flaw. Nu All-In was shocked, and he immediately realized that this battle was much more complicated than they had imagined. Xiang Tianlu was also shocked when he heard this. He was well aware of the horror of the underworld ghost python. This monster was not only powerful, but also possessed strange underworld power and could devour the souls of living beings. Now, it was lurking in the storm, waiting for their weakness, which was undoubtedly a fatal threat. Nu All-In, what should we do? Xiang Tianlu's voice was somewhat helpless. He knew very well that there was still a big gap between his strength and that of the underworld ghost python. Nu All-In took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged again, as if it was about to break through the limits of his body. He looked at Xiang Tianlu firmly and said, Xiang Tianlu, we can't be intimidated by this force. We must join forces and fight it with all our strength. Only in this way can we hope to break through this storm. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He nodded and said, Okay, Nu All-In, let's work hard together. The two men grasped their swords tightly again and began to shuttle through the storm like ghosts. They kept swinging their swords, slashing at the black aura around them, trying to find the trace of the underworld ghost python. At this moment, a powerful evil force suddenly came from the center of the storm and attacked them like a black lightning. This power carries with it endless evil and curse, as if it will devour them completely. Be careful, Nu All-In shouted, and the spiritual power in his body rushed like a river, colliding with the evil force. Where the two intersected, a dazzling black light burst out, as if it was going to swallow up everything around it. Xiang Tianlu also shouted loudly, and the long sword in his hand burst into a dazzling light, piercing straight towards the evil force like lightning that cuts through the darkness. His swordsmanship is sharp and tricky, and each of his swords contains endless murderous intent. However, the power of the underworld ghost python is extremely strong. It seemed to have its own will, constantly devouring the attacks from Nu All-In and Xiang Tianlu. Every collision made them feel a palpitation, as if their souls were about to be swallowed up by this force. Nu All-In, we can't go on like this. We must find its true form before we can destroy it. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the storm. He was well aware of the crisis at the moment. Nu All-In nodded. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged again. His eyes were as sharp as torches, searching for the traces of the underworld python in the darkness. Nu All-In's eyes flickered in the darkness, like two bright stars, penetrating the heavy fog, and finally caught the vague outline of the underworld ghost python. It curled up in the deepest part of the storm, with layers of black aura wrapped around its body, like a giant beast lurking in the abyss, quietly waiting for the arrival of its prey. Found it, Nu All-In growled, his voice filled with unquestionable determination. The spiritual energy in his body was boiling like a volcano about to erupt, and every inch of his skin seemed to be burned by flames, with pain and power coexisting. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that they had no way to retreat at this moment, and the only way to survive was to fight to the death. He gripped the sword tightly, and the tip of the sword drew silver tracks in the darkness. It was his desire for victory and his contempt for death. "No, Lin, let's go together." Xiang Tianlu's voice was particularly clear in the storm. He rushed towards the underworld ghost python in an instant like a flash of lightning. The sword flashed like a dragon, and every swing was accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, going straight to the ghost python's vital points. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, his figure appearing and disappearing in the storm like a ghost. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the spiritual power in his body surged out, transforming into the ghost python of the underworld. Finally felt the threat. It let out a deafening roar, and black aura rolled around its body like a boiling sea of dragons. The black aura contained endless evil and curse, which seemed to be able to corrode everything, and even the space was distorted and shattered. "Humph! A mere human dares to challenge my authority." The voice of the underworld ghost python echoed in the storm, carrying with it an unquestionable majesty. It opened its huge mouth and a black torrent gushed out. That was its underworld power, enough to devour all living things. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked solemn, as they knew very well that this blow was of great significance. The two men retreated violently, waving their weapons at the same time, trying to stop the black torrent. However, the torrent was too fierce, and their attacks were like a stone sinking into the sea, without causing any ripples. "We can't let it succeed," Nuo Lin shouted, and the spiritual power in his body surged again, as if it was about to break through the sky. He put his hands together, and the spiritual power in his body condensed into a dazzling ball of spiritual light, which was his last trump card. Xiang Tianlu gritted his teeth when he saw this. The long sword in his hand burst into an unprecedented light, and the runes on the sword flickered, as if resonating with the heaven and earth. He took a deep breath, poured all his strength into the tip of the sword, and prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Just when Nuo Lin's spiritual power ball was condensed to the extreme and was about to fly out of his hand, Xiang Tianlu's sword had also completed the final accumulation of strength. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, as if carrying the will of heaven and earth, wanting to cut through the sky. "Ghost Python from the underworld, today is your doom." Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the center of the storm with unquestionable firmness and domineering power. He suddenly jumped up like a silver lightning and pierced the heart of the underworld ghost python. The ghost python from the underworld roared continuously. It felt an unprecedented crisis. The black torrent became more and more turbulent, attempting to devour everything that dared to challenge its existence. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not back down. There was only the light of victory in their eyes. Nuo Lin let out a low shout and suddenly pushed his hands away. The bright spiritual light ball streaked across the night sky like a meteor, carrying destructive power and heading straight for the ghost python in the underworld. Wherever the ball of light passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind shocking cracks, demonstrating its terrifying power. When the underworld ghost python saw this, a trace of fear flashed in its eyes. It never expected that these two little humans could burst out with such amazing power. But as the controller of the power of the underworld, it will never surrender easily. "Want to kill me? Not that easy." The ghost python from the underworld roared, and the black aura around it boiled again, transforming into pitch-black ghost hands, trying to block the spiritual light ball. However, under the impact of the light ball, those ghost hands were torn to pieces in an instant like fragile papers. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu's sword had arrived, and the tip of the sword, with the force of thunder, pierced directly into the eyes of the ghost python of the underworld. The ghost python from the underworld was in great pain, and its body involuntarily leaned back, exposing its most vulnerable abdomen. How could New Orleans miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? The spiritual power in his body surged again, transforming into a blue spiritual power, like a dragon emerging from the sea, rushing straight into the belly of the ghost python from the underworld. Wherever the streak of light passed, the space seemed to be ignited, erupting with roars. The ghost python from the underworld let out a shrill scream, and its body gradually collapsed under the joint attack of New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu. Black blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the surrounding air red. Its eyes gradually lost their luster, and the black aura around it began to dissipate, eventually turning into a pool of black liquid and merging into the earth. The storm dissipated, the darkness retreated. New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu stood side by side. The scars on their bodies gradually healed under the moonlight, and the fluctuations of their spiritual power gradually stabilized, as if it was nature's reward to them, allowing the two to be reborn after walking on the brink of life and death. It was not easy for us to win this battle, New Orleans said softly, with both relief and expectation for the future in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu smiled and patted New Orleans on the shoulder. Yes, but it is these challenges that make us stronger. Let's go. There are more unknowns waiting for us to explore. The two of them calmed down and continued their journey. In the next few days, they traveled around the mountains and rivers, crossed lush forests, and crossed turbulent rivers. Wherever they went, they left their laughter and joy, as if they were celebrating their survival and enjoying this rare, peaceful time. However, on a sunny afternoon, when they were strolling at the foot of a majestic mountain, suddenly, the mountain began to shake violently and the earth trembled, as if some ancient power was awakening. What's going on? Xiang Tianlu looked solemnly at the constantly shaking mountain. New Orleans' eyes flashed with surprise. A treasure has appeared? This kind of phenomenon must be extraordinary. Before he finished speaking, a beam of light shot up from the top of the mountain, so bright and dazzling that it illuminated the entire sky with a variety of colors. The two looked at each other, and without further ado, they flashed and rushed towards the source of Baoyuan light. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, they saw a strange spiritual plant quietly growing on a huge rock. The plant was as crystal clear as jade, and a faint spiritual light was flowing on the leaves, as if it contained endless vitality and the mysteries of heaven and earth. Its roots are deeply embedded in the cracks of the rocks, and occasionally light overflows from the roots, illuminating the surroundings. This is Jade's spirit immortal vine, New Orleans exclaimed. He had read about this spiritual plant in ancient books. It was said that it could nourish the soul and improve cultivation. It was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Just as they were about to go forward to pick the fruits, a low roar sounded from the foot of the mountain, and then a huge monster appeared before them. The monster was covered in black scales. Its eyes were like torches, its fangs were exposed, and every step it took was accompanied by a tremor in the ground. It was obvious that it possessed great strength and defense. This is the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus. Xiang Tianlu's face changed. He recognized that this was a powerful monster that lived in deep mountains and forests and fed on treasures. Its strength should not be underestimated. It seems that if I want to get this Jade Spirit Immortal Vine, I have to overcome this level first. New Orleans clenched his fists, his eyes full of fighting spirit. The black-scaled Tyrannosaurus seemed to have sensed the threat from the two men. It let out a deafening roar, and its body suddenly rose up like a black mountain, rushing towards New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu. Fight! Xiang Tianlu shouted softly and drew his sword. The sword light was like a dragon, going straight to the vital point of the monster. New Orleans was not to be outdone. The spiritual power in his body surged and turned into blue spiritual power threads that intertwined into a net, trying to restrain the movements of black-scale Tyrannosaurus. The battle broke out in an instant, sword lights and spiritual power intertwined, and the roar was endless. The power of black-scale Tyrannosaurus was amazing. Every collision caused the surrounding rocks to collapse. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu relied on their flexible movements and tacit cooperation to constantly look for opportunities to counterattack. Xiang Tianlu, be careful of its tail, Nuo Lin suddenly reminded. The black-scaled Tyrannosaurus tail was like a steel whip, whistling as it lashed towards Zhang Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu moved his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack, and at the same time swept his sword across, with the sword light like a rainbow, severely cutting the monster's leg. The black-scaled Tyrannosaurus felt pain and roared continuously, and its attack became more and more fierce. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu became more and more courageous as the battle went on. They cooperated with each other, both offensively and defensively, and gradually gained the upper hand. The battle became increasingly intense. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two lightning bolts in a strong wind, shuttling between the huge body of the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus. Every confrontation stirred up waves of air, shattering the surrounding rocks and trees. You beast, today is your end," Nuo Lin shouted angrily, his spiritual power boiling, as if a river was rushing in his chest. He jumped up and gathered spiritual power in his hands, turning it into a huge amount of blue fist shadow, which slammed into the head of the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus with a roar. The black-scaled Tyrannosaurus roared and dodged the attack with one side of its head at an astonishing speed. At the same time, it opened its huge mouth and a stream of black flames gushed out of its mouth, like the fire of hell, hot and evil, heading straight for Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin's expression remained unchanged. He rolled in the air, cleverly avoiding the flames. At the same time, he stepped on the air with both feet, used the force to rebound, and rushed towards the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus again. His hands were like two sharp blades, cutting the air and going straight for the neck of the monster. "Nuo Lin, be careful," Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted. It turned out that the tail of the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus rex was like a snake coming out of a cave, attacking silently from the side, with a sharp sound of wind, and went straight to Nuo Lin's back. Nuo Lin's heart trembled, but he did not retreat, but advanced. The spiritual power in his body surged again, turning into a layer of blue shield, blocking the attack of the tail outside the body. At the same time, with the help of this power, his body was like an arrow shot from a bow, instantly approaching the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus rex. His hands turned into claws, deeply embedded in the scales of the monster. "Break it for me," Nuo Lin growled, and with both hands he tore open a piece of the armor of the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus. Blood gushed out, staining his hands red. The black-scaled Tyrannosaurus let out a shrill scream. It had never encountered such a tough opponent before. In anger, black aura rolled around its body, as if it wanted to burn everything, and it rushed towards Nuo Lin and Zhang Tianlu again. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu's eyes flashed with determination. He took a deep breath, swung his sword, and the sword light was like a dragon, going straight to the monster's eyes. He knew that only by attacking the most vulnerable part of the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus could he completely defeat this powerful monster. The sword light and black aura intertwined, and every collision sparked sparks. Xiang Tianlu's sword was like a dragon playing in the water, extremely flexible, constantly looking for the flaws of the monster. Roar! The black-scaled Tyrannosaurus roared angrily. Under the attack of the sword light, its eyes gradually lost their luster and became blurred and dim. "Now!" Nuo Lin shouted, and the spiritual power in his body condensed again, turning into a huge amount of blue fish shadow, which slammed into the chest of the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus like a mountain. Bang! With a deafening sound, the blue fish shadow collided with the chest of black-scaled Tyrannosaurus rex, as if two stars collided in the air, bursting out with dazzling light and terrifying energy fluctuations. The huge body of the black-scaled Tyrannosaurus paused in the air, and then as if hit by a huge hammer, the whole body flew backwards, breaking a towering ancient tree along the way and stirring upward chips and dust all over the sky. A hint of fear flashed in its eyes. Obviously, The power of Nuo Lin's attack was beyond its imagination. "Humph. Let's see how long you can hold on." Nuo Lin flashed, and followed closely behind, gathering spiritual power in his hands again, turning them into two blue beams, like two lightning bolts, piercing the eyes of the black-scale Tyrannosaurus. Black-scale Tyrannosaurus roared, and two black rays of light suddenly burst out of its eyes, colliding with Nuo Lin's beam of light, making a sizzling sound, as if the two forces were in fierce confrontation. "Xiang Tianlu, come and help me," Nuo Lin shouted. He felt that the counterattack of black-scale Tyrannosaurus was getting more and more fierce, and his spiritual power was being consumed more and more rapidly. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu came forward like a ghost, swung his sword, and the sword light was like a dragon, going straight for the neck of the black-scale Tyrannosaurus. His sword drew a graceful arc in the air, like the brightest meteor in the night sky, carrying endless chill and murderous intent. Black-scale Tyrannosaurus felt the threat of the long sword and roared. The black aura around his body rolled again and turned into a black shield, blocking the sword light outside his body. But Xiang Tianlu's sword light was as agile as flowing water, constantly changing direction, looking for flaws in the shield. "Roar!" Black-scale Tyrannosaurus roared again. It could no longer tolerate the provocation of these two little humans, and it decided to launch a final counterattack. It opened its huge mouth, and an even thicker black flame gushed out of its mouth, like a black tornado, heading straight towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked solemn. They knew that this was the special skill of black-scale Tyrannosaurus Rex, and its power was extraordinary. The two looked at each other, and without further ado, they simultaneously activated the spiritual power in their bodies, transforming it into a blue shield to block the black flames outside their bodies. But the black flames seemed endless, constantly hitting the blue shield, making bang-bang sounds. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt the pressure doubled, and their spiritual power was consumed more and more rapidly. "This is not a solution," Nuo Lin shouted, and he gathered his spiritual power again, turning it into a huge amount of blue fist shadow, which slammed into the chest of the black-scale Tyrannosaurus like a mountain. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, swung his sword, and the sword light was like a dragon, going straight for the neck of the monster. The two of them, one attacking and one defending, cooperated well and kept looking for the flaws of black-scale Tyrannosaurus. The black-scale Tyrannosaurus gradually seemed unable to withstand the attacks of the two people, and a trace of despair flashed in its eyes. Finally, in a fierce confrontation, Xiang Tianlu's sword cut its neck, and blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding air red. Bang! The huge body of black-scale Tyrannosaurus fell down with a loud bang. Its eyes lost their luster, and the black aura around it gradually dissipated. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other. They knew that this difficult battle was finally over. The two walked up to the jade spirit vine and picked it carefully. The two walked to the jade spirit immortal vine. Nuo Lin gently stretched out his hand, and when his fingertips touched the crystal-clear leaves, a gentle and powerful vitality instantly poured into his body, as if countless tiny streams were flowing in his blood, nourishing every thousand skin and every bone of his. Is this the power of the jade spirit immortal vine? Nuo Lin's voice trembled slightly, with a gleam of disbelief in his eyes. He could feel that his spiritual power was growing at an unprecedented speed, and there was even a tendency for it to break through the current realm. Xiang Tianlu nodded at the side. His eyes were equally fiery. "Yes, this is the legendary jade spirit immortal vine, which can nourish the soul and improve cultivation. We are really lucky this time." As he spoke, he also reached out and touched the fairy vine. A warm and jade-like energy surged into his body. Like Nuo Lin, his aura was also rising rapidly, as if even his soul had become tougher under the baptism of this power. The air around them seemed to vibrate because of their changes. The originally sparse stars in the sky suddenly became brighter, as if cheering for the breakthrough of the two warriors. It seems that our strength has made a qualitative leap because of this. Nuo Lin took a deep breath, feeling the surging power in his body, and his heart was filled with unprecedented confidence. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly. He looked up into the distance, his eyes flickering with infinite longing for the future. Yes, with this power, we may be able to get closer to that legendary realm and explore more unknown areas. The two carefully placed the Jade Spirit Immortal Vine into a specially made jade box to ensure that this precious treasure would not lose any of its medicinal properties. Afterwards, they began to check their injuries and found that the scars originally left by the battle had miraculously healed, leaving only faint marks, as if testifying to their bravery and perseverance. As night fell, the two sat on a huge rock on the top of the mountain, gazing at the starry sky and enjoying this rare tranquility and peace. The two sat on the top of the mountain, enjoying this rare tranquility, but this peace did not last long. Nuo Lin frowned suddenly, as if he sensed something. He stood up and looked into the distance with sharp eyes. Shantian Road, I feel a strong aura fluctuating ahead, and something seems to be wrong. Nuo Lin's voice was low and serious. The spiritual power in his body was already flowing unconsciously, preparing to deal with possible crises. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu quickly stood up and glanced around sharply. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to take the surrounding air into his chest to perceive that mysterious breath. Indeed, there's a powerful energy surging ahead, and this energy does not seem to belong to our world. Xiang Tianlu's tone was solemn. He knew very well that anyone who could cause such a strong fluctuation was definitely not an ordinary person. The two looked at each other, and without saying anything, they understood each other. They know that no matter what awaits them ahead, they must move forward bravely, because this is their way and their destiny. They moved forward quickly in the direction of the mysterious aura. Along the way, the creatures in the forest seemed to sense this unusual breath and hid themselves one after another. The whole forest became unusually quiet. Songyu's footsteps were echoing. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar from the front, as if some huge monster was wreaking havoc ahead. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu quickened their pace, and when they arrived at the scene before them made them gasp. I saw that a dense forest had been reduced to ruins, trees were broken in half, and boulders were blasted into pieces. The whole scene was filled with the atmosphere of destruction and devastation. In the center of the ruins, there is a huge amount of pits, and the edges of the pits emit a faint fluorescence, as if telling that a fierce battle had taken place here. Ooh, who did this? Nuo Lin's voice was filled with shock. He had never seen such horrific destructive power. Xiang Tianlu frowned as he slowly walked to the edge of the pit and reached out to touch the fluorescent light, as if he was trying to perceive something. I'm not sure, but I can feel that the residual energy fluctuations here are very strong, even beyond our imagination. And Xiang Tianlu paused here. His eyes became unusually solemn. And what? Nuo Lin asked. He felt that there seemed to be some important information hidden in Xiang Tianlu's words. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath and said slowly, Moreover, this energy fluctuation seems to contain a kind of power of law that we have never seen before. It seems to be calling us. Xiang Tianlu's words were like thunder, exploding in the hearts of the two people and causing ripples. Nuo Lin's expression became more solemn than ever before. He could feel the unknown power of law, like an invisible thread, pulling their minds and tempting them to explore deeper. The call, is it guiding us somewhere? Nuo Lin whispered, his eyes flickering with curiosity and vigilance. The spiritual energy in his body surged again, as if trying to break free from its restraints and resonate with that unknown force. No matter whether there is blessing or curse ahead, we have to go on this journey. Xiang Tianlu's voice was firm. He withdrew his hand that was touching the fluorescence. The fluorescence seemed to leave a faint mark on his fingertips, flashing a strange light. The two men said nothing more. They moved like two sharp arrows and shot into the depths of the huge amounts of pit. As they go deeper, the air around them begins to become heavy, as if even time is compressed, and every passing second is accompanied by huge amounts of pressure. Suddenly, there was a strong vibration, and the ground seemed to come alive. Countless cracks spread like spider webs. Huge rocks rolled, and dust flew. A huge amount of beast shadows suddenly rushed out from underground, with thunder and flames wrapped around its body, and its eyes were like two scorching suns, emitting a heart-pounding light. "Who is this?" New Orleans exclaimed. He had never seen such a huge creature before. The power fluctuations emanating from its body made even him feel terrified. Xiang Tianlu did not answer. He retreated violently, and, at the same time, he formed seals with both hands. Runes jumped on his fingertips and condensed into a light shield, blocking the first wave of attacks from the giant beast. Thunder and fire bombarded the light shield, making a deafening roar. Although the light shield did not break, the fluctuations made Xiang Tianlu's face change slightly. "Join forces," Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice. He knew very well that he could never be a match for the giant beast alone. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin responded immediately, and the two of them intertwined their bodies, one in front and one behind, coordinating in perfect harmony like a dance. Nuo Lin waved his hands, and his spiritual power turned into a torrent, carrying a strong wind, sweeping towards the giant beast, while Xiang Tianlu flashed and appeared on the other side of the giant beast, quickly forming seals with his hands. Space cracks appeared around him, as if dragging the beast into another dimension. The beast roared, and thunder and fire intertwined to form a huge amount of shield, which attacked the two people. But it was also obviously enraged, with huge amounts of its body tumbling in the air, and each attack carrying a force that could destroy the heavens and the earth. In the mountains and forests, huge rocks flew everywhere, and trees fell down in large numbers, and the entire battlefield seemed to be shrouded in doomsday. "This power is beyond our expectations." Nuo Lin panted in between attacks. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and his face was pale. But it also has its limits. Xiang Tianlu's eyes were like torches. He accelerated again and shuttled between the attacks of the giant beast like a ghost. Every move was precise and deadly. Although he failed to hurt the giant beast, he gradually consumed its strength. The giant beast finally showed signs of fatigue, and the frequency and power of its attacks decreased. Nuo Lin seized the opportunity and used all his spiritual power to form a tornado of huge amounts of energy, sucking the giant beast into it. Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity to launch the final blow, putting his hands together, and a bright light shot out from his palms, hitting the core of the giant beast. With a deafening roar, the giant beast finally fell down. Dust flew everywhere, and the entire forest seemed to be shaken. The fall of the giant beast was like a landslide. Dust and rubble intertwined into a chaos that blocked out the sun. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood in the dust, their clothes ragged, sweat and dirt mixed together, but it could not hide the determination and indomitable spirit in their eyes. "Is this our power?" Nuo Lin panted, with shock and disbelief in his eyes. He never thought that he and Xiang Tianlu could defeat such a terrifying beast by joining forces. Xiang Tianlu did not answer immediately. He stared at the huge body of the beast, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. Although the giant beast has fallen, the remaining thunder and flames on its body are still flickering, as if telling of its former glory and indomitable spirit. "We have only touched the surface of its power." Xiang Tianlu spoke slowly, his voice low and powerful, as if every word contained a tremendous amount of power. He knew very well that the victory in this battle was not because they had reached the pinnacle of strength, but because they dared to face the unknown and challenge their limits. Before he finished speaking, Xiang Tianlu moved again, like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing towards the remains of the beast. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and runes jumped on his fingertips, as if to awaken some power remaining in the giant beast. Nuo Lin was shocked when he saw this, but then he understood Xiang Tianlu's intention. He followed closely behind, with his spiritual power fully activated, ready to respond to any unexpected events at any time. 0. Just when Xiang Tianlu was about to touch the remains of the giant beast, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the body of the giant beast, forming a huge amount of shockwave, which shocked Xiang Tianlu back several steps, and his face turned pale in an instant. "This is," Nuo Lin exclaimed. He felt the horror of that power. Even if they joined forces, they would find it difficult to resist. Xiang Tianlu steadied his body and looked at the remains of the giant beast with a serious look. The giant beast's eyes suddenly lit up like two scorching suns, emitting a heart-pounding light. That light seemed to contain some kind of ancient law and power that was slowly awakening. Not dead yet. There was a tremor in Nuo Lin's voice. He felt an unprecedented crisis. Xiang Tianlu did not answer. He formed seals with his hands again, and runes emerged around him, forming a powerful defensive barrier. He knew very well that the battle was far from over and the real challenge had just begun. The beast's eyes became brighter and brighter, revealing a sense of majesty and dominance, as if it was the real master. It slowly stood up, with thunder and flames surrounding it again, as if it was going to challenge the two again. However, at this moment, an even more ancient and powerful force suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping the giant beast and the two of them. That power contained endless majesty and mystery, as if it wanted to bring everything under its control. "This is," Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu exclaimed at the same time. They felt the horror and depth of that power, as if it came from another world, another dimension. The giant beast seemed to become small and powerless in front of this force. Its roars and attacks were easily resolved by that force. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu also felt unprecedented shock and awe under the cover of this power. When the dust settled, the beast had disappeared without a trace, leaving only huge amounts of holes. After the ancient and powerful force dissipated, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, their eyes flickering with gratitude for surviving the calamity and awe of the unknown power. They knew that although the behemoth had been wiped out by the mysterious force, this world was far more complex and profound than they had imagined. The two took a short break and continued their journey. After several days of trekking, they arrived at a quiet town called Wanyang Town. Jiang Town is located by the mountains and rivers, with simple and elegant architectural style. The bluestone road extends under your feet, with wooden buildings scattered on both sides. The roofs are covered with green tiles, which glow softly in the sun. "This is truly a paradise on earth," exclaimed Nuo Lin. He had never seen such a peaceful and harmonious town, as if time had slowed down here. Xiang Tianlu smiled and nodded. He was also infected by the tranquility of the small town, and his tense nerves were relaxed at this moment. "Let's stay here for a few days and replenish our supplies." The two walked into the town and were immediately attracted by the bustling market. The market is full of stalls selling all kinds of goods. Fresh fruits and vegetables, exquisite handicrafts, and fragrant snacks are dazzling. "Look over there, those snacks look really good." Nuo Lin pointed to a snack stand not far away, his eyes lighting up. "Xiang Tian, 850. Lu smiled and nodded, and the two of them walked towards the snack stand. There are all kinds of delicious food on the snack stalls, including steaming buns, golden and crispy fried dough sticks, and fragrant tofu pudding. "Boss, give us 2 servings of tofu pudding and order xiaoyuan." Nuo Lin greeted the boss skillfully. The boss responded enthusiastically and skillfully prepared delicious food for the two of them. After a while, 2 bowls of hot tofu pudding were served to the two of them. The tofu pudding is as white and tender as jade, sprinkled with chopped green onions, coriander, and chili oil, and looks delicious. The two of them chatted while enjoying the food. "What do you think this mysterious power is?" Xiang Tianlu suddenly asked. Nuo Lin thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "I don't know either, but it is indeed powerful enough to be awe-inspiring. Perhaps there are still many secrets in this world that we don't know." He nodded to Tianlu, a hint of thought flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, the world is much more complicated than we thought. However, as long as we keep exploring, we will uncover its mystery one day." After they finished their snacks, they went shopping in the market again. They came to a stall selling handicrafts, which displayed various exquisite handicrafts, including woven baskets, carved wood carvings, and embroidered handkerchiefs. These handicrafts are really great, especially this wood carving, which looks lifelike, Xiang Tianlu said, pointing to an exquisitely carved wood carving. Nu Lin also nodded in agreement. "Yes, and the price is not expensive. Boss, how much is this wood carving?" The boss smiled and replied, "This customer is really knowledgeable. This wood carving was carved by me. As for the price, I will give you 20 taels of silver." Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and both felt that the price was reasonable. So Nu Lin took out some money and bought the wood carving. Nu Lin took the wood carving and examined it carefully. The carving was of a phoenix with its wings spread high in the sky. It looked lifelike, as if it would fly away from his hands in the next second. He nodded with satisfaction and smiled at Xiang Tianlu. "This wood carving is really exquisite and will be a great decoration in your home." Xiang Tianlu also picked up another wooden sculpture on the stall. It was a cute little bear holding a fresh fruit with a very funny expression. He smiled and said, "This is not bad either. You can buy it and give it to your sister. She will definitely like it." The boss listened with a smile on his face and said, "You two are really connoisseurs. The wood carvings on my stall are all made of carefully selected wood and carved by me personally. I have put a lot of effort into each one. Since you two are so satisfied, I will give you some small trinkets." As he spoke, the boss took out a bracelet made of colored stones from under the stall. The colored stones on the bracelet sparkled with colorful light in the sun and were very dazzling. Nu Lin took the bracelet, put it on her wrist, admired it carefully, and praised, "This bracelet is really unique. Thank you, boss." I also thanked Tianlu and asked the boss if he had any other handicrafts to recommend. The boss enthusiastically introduced his other works, including exquisite bamboo baskets, hand-sewn cloth shoes, and pendants woven with colorful silk threads, each of which is full of ingenuity. The two were so engrossed in listening that before they knew it, the sun had set and the number of people in the market gradually thinned out. Nu Lin looked at the sky and said to Xiang Tianlu, "It's getting late. We should go back to the inn." After nodding to Tianlu and saying goodbye to the boss, the two left the market and walked towards the inn. On the way, they passed a small bridge. Under the bridge, the stream was gurgling and clear, and a few small fish were swimming happily in the water. "The scenery here is so picturesque," exclaimed Nu Lin. Xiang Tianlu also stopped and admired the surrounding scenery. He said, "Yes, every scene here is like a carefully arranged painting, which makes people linger." The two continued walking forward and soon arrived at the inn. The innkeeper's wife had already prepared hot water and meals for them. After washing up, they sat at the table and enjoyed their dinner. The dinner was very sumptuous, with fragrant grilled fish, fresh and delicious stir-fried vegetables, and rice wine brewed with local specialties. The two of them chatted while enjoying the food. "Where do you think we should go on an adventure next?" Nu Lin asked. Xiang Tianlu thought for a moment and said, "I think we should go to the snowy area in the north, where it is said that there are mysterious ice palaces and legendary beasts." Nu Lin heard this, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. "It sounds interesting. Let's set off tomorrow." The two were chatting excitedly when suddenly a noise came from outside the inn's door, interrupting their conversation. They put down their bowls and chopsticks and looked towards the door curiously. A young man in gorgeous clothes, accompanied by several followers, walked into the inn in a menacing manner. As soon as the young man entered the room, he shouted, "Madam, please prepare a room for me and a table of good food and wine." The innkeeper's wife rushed over after hearing the noise and said with an apologetic smile, "Sir, I'm so sorry. Our inn is full. There is only one upper room left, which has just been reserved by these two guests. Upon hearing this, the young master immediately turned his gaze to Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu with an unhappy look on his face. You two 5.0, if you know what's best for you, give up your room to me, or don't blame me for being rude. Nuo Lin frowned and was about to speak, but Xiang Tianlu took the lead and said, Sir, we have traveled a long way and finally found this inn. The room has been booked, so we really can't give it to you. When the young master heard this, he was immediately furious. You two country bumpkins, do you know who I am? I am a young master of the city lord's mansion. If you offend me, you can't bear it. Nuo Lin sneered. So what if he is the young master of the city lord's mansion? Can he bully others by taking advantage of his power? Upon seeing this, the young master's followers gathered around and glared at Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Seeing this, the other guests in the inn were frightened and moved away, fearing that they would be involved in the dispute. The young master was even more proud when he saw this, and sneered, Humph, today I will teach you how to behave. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, the innkeeper's wife suddenly stepped out, stood in front of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, and said with a smile, Sir, calm down, sir, calm down. The shop also has a storage room, which is simple but can be used for one night. How about giving it to these two guests and letting you stay in the room? The young master's expression eased a little after hearing this, but he was still a little unwilling. Utility room? Humph, I have never lived in such a place. The proprietress continued to persuade him, Sir, you are a magnanimous person, so don't bother with these two young men. They are new here and don't know much. Please forgive them. The young master pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, since the boss lady has said so, I will reluctantly stay in the utility room for one night. But you too, remember this, don't let me run into you in the city again. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. Although they were upset, they didn't want to make too much noise here, so they quietly stepped aside. Upon seeing this, the landlady quickly arranged for the young master and his followers to live in the utility room and told the waiter to prepare meals and dishes for them. After the storm, the inn returned to its former tranquility. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu sat at the table, silently watching the proprietress make arrangements for the young master of the city lord's mansion and his entourage, with mixed feelings in their hearts. This is really too much, Nuo Lin whispered, clenching his fists, obviously angry about what happened just now. Xiang Tianlu patted his shoulder gently and consoled him. Forget it. We are new here. We shouldn't cause any trouble. Besides, the boss lady has already helped us solve the problem, so let's not worry about it anymore. Nuo Lin sighed and nodded. The fire in his heart gradually subsided. The two finished their dinner in silence, returned to the room, packed their bags, and prepared to continue their journey the next day. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room through the window, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu had already packed up and were ready to leave the inn. They walked out of the room and found that the young master of the city lord's mansion and his followers had also gotten up and were preparing to leave. When the two men passed by the young master, he suddenly stopped, glanced at them, and sneered, Humph, you two country bumpkins, you better be careful. If you offend me in this city, you will suffer the consequences. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu ignored his provocation, just glanced at him indifferently, and continued on their way. They walked out of the inn and headed along the streets of the town towards the snowy area in the north. Along the way, they passed through lush forests, crossed gurgling streams, and traversed rugged mountain roads. The beautiful scenery along the way made them temporarily forget the unpleasantness of last night. Do you think that young master will really let us go? Nuo Lin suddenly asked, breaking the silence. Xiang Tianlu shook his head and said, It's hard to say. However, as long as we proceed with caution, there shouldn't be too many problems. After all, we didn't offend him too badly. The two continued to move forward, and before they knew it, they had walked out of the town and arrived at a vast grassland. On the grassland, herds of cattle and sheep are grazing leisurely, while shepherds and cowherds sit aside and chat leisurely. The scenery here is so magnificent, Nuo Lin exclaimed, gazing at the snow-capped mountains in the distance. Xiang Tianlu also stopped and admired the surrounding scenery. He said, "Yes, every scene here is like a masterpiece of nature, which makes people feel relaxed and happy." The two continued on their journey and met many friendly herdsmen along the way. They warmly invited them to taste local delicacies and told them legends and stories about the grassland. These experiences made the two men full of respect and yearning for this land. After several days of trekking, they finally arrived at the entrance to the snowy area. The two continued on their way, and the outline of the snowy area gradually became clear in front of them, like an ancient and mysterious painting slowly unfolding. The cold wind howled with a biting chill. Snowflakes flew in the air, covering the land with a layer of white gauze. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked side by side. Their breath condensed into white mist in the cold air, and every step they took on the thick snow made a squeaking sound. The air in the snowy area seems to freeze time and calm people's hearts. "There's a snowy area ahead. I heard the climate there is extremely bad, so we have to be careful." Nuo Lin's voice sounded a little dull in the cold wind, but his eyes were firm. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his expression solemn. Yes, the snow region is not only extremely cold, but also hides countless unknown dangers. But we have come this far, and we have to keep going no matter what. The two continued to go deeper into the snowy area, and the surrounding scenery became more and more desolate. Suddenly, a strong wind swept in, mixed with snow all over the sky, as if it was going to swallow them up. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu held their weapons tightly and looked around vigilantly. "There's something wrong with the wind. We have to find a place to shelter from the wind." Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, his voice sounding a little weak in the strong wind. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes searching ahead. Just then, they found an abandoned wooden house, standing alone in the snow. The two men quickly rushed to the wooden house and used their bodies to hold up the door that was shaking from the wind. "We can temporarily avoid the wind here." Nuo Lin panted and patted the snowflakes on his body. Xiang Tianlu looked around the dilapidated wooden house, frowning. "I hope there is no danger here." However, their concerns are not unnecessary. Just when the two men had relaxed their vigilance, the ground of the wooden house suddenly shook violently. Then, sharp 357 ice cones broke out from the ground and headed straight towards the two of them. "Be careful!" Nuo Lin shouted, retreated violently, and swung the sword in his hand, cutting off several ice cones. Xiang Tianlu also reacted quickly. He moved his body to the side to avoid the attack of the ice cone. At the same time, he drew the short knife from his waist and fought side by side with Nuo Lin. The icicles poured down like a rainstorm. The two men moved swiftly in the cabin and engaged in a fierce battle with the icicles. Nuo Lin's long sword was swung tightly, smashing the ice cones into pieces, while Xiang Tianlu's short knife was like a spirit snake coming out of a cave, and every swing was accompanied by cold light, accurately hitting the vital points of the ice cones. However, the number of ice cones seemed endless. Although the two fought hard, their energy was gradually consumed. At this moment, the wall of the wooden house suddenly collapsed, and an even stronger cold wind mixed with snow swept in, making the situation of the two even more difficult. "This is not a solution. We must find the source of the ice cones, otherwise we will be exhausted." Nuo Lin shouted loudly, with a hint of anxiety in his voice. He nodded to Tianlu and looked around. Just then, he discovered a strange ice crystal in the corner of the wooden house, emitting a faint light. He had an idea and guessed that this might be the source of controlling the ice cone. "Nuo Lin, look there!" Xiang Tianlu pointed at the ice crystal and shouted. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin immediately looked in the direction pointed by Xiang Tianru. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and he shouted loudly, "I will attract the attention of the ice cone, and you go to destroy the ice crystal." As he spoke, Nuo Lin leaped up, waving his sword like a violent storm, knocking down the icicles one after another. Nuo Lin suddenly jumped up like a lone boat in a storm, but he found his own rhythm in this fierce attack. His sword drew brilliant tracks in the air, and every time it swung, it collided with the ice cones with a crisp sound and sparks flew everywhere. Xiang Tianlu, hurry! Nuo Lin's voice sounded particularly urgent amid the whistling sound of the ice cones. He knew very well that he could not sustain this high-intensity battle for long. The dual consumption of physical and spiritual power made him feel unprecedented pressure. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, his eyes fixed, and he moved through the wreckage of the wooden house like a ghost. He avoided all attacks from the ice cones, as if he had merged into one with the wind and snow. Every step he took was taken in the most delicate position, avoiding danger while gradually approaching the strange ice crystal. Found it! Xiang Tianlu was delighted. He saw the ice crystal embedded in a corner of the wooden house, emitting a faint blue light, as if it had formed some strange connection with the surrounding wind and snow. He took a deep breath, and the dagger spun in his palm for a circle, then turned into a silver lightning and went straight to the vital point of the ice crystal. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The ground below the wooden house suddenly cracked with huge amounts of cracks, and an indescribable chill surged out of the cracks, instantly freezing the surrounding ice and snow into a solid ice wall. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were also trapped by the cold air and could not move. What's going on? Nuo Lin's face turned ugly. He struggled hard, but found that his body seemed to be bound by invisible shackles, and he couldn't move at all. Xiang Tianlu was also in trouble. His eyes were full of unwillingness and doubt. Could it be that there is some ancient formation mechanism hidden under this wooden house? This cold air, this ice wall, are they all masterpieces of that formation? Just when the two were in despair, the strange ice crystal suddenly burst into dazzling light, instantly dispelling the surrounding cold air. At the same time, the cracks under the wooden house began to close slowly, as if nothing had happened. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity to break free from their restraints. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with gratitude for surviving the disaster and curiosity about the unknown. That ice crystal, it seems to have saved us. Nuo Lin panted and said. His eyes fell on the strange ice crystal again. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his expression becoming more serious. But this is only temporary. This wooden house, this snowy area, that ice crystal, all hide too many secrets. We must proceed with caution, or we may not be so lucky next time. The two were freed from the ice wall. Nuo Lin brushed off the ice chips on his body and stared at the ice crystal that still emitted a soft blue light, his heart full of doubts and curiosity. Xiang Tianlu, what do you think this ice crystal is? Why does it have such powerful power? There was a hint of awe in Nuo Lin's voice. He knew very well that what he and Xiang Tianlu were facing might be far beyond their imagination. Xiang Tianlu was silent for a moment, his eyes moving back and forth between the ice crystals and the surrounding environment, as if looking for some clues. I have never seen such strange ice crystals, and its light contains an ancient and mysterious power. I think it may be related to the history of this snowy land, or even to those ancient legends. The two men turned their gaze towards the ice crystal again, and saw it quietly embedded in a corner of the wooden house, as if it had an indissoluble bond with this snowy land. The remains of the wooden house looked particularly old under the light of ice crystals, and every broken piece of wood told of the vicissitudes of time. Look, the structure of this wooden house doesn't seem to be simple. Xiang Tianlu pointed at the broken wall of the wooden house, a gleam of light in his eyes. These patterns, these symbols, they seemed to echo the light on the ice crystals, forming an ancient formation. Nuo Lin's heart moved when he heard this. He carefully observed the wall of the wooden house, and indeed found some strange patterns and symbols. These lines appear particularly clear under the light of the ice crystals, as if they have some mysterious connection with the ice crystals. Could it be that this wooden house is originally an ancient array mechanism? Nuo Lin's voice was filled with shock. He could hardly imagine that this seemingly ordinary wooden house could hide such an amazing secret. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his expression becoming more serious. it's very likely. Moreover, this formation mechanism seems to be closely related to the ice crystal. I think we can only uncover the secret of the ice crystals by gaining a deeper understanding of this formation. The two turned their gaze to the ice crystal again, only to see that it was still quietly emitting light, as if waiting for something. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination and courage. No matter what, we must keep moving forward. Nuo Lin's voice was firm and powerful. This snowy area hides too many secrets. We must uncover them. He nodded to Tianlu, took a deep breath, put the dagger back in his waist, and prepared to embark on the journey of exploration again. The two walked out of the ruins of the wooden house and stepped into the vast snowy area. As soon as the two stepped into the snowy area, a biting cold wind blew towards them, as if to freeze their souls in this desolate land. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu tightened their clothes and walked forward with determined eyes. The footprints on the snow were quickly covered by the newly fallen snow, leaving only a series of blurry traces. Suddenly, a low and long roar broke the tranquility of the snowy area, as if some huge monster was waking up. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu immediately became alert. They looked at each other with fighting spirit flashing in their eyes. "Kama, be careful, there are monsters." Nuo Lin shouted in a low voice, his hand tightly grasping the long sword, the tip of the sword flashing coldly, and Xiang Tianlu also quickly drew out the dagger from his waist. His body sank slightly, ready to respond to attacks at any time. The air around them seemed to freeze, with only the breathing and heartbeats of the two people echoing in their ears. At this moment, a huge monster suddenly jumped out from the snow pile. Its body was like a huge amount of fox, but its body was covered with crystal clear ice, as if it was condensed from ice and snow. The eyes of this monster were like two bright sapphires, sparkling with cunning and ferociousness. "Phantom ice fox!" Xiang Tianlu cried out in surprise. He had read about this kind of monster in ancient books. It was said that they possessed the magical ability to control ice and snow. The giant phantom ice fox roared, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Its mouth spewed out a cold, frosty breath, as if it wanted to freeze the two people into ice sculptures. Nuo Lin shouted loudly and swung his sword. The sword light was like a dragon and went straight to the vital point of the phantom ice fox. However, the phantom ice fox seemed to be able to predict Nuo Lin's attack and dodge the attack with a flash of its body. Its claws flashed a cold light in the air and headed straight for Nuo Lin's chest. Nuo Lin retreated violently and narrowly avoided the attack of the phantom ice fox. He was secretly shocked. The speed and agility of this monster was far beyond his imagination. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and swung his sword again. This time, Nuo Lin did not attack blindly, but carefully observed the movements and rhythm of the phantom ice fox. He discovered that every time the phantom ice fox attacked, its eyes would flash blue. Therefore, Nuo Lin decided to take advantage of this and find an opportunity to fight back. Xiang Tianlu was not idle either. He moved across the snow like a ghost, constantly looking for the flaws of the phantom ice fox. His short knife drew silver tracks in the air, and each swing was accompanied by a cold light, directly hitting the vital points of the phantom ice fox. The phantom ice fox roared continuously, and it was obviously angered by the attacks of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. It opened its claws, drawing icy shadows in the air, and attacked the two people in an overwhelming manner. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated violently and attacked with their swords at the same time, engaging in a fierce battle with the claw shadow of the phantom ice giant. The sword light and claw shadows intertwined in the air, making a crisp collision sound. Every confrontation seemed to be filled with sparks, igniting the surrounding air. "Xiang Tianlu, be careful," Nuo Lin suddenly shouted. He found that the phantom ice fox had taken the opportunity to go around behind Xiang Tianlu, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Xiang Tianlu's heart trembled, and he moved to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack of the phantom ice fox. However, his sleeve was cut by the claws of the phantom ice fox, revealing a bright red wound. "Damn it!" Xiang Tianlu shouted angrily, and he swung his sword again. This time his attack was more ferocious and sharp. The dagger drew silver lightning in the air and went straight to the vital point of the phantom ice fox. The phantom ice fox was not to be outdone. It opened its bloody mouth and spewed out gusts of cold, frosty air. The frosty air condensed into ice crystals in the air, attacking Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu like sharp blades. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu swung their swords again and engaged in a fierce battle with the phantom ice giant. Sword lights, claw shadows, and icy auras intertwined together, tearing the surrounding air into pieces. Every clash was like the sound of thunder, illuminating the snowy sky with a blanket of white. In the snowy area, the wind and snow became increasingly violent, as if the heaven and earth were trembling with this life and death struggle. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, their figures were looming in the flying snowflakes, like two unyielding flames, burning in this cold and desperate situation. A mere phantom ice fox act dares to show off in front of us. Xiang Tianlu shouted angrily, his voice piercing through the wind and snow, carrying with it an unquestionable pride. His body shape suddenly changed, as if walking on snow without leaving any trace, and he instantly got close to the giant ice fox. The dagger was spinning in his palm, and every strike was precise and deadly, but the monster always avoided it at incredible angles, leaving behind a trail of silver afterimages. The eyes of the phantom ice fox became brighter and brighter, as if it could see into people's hearts. Every attack was aimed directly at the vital points, but it was also cunning. It would feint from time to time, forcing Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu to concentrate fully and not dare to relax at all. Every jump of it was accompanied by a slight vibration of the ground and splashing of ice chips, like the cruelest music in winter. Nuo Lin, this monster is extremely cunning. We need to join forces to defeat it, Xiang Tianlu shouted while fighting, with a hint of urgency in his tone. He knew very well that facing the phantom ice fox alone would not be an easy task, even for the two of them. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes determined, and as he swung his long sword, the sword light was like a dragon, cutting through the wind and snow and going straight for the giant ice fox. He no longer held back and put all his strength into each strike of the sword. Wherever the tip of the sword passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, leaving cracks visible to the naked eye. The phantom ice fox seemed to sense Nuo Lin's determination. It no longer dodged but attacked head-on. Huge amounts of its body twisted in the air, and every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if even the space was shaking. Its claws were as sharp as ice blades, and every strike brought a chill that was enough to freeze everything. Even Nuo Lin's sword would make a slight crackling sound when it clashed with it. Humph! Today I will make sure you know that human cannot be insulted lightly. Nuo Lin's eyes were wide open, and there seemed to be some kind of power awakening in his body. The sword light became brighter and brighter, and every time he swung the sword, it was accompanied by an indescribable pressure. It was a warrior's unyielding will and contempt for a strong enemy. The phantom ice fox seemed to feel the pressure as well. It let out an even more shrill roar, with ice crystals flashing all over its body. It seemed as if at this moment, it had merged with the snowy area and its strength had skyrocketed. The air was filled with a thicker smell of frost, and every breath became difficult, as if even time had frozen. In the snow, Nuo Lin's fight with the ice fox became more intense. Every collision was like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by endless cold air, making a sharp whistle. Nuo Lin's long sword and the ice claws of the phantom ice fox kept clashing in the air. Every collision caused circles of ripples visible to the naked eye. It was the collision of strength and ice, and the contest between will and nature. Xiang Tianlu, give me a hand, Nuo Lin shouted, his voice echoing in the wind and snow with unquestionable determination. He knew that it would be difficult to defeat this monster that had integrated the power of the snow in a short period of time by himself. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu leaped up like an arrow shot from a bow, instantly crossing a distance of dozens of meters. The dagger drew a silver lightning in the air and hit the side of the giant ice fox directly. The timing of his attack was just right. He took advantage of the gap between the confrontation between the phantom ice fox and Nuo Lin to deal a fatal blow to the monster. However, the reaction of the phantom ice fox was beyond imagination. It seemed to be able to foresee all attacks. It slightly tilted its body in the air and easily avoided Xiang Tianlu's dagger. At the same time, its other claw swung out suddenly, bringing with it a frost that was cold enough to freeze everything, heading straight for Tianlu's chest. Damn it! Xiang Tianlu cursed in his heart, twisting his body forcefully in the air and narrowly avoiding the attack of the phantom ice fox. When he landed, the snow under his feet instantly froze into a hard ice surface, making a crackling sound. This guy is really troublesome. Xiang Tianlu panted, but his eyes flashed with a more determined light. He knew very well that facing such a powerful enemy, any slackness could lead to failure. Nuo Lin felt a surge of pride when he saw this. He shouted loudly, and the long sword drew a dazzling trajectory in the air, heading straight for the neck of the phantom ice fox. With his sword, he gathered all his strength. Wherever the tip of the sword passed, the air seemed to be ignited, making a hissing sound. The phantom ice fox also felt the threat of the sword. It roared, and the ice crystals all over its body instantly burst, turning into countless tiny ice flakes, attacking Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu like sharp blades. This is its ultimate skill and also its last struggle. Be careful, Nuo Lin shouted, and at the same time, he swung his sword, forming an impenetrable sword net, and the ice pieces were shot down one after another. Xiang Tianlu retreated violently, avoiding this wave of fatal attacks. However, at this moment, the phantom ice fox suddenly jumped up and ran straight towards Nuo Lin like a wild horse. Its speed was so fast that it was beyond imagination, and even Nuo Lin found it difficult to react. At the moment when the phantom ice fox suddenly rose up, Nuo Lin felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, as if the scythe of the death god was already hanging on his neck. But he was, after all, a strong man who had gone through countless battles. His experience of life and death allowed him to make the most correct choice at this critical moment. Xiang Tianlu left. Nuo Lin's voice was almost drowned out by the wind and snow, but he believed that Xiang Tianlu could catch this faint call. At the same time, Nuo Lin's body was like a fallen leaf, floating in the wind and snow, avoiding the sharp claws of the phantom ice fox that were sharp enough to penetrate steel at an incredible angle. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. He appeared on the left side of the giant ice fox like a ghost. The short knife spun in his palm, bringing up a silver whirlwind and going straight to the vital point of the monster. However, the phantom ice fox seemed to have anticipated Xiang Tianlu's actions. Its body twisted strangely in the air, and in a way that almost violated the laws of physics. It avoided Xiang Tianlu's fatal blow. So cunning. Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly, and instead of retreating, he advanced. The dagger drew silver tracks in the air, like stars, covering the body of the phantom ice giant fox. Each trajectory contains the power of a full-strength attack towards the sky. Even solid ice cannot withstand such an attack. The phantom ice fox roared continuously. It was obviously enraged by Xiang Tianlu's attack. Ice crystals all over its body flashed again. This time, it no longer chose to dodge, but took the initiative to attack. The ice crystals were like sharp blades, forming a dense ice blade storm in the wind and snow, sweeping towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Be careful, Nuo Lin shouted again. This time, he did not choose to fight back, but crossed his body with Xiang Tianlu. The two of them were like two swords combined, and with an incredible tacit understanding, they avoided the ice blade storm that was enough to destroy everything. At the moment when the two figures intersected, Nuo Lin's long sword and Xiang Tianlu's short knife collided lightly in the air, making a crisp sound. This sound seemed to activate some mysterious connection between the two people, and their movements became smoother and more coordinated. "Humph! Today let the two of us brothers meet you, the overlord of the snow region," Nuo Lin shouted, his voice full of pride and fighting spirit. He swung his sword, and the sword light was like a dragon, rushing straight towards the giant ice fox. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind. His short knife was as fast as lightning, and it complemented Nuo Lin's long sword, forming an indestructible attack chain. The wind and snow seemed to freeze at this moment, and the only things left between heaven and earth were the two unyielding figures of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, and the violent roar of the giant ice fox. The sword light and the knife light intertwined, like the brightest stars in the night sky, illuminating this desperate place covered with ice and snow. Every time Nuo Lin swung his sword, it seemed to leave an eternal mark in the air. Wherever the tip of the sword passed, even the space seemed to be torn apart, leaving tiny cracks. Xiang Tianlu's dagger was like a snake emerging from a cave, agile and deadly, and every attack happened to hit the defensive blind spot of the Phantom Ice Fox. The eyes of the Phantom Ice Fox became increasingly red. It felt an unprecedented threat, and ice crystals sparkled all over its body, as if every piece of ice crystal contained enough power to freeze the soul. It no longer holds back, and every jump is accompanied by violent shaking of the ground, with ice chips flying everywhere, like the cruelest music in winter, turning this snowy field into a stage of death. "Humph! Today is your end," Nuo Lin shouted angrily, his voice filled with unquestionable determination. His body shape suddenly changed, as if he was walking on snow without leaving any trace, and he instantly got close to the giant ice fox. His long sword drew a brilliant trajectory in the air and headed straight for the vital point of the monster. The phantom ice fox roared continuously, waving its ice claws and continuously colliding with Nuo Lin's sword in the air. Every collision caused circles of ripples visible to the naked eye. It was a fierce battle between strength and ice, a contest between life and death. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu appeared on the other side of the giant ice fox like a ghost. His short knife drew a silver lightning in the air and hit the monster's flank directly. The timing of his attack was just right. He took advantage of the gap between the confrontation between the phantom ice fox and Nuo Lin to deal a fatal blow to the monster. However, the phantom ice fox seemed to be able to see through everything. Its body twisted strangely in the air and easily avoided Xiang Tianlu's attack. At the same time, its other claw swung out suddenly, bringing with it a frost that was cold enough to freeze everything, heading straight for Wei Lu's chest. "Xiang Tianlu, be careful," Nuo Lin shouted, his voice filled with anxiety and worry. He knew very well that if Xiang Tianlu was hit by this attack, the consequences would be disastrous. However, Xiang Tianlu seemed to have anticipated the attack of the phantom ice fox. He twisted his body forcefully in the air, like a fallen leaf drifting in the wind and snow, and narrowly avoided the attack of the monster. The moment he landed, the snow under his feet instantly froze into a hard ice surface, making a crackling sound, as if even time was frozen at this moment. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and they saw the determination and indomitable spirit in each other's eyes. They knew very well that facing such a powerful enemy, only by working together could they have a chance of survival. "Brother, let us fight side by side today and meet the overlord of the snow region," Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice full of pride and fighting spirit. He leaped up suddenly, and the dagger drew silver tracks in the air, like stars, covering the body of the phantom ice fox. Nuo Lin felt a surge of blood in his heart when he heard this. He shouted loudly, swung his sword, and the sword light was like a dragon, rushing straight towards the giant ice fox. The two of them were like two swords working together, and with an incredible tacit understanding, they surrounded the giant ice fox. In the wind and snow, the sword light and the knife light intertwined, and every collision seemed to be the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth, and even the air was torn into pieces. The roar of the phantom ice fox gradually became weaker, and its silhouette gradually became blurred under the attacks of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Finally, in a fierce confrontation, Nuo Lin's long sword and Xiang Tianlu's short knife pierced the heart of the phantom ice fox at the same time. A trace of unwillingness and despair flashed in the monster's eyes. Its body trembled a few times in the air and finally fell powerlessly on the snow. After the giant phantom ice fox fell, the wind and snow seemed to gradually subside, and a moment of tranquility returned between heaven and earth. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood beside the huge body of the monster, looking at each other, with victory shining in their eyes. "It's finally over," Xiang Tianlu panted. The blood on the dagger quickly solidified into ice in the cold wind. The long-lost smile appeared on his face. Nuo Lin nodded. He stared at the corpse of the phantom ice fox, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. This monster that integrated the power of the snow was once their biggest threat, but now it lies quietly on the snow, becoming a witness to their victory. "I wonder if this monster has any treasures?" Nuo Lin suddenly asked, his eyes scanning the body of the phantom ice fox, trying to find something. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately joined the search. They searched the entire body of the phantom ice fox, and finally found a block of ice that was shining with a strange light under its belly. This ice block is crystal clear, as if it contains endless power, which makes people feel awe at first glance. "What is this?" Xiang Tianlu asked in surprise. He reached out to touch the ice, but felt a chill running straight into his heart. Nuo Lin stared at the ice, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "This should be the inner elixir of the phantom ice giant fox," he explained. "It is rumored that a powerful demon beast will have an inner elixir in its body. This inner elixir contains the demon beast's lifelong cultivation and essence. It is an extremely precious treasure." When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a fiery light flashed in his eyes. "Then how do we take this inner elixir?" he asked. Nuo Lin was silent for a moment, then said, "For 5-0, generally speaking, directly taking the inner elixir of a demon beast would be very risky, because the power contained in it is too huge for ordinary people to bear. But we are warriors with strong physiques and skills, so we should be able to try." He nodded to show his agreement. They carefully took out the inner elixir of the phantom ice fox, then sat cross-legged, ready to take this precious treasure. As the inner elixir entered the body, an icy chill instantly swept through the whole body, as if countless ice needles were piercing their flesh and bone marrow. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both gritted their teeth and endured the unspeakable pain. However, when the chill reached its peak, it suddenly began to transform into a warm force that nourished their bodies. They felt that their strength was constantly increasing and their cultivation was improving rapidly. After an unknown amount of time, when the force finally subsided, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both felt as if they had been reborn and their strength had greatly increased. After the snowstorm, the world is covered in silver, and there is a sense of desolation and grandeur in the silence. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood side by side, their auras more steady than before, as if they were two unshakable mountains standing on the snowy land that had been baptized by battle. "This power," Nuo Lin whispered to himself. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body. It was stronger than ever before, as if even this snowy area could not restrain his will and strength. The same was true for Xiang Tianlu. There was a gleam of confidence in his eyes, and the dagger gently tapped his palm, making a crisp sound. "We are stronger now." His words were concise and powerful. Every word seemed to be squeezed out The two looked at each other and smiled. Without saying much, the tacit understanding was deeply engraved in each other's hearts. They knew that this battle and this gain were just a small episode in their long journey, and there were more unknowns and challenges waiting for them ahead. "Keep going, brother," Nuo Lin said softly, slowly raising his sword, with the tip of the sword pointing to the distance, where there is the unknown and also hope. Xiang Tianlu nodded, swung the dagger, cut through the air, and left a silver trail. It was his declaration for the future and his farewell to the past. They set out on a new journey. The wind and snow started blowing again, but it seemed to crown their courage and determination. Every step they take leaves deep footprints, which are the marks they leave in this snowy land and the proof of their perseverance. I don't know how long I walked, but suddenly I heard a low roar from the front, as if the earth was shaking or some ancient power was awakening. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's pace slowed down involuntarily. Their eyes became solemn, and the power in their bodies surged unconsciously, preparing to deal with the upcoming unknown. "What is that?" Xiang Tianlu asked in a low voice, with a hint of vigilance and curiosity in his voice. Nuo Lin shook his head, his eyes as sharp as torches, piercing through the wind and snow, trying to see the scene ahead clearly. However, the wind and snow were so strong that everything in sight was blurry. "Not sure, but it's definitely unusual," he said in a deep voice. The two continued to move forward, taking every step carefully, as if they were stepping into an unknown territory, a world full of crises and opportunities. As they approached, the low roar became clearer, as if something was waiting for them ahead. It was both a call and a test. Finally, when they climbed over a snow hill, the scene before them stunned them all. It was a vast ice field. In the center of the ice field stood an ancient relic. Above the relic, a faint blue light flowed, as if some ancient magic was guarding this land. The wind on the ice field was even more fierce than the previous snowfield, with a bone-chilling chill that made the two people's robes rustle. Against the backdrop of blue light, the ancient ruins looked both mysterious and solemn, as if it were a giant that had traveled through time from ancient times, quietly telling of the glory and vicissitudes of the past. "This is..." Xiang Tianlu's voice trembled slightly in surprise. His eyes were fixed on the ruins, and his dagger unconsciously tightened. "We actually found such a place. Could this be the legendary Frozen Palace?" Nuo Lin frowned, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged in his heart, as if this relic had some indescribable connection with him. "Icebound Holy Place? I've never heard of this name, but it does give people a feeling that it should not be underestimated," he said slowly, his eyes showing both awe and a desire to explore. The two approached the ruins cautiously, each step making a slight sound on the soft snow. As they got closer, they found that the ruins were covered with complex runes. These runes flashed strangely under the blue light, as if they were some kind of ancient defense mechanism, warning intruders. "Look at these runes," Nuo Lin whispered, his fingers gently touching the nearest rune, feeling a faint wave of energy. They seemed to be telling a history, a story about power and sacrifice. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, his eyes sweeping over every corner of the ruins, trying to capture more information from the details. "There must be huge amounts of secrets hidden here. Perhaps they are the answers we have been looking for." His words were filled with excitement and anxiety about the unknown. Just as they were about to explore further, the gate of the ruins suddenly made a low roar, as if a giant who had been sleeping for 1,000 years was awakened and slowly opened his eyes. Blue light overflowed from the crack in the door, illuminating the entire space. An ancient and powerful force spread out, causing the two men to take a few steps back. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, shock and curiosity flashing in each other's eyes. They knew that, at this moment, they were standing at a turning point in history, and every decision could change their destiny. "It seems that we are invited." Nuo Lin took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner waves. His eyes showed both fear of the unknown and desire for exploration. He took a step forward slowly, ready to face whatever was about to happen. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, holding the dagger tightly, his whole body tense, ready to deal with any danger that might arise. No matter what lies ahead, we will face it together. His words were firm and powerful, giving Nuo Lin great courage. The door of the ruins slowly opened, revealing the scene inside. It was a huge amount of hall with an ancient altar in the center. The altar was inlaid with various dazzling gems, emitting soft light, making the whole hall look like a dream. There's an ancient and mysterious atmosphere in the air, which makes people feel awe involuntarily. The two men stepped into the hall, and every step seemed to be stepping on the dust of history. They looked around and found that the walls were carved with exquisite reliefs, telling ancient and legendary stories. These stories seemed to be closely linked to their fate, making them fall into deep thought. "Look at these reliefs," Nuo Lin whispered, his finger gently tracing the outline of a relief. "They seem to be telling us about our past and future." Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, his eyes fixed on the altar, which seemed to hold the answer they had been looking for. "We have to get closer and see what's on the altar." There was a hint of urgency in his words, as well as anticipation for the unknown. Just as they were about to approach the altar suddenly emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the entire hall like daylight. In the light, an ancient rune slowly emerged, as if calling them. The two of them stopped involuntarily, their eyes fixed on the rune, and an inexplicable excitement surged in their hearts. "This is—" Nuo Lin's voice trembled slightly due to surprise. He felt an unprecedented power surging from the rune, resonating with the power in his body. At the moment when the light of the ancient rune was the most dazzling, the entire hall seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and the air became extremely heavy. Even breathing became difficult. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw the same shock and determination in each other's eyes. Suddenly, a clear and long cry broke the tranquility of the hall. The sound was filled with endless majesty and anger, as if it was a call from ancient times, shaking every inch of space. Then a violent energy wave surged out from under the altar, accompanied by a strong cold wind, and a huge creature rose into the air from the shadow of the altar. It was a three-legged divine bird. This three-legged mythical bird is covered with colorful wings, and each feather sparkles with a metallic luster, reflecting dazzling light in the sun. Its eyes were like two burning flames, revealing endless wisdom and ferocity. Its 3 feet stepped into the air, and every step seemed to be on the void, leaving behind 10 circles of ripple-like space fluctuations. The 3 feathers on its back are particularly eye-catching, each of which contains the power to destroy the world and exudes a heart-pounding aura. "This is the 3-legged golden crow," Nuo Lin exclaimed. He had read about the legend of this ancient monster in ancient books. It was said that they were the symbol of the sun and possessed the supreme magical power to control fire and space. Xiang Tianlu tightly grasped the dagger, his eyes sharp. He felt unprecedented pressure, but more of it was the desire to fight. "No matter what it is, we can't retreat." His words were firm, like a sharp sword, piercing the solemn atmosphere around them. The 3-legged golden crow circled in the air with its wings spread out, like 2 blazing suns, illuminating the entire hall like a white plaque. It let out a deafening cry, then swooped down at a speed so fast that it almost exceeded the limit of what the naked eye could capture, heading straight for Nuo Lin and Xiangtian Road. Nuo Lin reacted quickly, swung his sword, and a brilliant sword energy burst out from the tip of the sword, turning into a long silver rainbow, heading towards the 3-legged golden crow. The sword and claw collided, causing a deafening roar, sparks flying, and the space seemed to be torn apart. Xiang Tianlu flashed and used his short stature to move flexibly on the battlefield, looking for opportunities to attack. He swung his short knife, and a silver trail cut through the air, going straight to the vital point of the 3-legged golden crow. However, the 3-legged golden crow reacted extremely quickly. It flapped its wings, and a blazing firestorm swept over, easily dissolving Xiang Tianlu's attack and forcing him to retreat again and again. The battle instantly became intense. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu cooperated well. One of them took the main attack, while the other provided support, constantly changing the rhythm of attack and defense. Nuo Lin's long sword was like a dragon emerging from the sea, the sword light flashing, and every strike contained 1,000 pounds of force, while Xiang Tianlu's short knife was as erratic as a ghost, looking for the flaws of the three-legged golden crow. However, the power of the three-legged golden crow far exceeded their imagination. Not only did it possess powerful physical strength, it also possessed the magical powers of fire and space. Each attack was as fierce as a volcanic eruption, forcing the two to use all their strength to barely resist. "This is not a solution," Nuo Lin shouted. He knew very well that if they continued like this, they would run out of energy sooner or later. He suddenly changed his tactics with a movement of his mind and swung his sword, which turned into a sword curtain, temporarily trapping the three-legged golden crow. "Xiang Tianlu, use that move," Nuo Lin shouted. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength into the dagger, and rushed towards the three-legged golden crow like a flash of lightning. The moment he approached, he suddenly leaped up and swung his dagger, which turned into a silver tornado and went straight for the head of the three-legged golden crow. This strike was the condensation of all his strength and his desire for victory. Although the three-legged golden crow was powerful, it had to retreat temporarily to avoid the attack. However, the battle did not end there. The three-legged golden crow let out an angry cry and flapped its wings, stirring up a strong hurricane that swept the two of them into it. In the storm, flames and sword energy intertwined, and every collision was as shocking as the falling of a star. In the center of the storm, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two fallen leaves in the storm, being toyed with by the strong winds stirred up by the wings of the three-legged golden crow. The flames and sword energy collided in the air, bursting into brilliant light, and every confrontation seemed to tear the space apart. "Ah!" Nuo Lin roared, and his sword drew a silver lightning in the storm, trying to break through the restraints of the three-legged golden crow. However, the flames of the three-legged golden crow were like an endless sea of fire, which submerged his sword light again and again. Xiang Tianlu shuttled through the flames and sword energy like a ghost. Every time he swung his dagger, it left a silver trail, like a meteor in the night sky, trying to find the flaw of the three-legged golden crow. But the three-legged golden crow had extremely fast reactions and was able to easily avoid his attack. "If we go on like this, we will run out of strength," Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice torn into pieces by the storm. Nuo Lin felt a sinking feeling in his heart when he heard this. He knew very well that if they continued like this, they would really be exhausted by the three-legged golden crow and eventually be defeated. He must find a breakthrough to break the offensive of the three-legged golden crow. At this moment, Nuo Lin suddenly discovered a tiny flaw in the three-legged golden crow. When its wings flap, there is a momentary pause. Although this pause is short, it is fatal to an expert. "Xiang Tianlu, seize the opportunity," Nuo Lin shouted, his voice ringing like thunder in the storm. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. He stared at the wings of the three-legged golden crow, waiting for that moment to come. Finally, after flapping its wings once, the three-legged golden crow paused slightly. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu rushed out like a flash of lightning. His short knife drew a silver track in the air and went straight to the vital point of the three-legged golden crow. However, the reaction of the three-legged golden crow was beyond imagination. It flapped its wings, stirring up another gust of wind, turning Xiang Tianlu's attack into an invisible force. At the same time, its flames surged out like a volcanic eruption, forcing Xiang Tianlu to retreat again and again. "Damn it!" Xiang Tianlu roared angrily, his face covered with sweat and his eyes flashing with unwillingness. Nuo Lin felt nervous when he saw this. He knew very well that if they continued like this, they would really be defeated. He must make changes to break the offensive of the three-legged golden crow. At this moment, Nuo Lin suddenly remembered the legend about the three-legged golden crow that he had read in ancient books. It is said that the three-legged golden crow is a symbol of the sun, and its power comes from the fire of the sun. If he could find a way to cut off the connection between the three-legged golden crow and the sun fire, then its power would be greatly weakened. Thinking of this, Nuo Lin's heart moved. He took a deep breath and concentrated all his strength on the sword. Then he swung his sword violently, and it turned into a dazzling sword energy, heading straight for the eyes of the three-legged golden crow. Upon seeing this, the three-legged golden crow let out an angry cry. Its eyes flickered with blazing flames as it tried to fend off Nuo Lin's attack. However, Nuo Lin's sword energy was like the light of dawn, piercing through its flames and striking its eyes directly. The three-legged golden crow let out a shrill cry, and golden blood flowed from its eyes. At the same time, its flames also weakened a lot in an instant, and it was obvious that it had suffered severe damage. "Good opportunity!" Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he flashed and rushed towards the three-legged golden crow again. This time, he did not hold back. He swung the dagger like lightning, heading straight for the vital point of the three-legged golden crow. Although the three-legged golden crow was severely damaged, its power should not be underestimated. It flapped its wings and stirred up a gust of wind again, trying to resist Xiang Tianlu's attack. However, this time, Xiang Tianlu's attack was unstoppable. The wind was howling, and the hurricane caused by the flapping wings of the three-legged golden crow was like a raging sea, tearing the air in the hall into pieces. Xiang Tianlu's figure seemed small and fragile in front of this force, but his eyes were as firm as iron, and the dagger in his hand flashed with a cold light, like the brightest star in the night sky. "This time, I won't give you any more chances." Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the storm with unquestionable determination. His short knife drew a silver track in the air, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the night sky, and struck the neck of the three-legged golden crow. The three-legged golden crow let out a deafening cry and flapped its wings violently. An even more violent storm formed instantly and once again neutralized Xiang Tianlu's attack. However, this time it was obviously more difficult to dissolve than before. Its feathers were scattered in the storm, and its golden blood dyed the surrounding air red. Nuo Lin was delighted when he saw this. He knew that the power of the three-legged golden crow was gradually dissipating, and this was the best time for them to fight back. He took a deep breath, concentrated all his strength on the sword, and then swung it violently. The sword turned into a dazzling sword light and went straight to the chest of the three-legged golden crow. Bang! The sword light collided with the wings of the three-legged golden crow, making a deafening roar. The three-legged golden crow's wings trembled slightly from the blow, and golden blood flowed down the wound, dyeing its feathers red. "Ha ha, you have come to this day." Nuo Lin laughed, his voice filled with the joy of victory. He swung the sword again, and the sword light was like the dawn, illuminating the entire hall. The three-legged golden crow let out an angry cry and flapped its wings again, but this time the power was significantly weakened. It tried to use flames to resist Nuo Lin's attack, but the flames seemed dim and could not pose a threat to Nuo Lin. "Let's end it," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his figure flashed and appeared next to the three-legged golden crow again. His dagger swung out like lightning. This time, he left no room for maneuver and stabbed directly into the heart of the three-legged golden crow. Puss! The dagger pierced deeply into the heart of the three-legged golden crow. Golden blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing Xiang Tianlu's clothes red. The body of the three-legged golden crow trembled a few times in the air and then fell weakly onto the altar. The strong wind suddenly stopped, and it seemed that the only sounds between heaven and earth were the dull sound of the three-legged golden crow falling to the ground and the dripping sound of golden blood dripping onto the altar. When the dust settled, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood opposite each other, their gasps echoing in the empty hall. Their eyes held both the joy of victory and their awe of the ancient creature's final struggle. "We really did it." Xiang Tianlu's voice was a little hoarse, his eyes fixed on the three-legged golden crow lying quietly on the altar. The eyes that once shone with the light of the sun were now dim, and the golden blood slowly coagulated, telling of the end of its glorious days. Nuo Lin nodded slowly, the long sword in his hand lowered, the tip of the sword trembling slightly, as if responding to the waves in the master's heart. Just as the two were about to go forward to check the results of the battle, something strange happened. The huge body of the three-legged golden crow on the altar began to tremble slightly, and the golden blood seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly gathering towards its wound, as if some ancient and mysterious ritual was being performed. What's going on?" Xiang Tianlu's face changed suddenly. He gripped his dagger tightly, and his body tensed, ready to deal with any possible. Nuo Lin's eyes also became solemn. He slowly drew out his sword. The light on the sword, Li Haojiao, was particularly dazzling in the dim hall, as if foreshadowing the upcoming unknown challenges. "I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. Prepare to fight." Towards the sky road. As Nuo Lin finished speaking, the three-legged golden crow on the altar suddenly burst into dazzling light. The golden light instantly illuminated the entire hall, making the figures of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu look like silhouettes. That light seemed to contain some ancient and powerful will that was trying to break free from the shackles of death. The light surged like a tide, completely enveloping Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. The golden light seemed to contain endless power. Every flash was like the breath of an ancient god, carrying irresistible majesty. It is summoning its own power." Nuo Lin's voice seemed a little blurry in the light, but his eyes were extremely firm. He had already raised his sword high, with the tip of the sword pointed at the core of the light, as if to pierce through the false appearance and strike directly at the essence. Xiang Tianlu gritted his teeth, and the dagger in his hand spun rapidly, forming a silver whirlwind, trying to open up a way out in this golden ocean. He knew very well that every minute and every second at this moment was crucial, and any slackness could lead to eternal damnation. In the light, the outline of the three-legged golden crow gradually became clear, and its wings slowly spread out. Every feather seemed to be made of pure gold, flashing a dazzling brilliance. The pair of eyes that were once dim now shone again, like two burning suns, staring directly at Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, filled with anger and unwillingness. "You dare to hurt me!" The voice of the three-legged golden crow was like thunder, echoing in the hall and making the two people's eardrums hurt. Its body suddenly rushed forward, turning into a golden lightning and moving straight towards Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin's figure flashed, and the long sword drew a graceful arc in the air, colliding with the sharp claws of the three-legged golden crow, making a crisp sound of metal hitting each other. Sparks flew, and the air between the two seemed to be ignited, bursting into dazzling light. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately seized the opportunity and swung his short knife like an arrow from a bow, aiming straight at the neck of the three-legged golden crow. However, the three-legged golden crow's reaction was extremely quick, and it easily dodged the attack by flapping its wings. A mere trifle. The three-legged golden crow sneered and flapped its wings again, stirring up a golden storm that swept Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu into it. 090 in the storm. The golden feathers were like sharp blades, cutting the air as well as the clothes and skin of the two people. "Hold on, Xiang Tianlu," Nuo Lin shouted in the storm. Although his voice was torn into pieces by the storm, his determination and courage passed through the storm and reached Xiang Tianlu's ears. Xiang Tianlu nodded. Although his face was covered with scars, his eyes were more determined. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength into the dagger, and then swung it violently. The dagger drew a silver trajectory in the air and pierced straight into the heart of the three-legged golden crow. This time, the three-legged golden crow did not dodge. Instead, it opened its mouth and spit out a golden flame, trying to swallow Xiang Tianlu's attack. However, Xiang Tianlu's dagger was like the dawning light, piercing through the flames and striking directly at the heart of the three-legged golden crow. Bang! With a loud bang, the body of the three-legged golden crow flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the altar heavily. The golden blood gushed out again, but this time there was no sign of recovery. The light gradually dissipated, and peace returned to the hall. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw the fatigue and joy in each other's eyes. They really succeeded in killing this ancient and powerful creature. However, when their eyes fell on the altar again, they were stunned. There, the body of the three-legged golden crow had disappeared, leaving only a golden feather lying quietly on the altar. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. Their surprise and confusion were beyond words. They had clearly witnessed the three-legged crow fall, and the golden blood was still vivid in their minds. So why was there only a single feather left on the altar? What's going on? Xiang Tianlu's voice trembled slightly. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Nuo Lin slowly walked to the altar, his eyes fixed on the golden feather. Mysterious patterns flow on the feathers, as if containing some ancient and powerful power. He reached out and touched it gently, feeling a warm and gentle energy. Perhaps this is the last gift that the three-legged golden crow left for us, Nuo Lin said in a deep voice with a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu also walked to the altar and stood side by side with Nuo Lin. He looked at the feather carefully, and an inexplicable throbbing surged in his heart. It seemed that there was some indescribable connection between this feather and him. Should we give it a try? There was a hint of hesitation in Xiang Tianlu's voice, but he knew that this might be a great opportunity for them to improve their strength. Nuo Lin nodded in agreement. The two looked at each other and saw the determination and courage in each other's eyes. They slowly stretched out their hands and gently grasped the golden feather. The moment their palms touched the feathers, a warm and powerful energy surged out from the feathers, along their arms, and quickly flowed into their bodies. This energy seemed to have life, flowing through their bodies, repairing their damaged meridians and muscles, while also nourishing their souls. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both felt an unprecedented power surging in their bodies. Their bodies seemed to be reshaped, and every cell was full of vitality and strength. They smiled at each other, knowing that their strength had made a qualitative leap. Is this the power of the three-legged golden crow? There was a hint of shock in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He felt the tremendous power in his body, as if the whole world was in his hands. Nuo Lin smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, this is the power of the Lord of the Golden Crows. We have gained its recognition and inherited its power. Both of them felt an indescribable joy and pride. They know that this power will make them more determined and powerful on the road ahead. However, when they looked at the altar again, they found that the golden feather had disappeared without a trace. It's as if it had never existed. It seems that this power has become one with us, Nuo Lin said softly, his eyes flashing with determination and expectation. Xiang Tianlu also nodded in agreement. He knew that they were about to embark on a new journey, and this strength would become their most solid backing. The two smiled at each other, then walked out of the hall hand in hand. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked out of the hall hand in hand, with unprecedented determination and confidence in the Western expedition. The sunlight shines through the clouds and onto them, as if even nature is cheering for their growth. Their strength has made a qualitative leap, and their hearts are filled with infinite longing for the future. Nuo Lin, where do you think we should go next? Xiang Tianlu asked as he walked, his eyes flashing with curiosity about the unknown world. Nuo Lin looked up into the distance, took a deep breath of fresh air, and said with a smile, "No matter where we are, as long as we have a path in our hearts, there will be a smooth road under our feet. However, since I am passing through this continent, I might as well go and see the scenery I have never set foot on and experience the fireworks of the world." Xiang Tianlu heard this. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he nodded in agreement. "Good idea. I heard that there's a place called Chinsi Village nearby, with picturesque scenery and simple villagers. We might as well go there to relax." After the two made their decision, they followed the winding path towards Dawn Village. Along the way, the verdant trees and colorful flowers interweave into vivid pictures, with birds singing and flowers blooming, making people feel relaxed and happy. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Dawn Village. I saw a small bridge across the crystal-clear stream. The gurgling stream seemed to be telling an ancient and peaceful story. On both sides of the bridge, there are scattered farmhouses, with smoke rising from the chimneys, creating an interesting contrast with the blue sky and white clouds. "It's so beautiful here." Xiang Tianlu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. His eyes lingered on every scene, afraid of missing any details. Nuo Lin also nodded in agreement. Yes, this is indeed a good place for people to forget their troubles. The two of them strolled along the village road. From time to time, villagers cast friendly glances at them, and even a few children ran over and looked at them curiously. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu communicated with them with a smile, feeling their simplicity and enthusiasm. They came to an open meadow dotted with wild flowers, and a few butterflies were dancing among the flowers. The villagers were sitting together, enjoying the leisure time in the afternoon. Some people played the piano, some sang, and some told ancient legends. There was harmony and joy everywhere. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu also joined them, sitting on the grass and listening to those stories about courage, wisdom, and love. They interrupted from time to time to share their experiences and observations, which drew laughter and applause. As the sun sets, the sky is dyed with gorgeous sunset glow. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood at the entrance of the village, looking at the picturesque scenery, their hearts filled with gratitude and satisfaction. "I really hope time can stay at this moment forever," Xiang Tianlu said softly, his eyes full of reluctance. Nuo Lin patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Although we can't stay here forever, this beautiful memory will be engraved in our hearts forever. Let's go towards the sky. Let's carry on with this strength and courage and explore a wider world." The two smiled at each other and set out on their journey again. Their hearts filled with warm memories of Chinsi Village and the blessings of the villagers. They followed the winding mountain road, step by step away from the quiet little village, heading towards the unknown distance. "Nuo Lin, what do you think we will encounter next?" Xiang Tianlu asked as he walked, his eyes full of anticipation and curiosity. Nuo Lin smiled slightly and looked into the distance with a determined gaze. "No matter what we encounter, as long as we fight side by side, nothing can stop us from moving forward." They passed through a dense forest. The trees were towering into the clouds. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves and onto the ground, creating mottled light and shadows. The birds sang happily on the branches, as if seeing them off. After walking for a long time, they came to a vast plain. On the plains, the golden wheat fields sway in the wind like a golden ocean. In the distance, several small hills rise and fall, adding a sense of layering to the plain. "Look, there's an island over there." Xiang Tianlu suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted. Nuo Lin looked in the direction of his finger and saw a lonely island named Jiaying on the sea. The shape of the island is like a huge amounts of sea turtle, with lush trees growing on its back. "That island looks so mysterious. Why don't we go there for an adventure?" Xiang Tianlu suggested excitedly. Nuo Lin nodded in agreement. "Good idea. We can take this opportunity to practice our sailing skills." After the two made their decision, they headed along the coastline, looking for a ship that could reach the island. Soon, they came to a small fishing village. In the fishing village, Fishermen are busy repairing fishing nets, tidying up fishing boats, and preparing to go out to sea to fish. They asked a fisherman how to get to the island, and the fisherman told them, "The island is called Turtle Island because its shape resembles a turtle. The island has beautiful scenery, but it is said to also hide many dangers." If you really want to go on an adventure, I can help you contact a fishing boat to take you there. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu thanked the fishermen gratefully and paid the corresponding fees. Soon, they boarded a fishing boat and headed towards Turtle Island. The sea was rough, and the fishing boat was bobbing in the waves. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu held on to the side of the boat tightly, feeling the vastness and power of the sea. From time to time, they saw dolphins jumping out of the water and playing happily, as if cheering for their arrival. After sailing for a while, they finally arrived at the shore of Turtle Island. The island is shaded by green trees, with birds singing and flowers blooming, just like a paradise. They walked along the coastline, admiring the beautiful scenery of the island. Soon they came to a beach. The beach is covered with colorful shells and conches, and there are many small crabs crawling around on the beach. Xiang Tianlu excitedly picked up a shell and carefully observed the patterns on it. Nuo Lin, look how beautiful this shell is. He showed the shell in his hand to Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin smiled and nodded. Yes, every scene here is worth our careful appreciation. They continued on their way through a dense jungle. In the jungle, all kinds of exotic flowers and plants compete for beauty, and many small animals are running and playing among the trees. Zero request flowers. They stopped from time to time to observe these magical creatures. The two men went deeper into the jungle. The ground beneath their feet became softer, and the moisture hit their faces, as if water could be squeezed out of it. The dense leaves blocked out the sun, and only a few rays of light stubbornly penetrated through, illuminating the wet ground in patches. There seemed to be many secrets hidden in this jungle. Nuo Lin's voice was low and powerful, and his eyes were sharp, as if he could see through everything. Xiang Tianlu nodded and gently swung the sword in his hand, cutting off a vine that was trying to wrap around his ankle. Indeed, the creatures here are full of wildness and vitality, as if every piece of land is telling the power of life. Suddenly, a rapid rustling sound came from the front, and then a huge beast suddenly jumped out from the bushes and ran straight towards the two of them. The beast was covered with black hair, his eyes were red, and saliva was dripping from his mouth. It was obvious that he had been hungry for a long time. "Be careful," Nuo Lin shouted and retreated instantly. At the same time, he drew the long sword from his waist. The sword light was like a dragon, pointing directly at Beast's throat. Xiang Tianlu was not to be outdone. He cleverly dodged the beast's attack by moving his body to the side, then swung his sword with a lightning-fast blade, slashing through the beast's side. Blood gushed out, dyeing the surrounding grass and trees red. The beast let out a deafening roar, the pain making it even crazier. It suddenly turned around and pounced on the two again, as fast as a black lightning. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and they understood each other without saying much. They leaped up at the same time, their swords interweaving in the air to form a brilliant sword net, trapping the beast firmly. The sword flashed, and every collision made a metallic clang, and sparks flew. The beast struggled frantically in the sword net, but to no avail. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's swordsmanship was superb, and each of their swords hit the beast's vital points just right. Finally, after a fierce confrontation, the light in Beast's eyes disappeared, and his huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. The two men put away their swords and stood, panting as they watched the results of the battle before them. Sweat slid down their foreheads, dripped onto the wet ground, and disappeared in an instant. That was a close call. Xiang Tianlu wiped the sweat from his forehead, with a hint of fear in his voice. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes solemn. The strength of this beast should not be underestimated. If we are a little careless, we may die from this corpse. They continued to move forward, but their vigilance remained undiminished. Deep in the jungle, it seemed that something even more dangerous was waiting for them. Every sound of wind blowing through the leaves makes them nervous and ready to deal with possible crises at any time. As night falls, creatures in the jungle begin to come alive. All kinds of strange calls came one after another, as if telling an ancient and mysterious story. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu sat back to back under a huge amount of tree, observing their surroundings vigilantly. Nuo Lin, do you think we can still get out of this jungle? There was a hint of uncertainty in Xiang Tianlu's voice. The night was as dark as ink, and strange and long beast roars came from the depths of the jungle, as if every inch of land in the ancient forest contained unknowns and dangers. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu sat back to back, their eyes flickering in the darkness like two sharp swords about to be unsheathed. Towards the 427 Sky Road. Have you heard the legend about this jungle? Nuo Lin's voice was low, with a barely perceptible tremor. It was not fear, but awe of the unknown. Xiang Tianlu shook his head, and the long sword in his hand trembled slightly, as if responding to the call of the jungle. I have never heard of it, but every roar of the beasts here seems to be telling an ancient history. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up, and the leaves rustled as if being moved by an invisible hand. Then, the air around them seemed to freeze, and a repressive atmosphere filled the air. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and understood the impending crisis without saying anything. At this moment, a black shadow swooped down from the treetops at an astonishing speed, like a meteor across the night sky. Nuo Lin reacted quickly, swung his sword, and the sword light was like a dragon, colliding with the black shadow in midair, making a metallic clanging sound. The black shadow turned out to be a gigantic bird of prey, with eyes like torches and wings spread out like a dark cloud covering the sun. Its sharp claws and beak flashed coldly in the night, and every attack was enough to be fatal. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu retreated violently and drew his sword at the same time. The sword light was as fast as lightning and pointed directly at the eyes of the bird of prey. However, the bird of prey was extremely cunning. It twisted its body in the air and cleverly avoided Xiang Tianlu's attack. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu worked in perfect harmony, one attacking and one defending. Their swordsmanship was exquisite, and every swing of the sword hit the raptor's vital points just right. However, the raptor seemed to have a regenerative healing factor and could quickly recover after each injury and launch a new attack. The battle became more and more intense. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's figures shuttled in the night. The sword light and the beast shadows intertwined together, forming a thrilling picture. Their breathing became rapid and sweat poured down, but their eyes became more determined. At this moment, the bird of prey suddenly let out a deafening roar, flapped its wings, and a strong wind blew up, blowing the surrounding trees to and fro. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were forced to retreat repeatedly by this sudden attack and could hardly stand. Nuo Lin, what should we do? Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with anxiety. Nuo Lin took a deep breath. His eyes were sharp. Xiang Tianlu, remember, no matter how powerful the enemy is, as long as we are determined, nothing can stop us from moving forward. At this moment, the bird of prey attacked again, its claws like hooks, heading straight for Nuo Lin's chest. Nuo Lin cleverly dodged the attack by moving his body to the side, and at the same time swung his sword. The sword light was like a dragon, pointing directly at the neck of the bird of prey. However, just as the sword was about to touch the bird of prey, it suddenly turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the night. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, their hearts full of doubts and confusion. What's going on? There was a slight tremor in Xiang Tianlu's voice. Nuo Lin shook his head, his eyes solemn. I don't know, but obviously this jungle is much more complicated than we thought. We have to be more careful as we move forward into this uncharted territory. The night is still dark, and the creatures in the jungle are still active. The night was like an abyss, swallowing up all the light. Only the occasional flash of sword light could break through the endless darkness. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood back to back, looking around vigilantly. Their breathing was particularly clear in the silent jungle. This bird of prey doesn't seem to be an ordinary creature. Nuo Lin's voice was low, and there was a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his hand holding the sword trembling slightly, not because of fear, but because of excitement and anticipation. Its power is beyond our imagination. But as long as we work together, nothing can stop us. At this moment, a low roar came from the depths of the jungle. The sound was full of threats and provocations, as if a creature even larger than the 10 songs was approaching. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and without further words, they understood each other. They grasped their swords tightly, ready to meet the coming challenge. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from the jungle at an astonishing speed, like a black lightning. Nuo Lin reacted quickly, swung his sword, and the sword light was like a dragon, colliding with the black shadow in midair, making a deafening roar. The black shadow turned out to be a larger beast, covered with black hair, with red eyes, and saliva dripping from its mouth. It was obvious that it had been hungry for a long time. It is more powerful than previous birds of prey, and each attack is enough to cut a tree in half. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu retreated violently and drew his sword at the same time. The sword light was as fast as lightning and pointed directly at Beast's eyes. However, the beast was extremely cunning. It twisted its body in the air and cleverly avoided Xiang Tianlu's attack. It let out a deafening roar, and with its claws like hooks, it rushed straight towards Tianlu's chest. Nuo Lin saw this and appeared in front of Xiang Tianlu. He swung his sword, and the sword light was like a dragon, colliding with the beast's claws, making a metallic clanging sound. Their swordsmanship was exquisite, and every swing of the sword hit the beast's vital points just right. However, the beast seemed to have a regenerative healing factor and could quickly recover after each injury and launch an attack again. The battle became more and more intense. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's figures shuttled in the night. The sword light and the beast shadows intertwined together, forming a thrilling picture. Their breathing became rapid and sweat poured down like rain, but their eyes became more determined. At this moment, the beast suddenly let out a deafening roar, flapped its wings, and a strong wind blew up, blowing the surrounding trees all over the place. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were forced to retreat repeatedly by the sudden attack and could hardly stand. However, at this moment of life and death, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu suddenly understood each other, and there was a firm light in their eyes. They leaped up at the same time, their swords interweaving in the air to form a dazzling sword net, trapping the beast firmly. The sword flashed, and every collision made a deafening roar and sparks flew. The beast struggled frantically in the sword net, but to no avail. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's swordsmanship was superb, and each strike of their swords hit the beast's vital points just right. Finally, after a fierce battle, the light in Beast's eyes disappeared, and his huge body fell to the ground. The two men put away their swords and stood, panting as they watched the results of the battle before them. Sweat slid down their foreheads, dripped onto the wet ground, and disappeared in an instant. Their eyes were filled with fatigue, but more of excitement and anticipation. At this moment, the eastern sky suddenly turned a pale white. The night gradually faded away, and the dawn began to appear. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, their hearts filled with hope and strength. They knew that they had successfully walked out of the unknown jungle and arrived at the mysterious island. The island is shaded by green trees, with birds singing and flowers blooming, just like a paradise. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were not fooled by this peaceful and tranquil scene. Their eyes were still sharp, and they scanned the surroundings vigilantly. This island doesn't seem simple. Nuo Lin's voice was low, and his eyes flashed with thought. On the island, the sunlight shines through the dense treetops and sprinkles on the ground in patches, forming a patchwork of light and shadow. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked briskly through this paradise-like scenery, but their eyes did not relax, and they were always alert to the movements around them. This island does hide unknown secrets, Xiang Tianlu whispered, his eyes scanning the surroundings, trying to capture any possible abnormalities. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes flashing with thought. We have to be careful. The creatures here may be more powerful than those in the jungle. At this moment, a low roar came from the depths of the island. The sound was like the roar of an ancient beast, which made people feel awe. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and without saying anything, they understood each other. They gripped their swords tightly, and their bodies were like two flashes of lightning, rushing quickly towards the direction where the sound came from. After passing through a dense jungle, they came to an open beach. On the beach, a huge amount of monsters was lying there quietly. Its body was as huge as a mountain, covered with black scales and flashing a cold light in the sun. Its head has a pair of sharp saber-like teeth that are powerful enough to tear through any solid defense. Those red eyes were like two burning flames, revealing endless murderous intent. This is a saber-toothed shark, a powerful monster from legend. Not only can it walk on land, but can also move freely in the ocean. It possesses terrifying power. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw determination and courage in each other's eyes. They knew that this battle would be a life-and-death contest, but they were not afraid because they had a common belief in their hearts. No matter how powerful the enemy was, as long as they were loyal and determined, nothing could stop them from moving forward. The saber-toothed shark suddenly let out a deafening roar, and its huge body leaped forward like a moving mountain, rushing towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Nuo Lin dodged the attack cleverly with a flash of his body, and, at the same time, he swung his sword. The sword light was like a dragon, pointing directly at the eyes of the saber-toothed shark. However, the saber-toothed shark was extremely cunning. It twisted its body in the air and cleverly avoided Nuo Lin's attack. At the same time, its sharp fangs cut through the air like lightning, heading straight for Nuo Lin's chest. Nuo Lin moved to the side and swung his sword, causing it to collide with the saber-toothed shark's saber teeth, making a deafening roar. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu retreated violently and drew his sword at the same time. The sword light was as fast as lightning and pointed directly at the neck of the saber-toothed shark. However, the saber-toothed shark seemed to have the ability to foresee, and it twisted its body again and cleverly avoided Xiang Tianlu's attack. It let out a triumphant roar and flapped its wings. A strong wind blew up, blowing the surrounding sand and stones all over the sky. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were forced to retreat again and again by this sudden attack. They knew that the power of this saber-toothed shark was far greater than the previous beast, and they had to go all out to defeat it. At this moment, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu suddenly understood each other, and there was a determined light in their eyes. They leaped up at the same time, and their long swords intertwined in the air to form a dazzling sword net, trapping the saber-toothed shark tightly. The sword flashed, and every collision made a deafening roar and sparks flew. The sword nets intertwined, dazzling and brilliant, but it was difficult to contain the violent sword teeth. Its scales were as hard as iron, and every time the swords collided, it was as if weapons were being forged in a blacksmith shop, making a deafening roar. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked solemn, for they knew that the power of this saber-toothed shark was far beyond their imagination, and if they were not careful, they might lose their lives to it. We can't go on like this. We must find its flaw, Nuo Lin shouted. His voice seemed weak in the strong wind and roar, but Xiang Tianlu heard it clearly. He nodded to Tianlu, his eyes flashing with determination. He knew very well that at this moment, they had to work together to defeat this powerful monster. The saber-toothed shark roared again. Its eyes were like two burning flames, revealing endless killing intent. It struggled violently and broke free from the sword net, and pounced towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu again. Nuo Lin dodged the attack narrowly. The long sword in his hand was like a dragon emerging from the sea, slashing towards the neck of the saber-toothed shark. However, the saber-toothed shark seemed to have eyes on its back, and it twisted its body again and cleverly dodged the attack. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly and rushed towards the flank of the saber-toothed shark like an arrow. His sword cut through the air like lightning, going straight for the saber-toothed shark's vital point. However, the saber-toothed shark seemed to possess magical powers. Its body suddenly stopped in the air, and it actually avoided Xiang Tianlu's fatal blow. "It's moving too fast. We can't catch up at all," Xiang Tianlu shouted, 120 his voice full of anxiety. Nuo Lin took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with thought. He knew very well that at the moment, they had to find the weakness of the saber-toothed phantom shark, otherwise they would never be able to defeat this powerful monster. At this moment, the saber-toothed shark roared again, and its huge body pressed down like a mountain, as if it wanted to crush Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu into meat paste. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, with determination flashing in their eyes. They leaped up at the same time, and their long swords intertwined in the air to form a denser sword net. This time, they no longer pursued attacking, but focused on defense, trying to find the flaws of Jian Huanbua. The sword net collided with the saber-toothed shark's scales, making a deafening roar. Sparks flew everywhere, as if they were going to completely ignite the beach. However, at this moment, Nuo Lin keenly discovered that every attack of the saber-toothed shark seemed to be somewhat powerless. Although its eyes were still burning with fire, they revealed a hint of fatigue. It also has its limits. Nuo Lin shouted, his voice full of excitement. Xiang Tianlu was moved when he heard this. He struggled violently and broke free from the sword net, rushing towards the saber-toothed shark's eyes. His sword cut through the air like lightning, heading straight for the saber-toothed shark's eyes. The saber-toothed shark was shocked, and it struggled violently to dodge the attack flexibly. Although the saber-toothed shark was frightened, it remained calm. Its huge body suddenly flipped in the air like an upside-down mountain, trying to suppress the attack on Tianlu with its weight and strength advantage. Xiang Tianlu's body paused in the air, and he was almost blown away by the sudden force. But with his amazing willpower and cultivation, he adjusted his posture in the air, and his sword drew a dazzling arc in the air, narrowly avoiding the counterattack of the saber-toothed shark. "If you want to hide?" Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly. The spiritual power in his body surged, and the light on the sword became brighter, as if it was going to cut through the air. He accelerated again, like a meteor chasing the moon, and rushed straight into the eyes of the saber-toothed shark. The saber-toothed shark roared continuously. It felt an unprecedented threat, and a hint of madness flashed in its red eyes. It no longer relied on speed, but opened its huge mouth, revealing its blade-like sharp teeth. A heart-pounding, fishy wind blew in its face, as if it wanted to swallow everything. Nuo Lin felt nervous when he saw this. He knew that Xiang Tianlu was risking everything at this moment and could not afford any mistakes. He showed no hesitation, his spiritual energy boiling in his body, and his whole body seemed to be wrapped in flames. He turned into a stream of light and rushed to the other side of the saber-toothed shark, intending to distract its attention and create an opportunity for Xiang Tianlu. "Xiang Tianlu, hold on." Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the roar, with unquestionable firmness. The saber-toothed shark felt the pressure from both sides and became extremely angry. Its huge body twisted in the air, almost violating the rules of physics, and attacked in two directions at the same time. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu faced life-and-death tests almost at the same time. Their swords collided with the sharp teeth of the saber-toothed shark. Every contact sparked dazzling sparks, accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the heaven and earth were shaking. Xiang Tianlu took advantage of the saber-toothed shark's distraction and accelerated his sword suddenly, finally drawing a dazzling trajectory in front of those red eyes. The sword light was like a dragon, cutting through the sky, resisting the rage of the saber-toothed shark. Nuo Lin's figure shuttled between the firelight and sword shadows. Every time he swung the sword, it carried the momentum of shattering mountains and rivers, as if he wanted to tear apart every inch of the monster's scales. The air was filled with a pungent, burnt smell, a tragic scent of spiritual power and beast blood intertwined, making the entire battlefield even more depressing. "Oof, you monster! Today is your end." Nuo Lin roared. His voice was torn into pieces by the strong wind, but his unyielding will burned like a fire, illuminating the darkness around him. His body suddenly accelerated, like a meteor streaking through the night sky, and rushed straight towards the belly of the saber-toothed shark, which was one of the most vulnerable parts of the monster. The saber-toothed shark roared continuously, huge amounts of its body tumbling in the air, and every swing carried enough power to move mountains and seas. Its saber teeth flashed coldly in the sunlight, like a kiss of death, and every bite attempted to tear Nuo Lin's body into pieces. However, Nuo Lin was as agile as a ghost, always avoiding the fatal attack at the critical moment. "Xiang Tianlu, it's up to you," Nuo Lin shouted, and suddenly turned his body to the side, attracting the attention of the saber-toothed shark to his side. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu had already been ready to go. His whole body seemed to merge into the air, leaving only a faint afterimage, and he approached the saber-toothed shark's eyes at an incredible speed. The sword flashed, and it was a decisive blow to Tianlu. His sword drew a perfect arc in the air, like the brightest meteor in the night sky, heading straight for the saber-toothed shark's eyes. The saber-toothed shark was horrified. It had never seen such a swift and precise attack. A trace of fear and despair flashed in its red eyes. However, at this critical moment of life and death, Sabertooth Illusion Broadcast showed its final madness. It suddenly opened its huge mouth, and a powerful suction force suddenly emerged, trying to swallow Xiang Tianlu whole. Xiang Tianlu's figure paused in the air, as if he was restrained by an invisible force, but his eyes became more determined. "Want to swallow me? You are not qualified," Xiang Tianlu shouted angrily, and the spiritual power in his body suddenly erupted, as violent as a volcanic eruption. He swung his sword and unexpectedly found an opportunity to counterattack in the suction. The sword light was like a dragon, piercing the throat of the saber-toothed shark. The sword light and shark's shadow intertwined, like a meteor shower under the night sky. Every 10 strikes contained a force that was enough to shake the mountains and rivers. Xiang Tianlu's sword, like the light of dawn, pierced through the madness and despair of the saber-toothed shark and went straight to its vital point. However, the saber-toothed shark, the overlord of the ocean, was fighting like a trapped beast at this moment. Every roar shook the surrounding space, as if it wanted to swallow up the entire sea. "You beast, today is your burial place." Xiang Tianlu's eyes were wide open, and his voice echoed in the wind with unquestionable determination. His sword drew brilliant tracks in the air, and every collision with the saber-toothed shark caused dazzling sparks, like falling stars, illuminating the dark sea. The saber-toothed shark was not willing to be outdone. Its eyes were like burning flames, revealing endless murderous intent. It swung huge amounts of its body violently, and each impact was like a landslide, attempting to completely crush Xiang Tianru. However, Xiang Tianlu was like willow catkins in the wind, light and tough. He always avoided the fatal attack at the critical moment while looking for opportunities to counterattack. "Nuolin, the time has come," Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice full of excitement and anticipation. At the same time, Nuolin also felt the surge of this power. He accelerated suddenly and rushed towards the flank of the saber-toothed shark like a flash of lightning. His sword drew a perfect arc in the air, coordinating perfectly with Xiang Tianlu's attack, As if two swords were combined, the saber-toothed shark felt unprecedented pressure. It roared angrily, and huge amounts of its body tumbled in the air. Every swing carried enough force to tear apart space. However, facing the joint attack of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, it seemed a little powerless. Although its fangs were extremely sharp, it was difficult to find a breakthrough due to the two people's flexible dodging and counterattacks. Today, you will definitely lose. Promise, Nuo Lin shouted coldly, his voice full of confidence and domineering. He swung his sword, like a dragon emerging from the sea, and went straight for Jianchuan's heart. Xiang Tianlu also took the opportunity to launch an attack. His sword cut through the air like lightning and went straight to the saber-toothed shark's eyes. The sword light and the shark's shadow intertwined together, forming a thrilling picture. Every collision caused dazzling sparks and deafening roars, as if the heaven and earth were shaking. The roar of the saber-toothed shark gradually weakened. Its eyes began to blur, and its huge body fell weakly in the air. Finally, accompanied by a deafening roar, the saber-toothed shark finally fell on the beach, and the flame of life was completely extinguished by the joint efforts of Nuo Lin and Xiang Molu. The battlefield was filled with a pungent smell of blood and burnt food, which was a tragic scent mixed with spiritual power and beast blood. The fall of the saber-toothed shark did not ease the atmosphere on the battlefield at all. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, the two warriors who fought side by side, now stood on the beach like sculptures, their clothes soaked with sweat, and their faces were filled with tired but determined smiles. All around was the huge body of the saber-toothed shark and the gradually dissipating smell of blood, as if telling of the brutality of the battle. Finally, it's over, Nuo Lin said softly, with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, which was the exhaustion and release after the battle. He looked down at the long sword in his hand. On the sword, there were still traces left from the battle with the saber-toothed shark, which was a testimony to their heroic battle. Xiang Tianlu nodded. His gaze lingered on the body of the saber-toothed shark for a moment, then turned to Nuo Lin, with complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Yeah, it's over. But this strength, this experience, will be forever engraved in our hearts. The two smiled at each other, a tacit understanding that could be understood without saying anything. They knew that this battle was just a small test on their long journey of cultivation. The road ahead was still long, with both challenges and opportunities. However, just as they were about to leave, the air around them suddenly became heavy. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's faces changed at the same time. They felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if something was secretly watching them. What's going on? Nuo Lin asked in a low voice, with a hint of vigilance in his voice. 613 shook his head towards Tianlu and scanned the surroundings, trying to find the source of the mysterious power. I'm not sure, but I can feel that a powerful force is approaching. We have to be careful. The two men quickly adjusted their states, unsheathed their swords again, and pointed the tips of the swords at the unknown darkness. Their nerves were stretched to the limit, ready to deal with any possible crisis at any time. No matter what it is, we can't take it lightly. Nuo Lin said in a deep voice, his voice revealing determination and fearlessness. He nodded to Tianlu, his eyes also full of determination. That's right. No matter what awaits us ahead, we must face it together and overcome it together. At this moment, a low roar came from afar. The sound was like the roar of an ancient beast, which made people feel frightened. Just as the low roar was getting closer, the skies seemed to be torn apart, and a blazing red light streaked across the sky, like a meteor falling to the ground, but with a terrifying power that could burn the sky and boil the sea. In the red light, a flaming firebird flapped its wings and flew out. Flames billowed from its wings, and every feather was like a burning flame, roasting the surrounding air and causing it to distort and shape-shift. This is Act, the flaming firebird. Nuo Lin's pupils shrank suddenly, and there was an unbelievable shock in his voice. He knew very well that this creature only existed in ancient legends. It was the embodiment of fire and possessed the terrifying power to burn everything. Xiang Tianlu also had a solemn expression on his face. He felt the heat wave from the fiery firebird that was enough to burn the soul, and he was secretly alert. He whispered to Nuo Lin, "It seems that our battle has just begun." The flaming firebird circled in the air, and its flaming eyes locked onto Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, as if it wanted to see through them both. Then, it let out a deafening cry, flapped its wings, and rushed down, flames pouring down like a waterfall, instantly turning the beach below into a sea of fire. "Be careful!" Xiang Tianlu shouted and retreated violently. At the same time, his spiritual power surged, forming a layer of shield that enveloped himself and Nuo Lin. But the power of the flames was too terrifying. Sparks kept flying on the shield, making a hissing sound, as if it would break at any time. Nuo Lin was not to be outdone. He clenched the long sword with both hands. The spiritual power gathered on the tip of the sword, forming a dazzling sword light, and stood back to back with Xiang Tianlu, ready to meet the next wave of attack from the fiery firebird. The flaming firebird swooped down, and as its wings flapped, the wind howled in flames like a dragon pounced towards the two of them. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu attacked at the same time. Sword beams and flames collided in the air, making a deafening roar, sparks flying and illuminating the entire night sky. "Oomph! A mere firebird dares to act so presumptuous in front of us." Xiang Tianlu shouted angrily, the spiritual power in his body boiling, surging out like a river bursting its banks. His figure turned into a stream of light, shuttling through the sea of fire. Every time he swung his sword, there was an explosion of spiritual power, tearing apart the surrounding flames. Nuo Lin followed closely behind. His swordsmanship was agile and swift, as graceful as a dance, yet concealed murderous intent. Every time the tip of the sword touched the flame, it would stir up ripples of spiritual energy, shattering the flame. The flaming firebird seemed to be enraged by the stubborn resistance of the two men. It let out an even louder cry and flapped its wings suddenly. An even more violent firestorm swept over, as if it was going to swallow up the entire world. Facing the overwhelming flames, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw determination and fearlessness in each other's eyes. They retreated violently again, but this time they were not trying to escape, but to find an opportunity to counterattack. Just when the firestorm was about to engulf them, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's figures seemed to merge into the void and became erratic. They were like two ghosts, shuttling back and forth in the sea of fire. Every time they appeared, they were accompanied by fierce attacks, hitting the vital points of the fiery firebird directly. "You firebird, today I will let you know what true power is." Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the sea of fire, and his eyes flashed with an unyielding light. His figure flashed, and he appeared on the flaming firebird's wing like a ghost. He clenched his fists, and his spiritual power surged, as if he had condensed the power of heaven and earth and blasted towards the firebird. The flaming firebird let out an angry cry and flapped its wings violently, sending flames surging out like a raging wave, trying to block Xiang Tianlu's attack. But Xiang Tianlu's fist seemed to pass through the flames and hit directly on the wings of the firebird, making a deafening roar. At the same time, Nuo Lin also launched a fierce offensive. His figure was like a light feather, dancing in the sea of fire. Every swing of the sword tip was accompanied by the surge of spiritual power, cutting off the surrounding flames. He seemed to have merged into one with the sword, and the sword light was like a dragon, going straight to the heart of the flaming firebird. The fiery firebird sensed an unprecedented crisis. It let out an even more shrill cry, flapped its wings wildly, and flames gushed out like a volcanic eruption, trying to completely submerge Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. But the two of them were like two unyielding rays of light, shining brighter in the sea of fire. "Oomph! Today I will let you, the firebird, see what the ultimate of sword and fist is." Xiang Tianlu shouted angrily. His fists seemed to have turned into the hardest weapons in the world. Every attack was accompanied by an explosion of spiritual power, which blew away the flames. Nuo-Lin was not to be outdone. His swordsmanship became more and more agile and swift. Every swing of the sword tip seemed to contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, cutting off the flames and going straight to the vital point of the flaming firebird. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle in the air, with flames and spiritual power intertwined together, forming a thrilling picture. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar and sparks flying, as if the heaven and earth were shaking. "You firebird, today is your end." Nuo-Lin's voice echoed in the sea of fire, his eyes full of determination and fearlessness. He swung his sword, and the sword light was like a dragon, piercing the throat of the flaming firebird. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, his fists like two bright stars, slamming into the chest of the flaming firebird. The attacks of the two were like the collapse of heaven and earth, instantly blasting away the surrounding flames and revealing the terrified eyes of the fiery firebird. The flaming firebird gradually seemed unable to cope with the fierce attack of the two men. Its flames began to dim, and the flapping of its wings became sluggish. Finally, with a shrill wail, the huge body of the fiery firebird began to shake in the air, its wings like a broken-winged eagle, no longer able to support the burning flames. The flames gradually died out, revealing the firebird's tired and desperate eyes. It could no longer maintain the terrifying firestorm. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu saw this, and their attacks became more fierce. Xiang Tianlu appeared above the flaming bird in an instant, like a ghost. His fists condensed the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, like two burning stars with destructive power. Blast towards the top of the firebird's head. "Today is the end of you." Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the sea of fire, full of unquestionable determination. The flaming firebird let out a final cry and tried to flap its wings and fly away to escape this deadly attack. But Xiang Tianlu's fist had already hit its head like lightning. With a deafening roar, the firebird's head was instantly blown into a bloody mess, and the flames were extinguished. At the same time, Nuo-Lin also launched the final offensive. His body was like a light feather, dancing beneath the firebird. Every swing of the sword tip was like a sharp blade cutting through space, cutting a deep wound in the firebird's abdomen. Blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding air red. Under the joint attack of the two, the fiery firebird finally fell powerlessly on the beach, and its huge body created a huge, deep pit on the beach. The flames were completely extinguished, leaving only a charred mark and a pungent burnt smell. At the moment when the flaming firebird fell, the air on the beach seemed to solidify, leaving only the sound of dust and gravel slowly falling when the firebird fell. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood at the edge of the deep pit, staring at the firebird that seemed to have lost all signs of life, but there was no relaxation in their eyes. "Be careful. This firebird may not be that easy to deal with," Nuo-Lin warned in a low voice, the tip of his sword still trembling slightly, ready to deal with any possible crisis at any time. Xiang Tianlu nodded. His tense nerves did not relax at all because of the fall of the firebird. He took a deep breath and concentrated his spiritual power between his fists, ready to deal with any possible changes at any time. At this moment, the originally silent body of the firebird suddenly began to wriggle, as if a mysterious power was reviving within it. Then, a flame that was hotter and more violent than before burst out from the firebird's body, instantly igniting the surrounding air and forming a sea of fire. "It's evolving." Nuo-Lin's voice was filled with disbelief and shock. He had never seen such a strange sight. A creature that had lost all signs of life could evolve in an instant and become even more powerful. Xiang Tianlu's expression also became solemn. He felt the powerful aura emanating from the firebird. It was a sense of oppression that was enough to make them feel suffocated. He whispered to Nuo-Lin, it seems that our battle has just begun. The evolved flaming firebird rose from the deep pit. Its wings became broader, and its flames became hotter, as if it could devour everything. Its eyes were like two burning flames, revealing endless anger and murderous intent. How dare you hurt me? Today, I will make you pay the price. The voice of the fiery firebird echoed in the sea of fire, full of resentment and anger. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw determination and fearlessness in each other's eyes. They knew that this battle was beyond their expectations, but they would never back down. No matter what form you are in, you can't escape from our grasp today. Xiang Tianlu shouted angrily. His fists seemed to have turned into the destructive force between heaven and earth, and he blasted towards the flaming firebird with endless power. Nuo Lin also launched a fierce attack. His swordsmanship was agile and swift. Every swing of the sword tip seemed to cut through space and cut off the flames. He fought side by side with Xiang Tianlu, and their attacks poured down on the flaming firebird like a violent storm. The flaming bird rolled and dodged in the air, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not avoid the attacks of Nuo Lin and End of the Road. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar and sparks, as if the heaven and earth were shaking. Zero, request flowers. You bunch of ants, how dare you offend me like this? The fiery firebird roared angrily, and its flames became more violent, as if it was going to swallow up the entire world. But Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were not intimidated by its anger. Instead, they became more determined to defeat the flaming firebird. Their figures were like two lightning bolts, shuttling through the sea of fire, and every attack was precise and deadly. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense, with flames and spiritual power intertwined together, forming a thrilling picture. Every collision seemed to tear the heaven and earth apart, and every attack was enough to make people tremble with fear. But just when the fiery firebird was about to be defeated by Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, it suddenly let out a shrill wail, and then its body began to swell as if it was about to explode. Just as the fiery firebird's body expanded to its limit, like a ball of fire about to explode, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's minds were also stretched to the extreme. They knew very well that if the firebird exploded, its power would be enough to turn the beach into scorched earth, and they would not be able to escape death. Hurry, we must stop it, Nuo Lin shouted, his voice echoing in the sea of fire with unquestionable determination. His figure flashed like a meteor across the night sky, and he instantly appeared above the head of the flaming firebird, holding his sword high. Spiritual energy surged on the tip of the sword, as if it was about to condense the sharpest edge in the world. Xiang Tianlu was not willing to be outdone. He retreated several steps, clenched his fists, and spiritual power boiled in his body, gushing out like a river bursting its dam. His eyes flashed with a determined light, as if to illuminate the sea of fire. Today is your end, Xiang Tianlu shouted angrily, and his figure appeared on the flank of the flaming firebird like a ghost, and his fist slammed towards the firebird with the power to destroy the world. The fiery firebird felt the attacks from the two and let out an even more shrill wail. Its body seemed to be restrained by an invisible force and could no longer expand. But even so, it did not give up resistance. Its wings flapped suddenly, and an even more violent firestorm swept out, trying to drown Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two unyielding rays of light, shining brighter and brighter in the sea of fire. Nuo Lin's long sword sounded like a dragon's roar, and the flames moved away from where the sword pointed. He moved lightly through the flames, and every swing of the sword tip was accompanied by the surge of spiritual power, cutting off the flames. Xiang Tianlu was like a descending god of war. His fists were like two shining stars, and every attack was accompanied by an explosion of spiritual power. His figure appeared and disappeared in the sea of fire, as elusive as a ghost. Each of his attacks was precise and deadly, leaving the flaming firebird no way to dodge. The battle between the two sides once again entered a white-hot stage. The flames and spiritual power intertwined together, forming a thrilling picture. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar and sparks, as if the heaven and earth were shaking. At this moment, New Orleans suddenly discovered a flaw in the flaming Firebird. His eyes focused, and the sword instantly accelerated, piercing towards the Firebird's chest like a flash of lightning. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu also discovered this opportunity. He suddenly clenched his 717 fists together, and the spiritual power gathered in his body into a torrent, which then blasted towards the Firebird's head like a volcanic eruption. The fiery Firebird let out its last mournful cry, and its body began to collapse under the combined attack of the two. The flame gradually died out, revealing its tired and desperate eyes. Finally, with a loud bang, the huge body of the fiery Firebird exploded in the air, turning into countless sparks and flame fragments. At the moment when the flaming Firebird's body exploded, Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu almost simultaneously felt a powerful spiritual power fluctuation burst out from the Firebird's body, surging like a tide and spreading in all directions. They were shocked, realizing that this was not a simple explosion, but the Firebird's last struggle before death, trying to severely injure them in this way. "Be careful," Nu Lin shouted, and his body moved like a spirit swallow, dodging flexibly among the flame fragments. His sword drew brilliant tracks in the air, and every swing was accompanied by the surge of spiritual power, which defeated the flame fragments that tried to approach. Xiang Tianlu was like a rock in the raging waves. His fists were like lightning in the strong wind, constantly bombarding the surrounding flames. His spiritual power was like the water of a river, continuous and endless. Every attack was accompanied by a deafening roar, which disintegrated the offensive of fire. However, this wave of spiritual energy was so powerful that even when the two of them joined forces, they still felt a little overwhelmed. The flames rolled in the air like an angry dragon, and every impact seemed to tear the heaven and earth apart. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu's expressions became more and more solemn. They knew that if they could not find a countermeasure as soon as possible, they would most likely be swallowed up by this spiritual power fluctuation. "We can't go on like this. We have to find its source," Nu Lin shouted, his voice a little weak amid the roar of the flames. His eyes were as sharp as torches, staring at the flame fragments, trying to find the source of the spiritual power fluctuations. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu suddenly clenched his fists, and the spiritual energy in his body gathered into a powerful force. His figure was like an arrow shot from a bow, and he instantly rushed to the center of the fire fragments. His fists were like the light of dawn, carrying endless power as they blasted towards the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations. "Break it for me," Xiang Tianlu shouted angrily, and his fists collided violently with the spiritual power fluctuations. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from the collision point, sweeping around like a storm. Fragments of fire flew in the air, as if torn apart by an invisible force. Seeing this, Nu Lin took the opportunity to swing his sword. A sharp sword light cut through the sky like lightning and pointed directly at the core of the spiritual power fluctuation. Wherever the sword light passed, the flames retreated as if they were frightened by an invisible force. Finally, at the moment when the spiritual power fluctuations were defeated by the two people together, the entire sea of fire seemed to have lost its support and began to dissipate rapidly. As the sea of fire dissipated, peace returned to Nu Lin and the area around Shantian Road. Only the faint smell of burning filled the air, and the gentle sound of waves hitting the beach in the distance remained. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on them, covering the two warriors who had just experienced a life-and-death battle with a layer of golden battle robes. It's finally over." Nu Lin let out a long breath, and the long sword in his hand slowly fell down, with the tip of the sword lightly touching the ground, making a slight sound. There was both fatigue and relief in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu also breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and still looked around vigilantly, just in case. Yes, but this experience is more thrilling than any other. The power of the Firebird has exceeded our expectations. The two looked at each other. Without saying anything, they could both read the deep respect and trust in each other's eyes. They know that it is this tacit understanding and cooperation that enables them to overcome difficulties together. Let's go. This island is no longer dangerous, but our journey continues. Nuo Lin took the first step. His voice was firm and powerful, as if he was cheering himself and Xiang Tianlu up. He nodded to Tianlu and followed closely. They walked along the beach toward the sunset, each step looking so firm and calm. The waves gently lapped under their feet, making a pleasant sound, as if cheering for their victory. As they moved forward, the scenery on the island kept changing. From the golden beaches to the dense jungles to the steep cliffs, every place has left traces of their fighting side by side, and their hearts have become more resilient and brave because of these experiences. As night falls, the starry sky shines brightly. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu found a sheltered cave and prepared to spend this peaceful night. Inside the cave, a bonfire was carefully lit. The flickering flames stretched the two figures out long, casting shadows on the cave wall like warriors in an ancient mural. Nuo Lin was sitting by the fire, using a branch to fiddle with the flames to make them burn more vigorously. Xiang Tianlu was packing their bags and checking to see if anything was left out. Xiang Tianlu, what do you think our next move will be? Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the cave with a hint of uncertainty. He looked up at Xiang Tian Road, his eyes full of anticipation. Xiang Tianlu stopped what he was doing, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, "No matter what lies ahead, we must remain vigilant. This Firebird incident reminds us that there are too many unknown dangers hidden in this vast 2.7-meter-high landmass. But at the same time, it also means that there are countless opportunities waiting for us to explore." Nuo Lin nodded and agreed. "You are right. Every challenge is an opportunity for us to grow. Moreover, I believe that as long as we are together, nothing can stop us from moving forward." Xiang Tianlu smiled when he heard this, patted Nuo Lin on the shoulder, and said, "Well said, brother. The tacit understanding and trust between us is our most powerful weapon." As the topic deepened, the two of them became more relaxed. They began to share their stories, from their childhood dreams, to their experiences as adventurers, to their aspirations for the future. Each story is full of passion and enthusiasm, as if showing each other their inner world. Outside the cave, the night deepened and the stars twinkled, as if accompanying their conversation. The sea breeze blows gently, bringing with it the salty taste of the sea water and the coolness of the night, making people feel relaxed and happy. Occasionally, one or two beast howls could be heard from the distant jungle, adding a sense of adventure. The night was as dark as ink, deep and vast. The world outside the cave was shrouded in a layer of light mist, making the jungle in the distance seem even more mysterious. The sea breeze, with an inexplicable chill, gently blows across the entrance of the cave, as if telling an ancient and mysterious legend. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, two warriors who fought side by side, are now immersed in each other's stories. Their faces, illuminated by the firelight, appear resolute and courageous. However, in this tranquility, an inexplicable sense of crisis quietly came over them, causing their hearts to instantly rise to their throats. Something's happening. Xiang Tianlu stood up suddenly, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's, scanning every corner of the cave. At the same time, Nuo Lin also reacted quickly. The long sword in his hand was already unsheathed, and the tip of the sword trembled slightly, as if ready to meet unknown challenges at any time. Suddenly, a deafening roar was heard outside the cave, and then a powerful energy wave swept in from afar, shaking the entire Cave 02 to the point of collapse. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. Needless to say, they knew that this challenge would be more intense than any previous one. "Go!" Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his figure rushed out of the cave in an instant like an arrow. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, swinging his sword, breaking the silence of the night and leaving behind a series of dazzling tracks. Outside the cave, there was chaos. I saw huge amounts of energy waves coming from the distant jungle, tumbling in the air like an angry dragon, and every impact seemed to tear the sky and the earth apart. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were shocked. They knew that this power was beyond human power and must be some kind of strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. However, at this moment, an even more ferocious energy wave suddenly fell from the sky above their heads, as terrifying as the sky collapsing and the earth collapsing. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked up almost at the same time and saw a huge amount of light beam falling from the sky, carrying destructive power, heading straight for them. "Be careful," Nuo Lin shouted, and his body moved like a swift swallow, dodging flexibly in the gaps of the light beam. His sword drew brilliant tracks in the air, and every swing was accompanied by the surge of spiritual power, trying to defeat this destructive force. Xiang Tianlu was like a rock in the raging waves. His fists were like lightning in the strong wind, constantly bombarding the air around him, trying to find the source of this power. His spiritual power was like the water of a river, continuous and endless. Every attack was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if it would shatter the entire world. However, this force was too strong, and even when the two of them joined forces, they felt a little overwhelmed. The beam of light rolled in the air like an angry dragon, and every collision made them feel a strong sense of suffocation. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's expressions became more and more solemn. They knew that if they couldn't find a countermeasure as soon as possible, they would most likely be swallowed up by this power. The wind was howling, and Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like duckweed in this endless chaos, about to fall but refusing to yield. Every bombardment of the light column seemed to wipe out their will and flesh, but there was an even more intense fire burning in their eyes, which was a fearlessness of the unknown and a desire for challenges. Where does this power come from? Xiang Tianlu's voice seemed weak amid the roar, but his tone was firm, as if he wanted to shout out all the secrets of the world. Nuo Lin did not answer. His sword drew silver lightning in the air. Every collision with the light column caused brilliant sparks, like a meteor shower in the night sky, beautiful and deadly. He had only one thought in his mind, and that was to break through this endless bondage, find the source of that power, and defeat it. "Watch out!" Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted. His figure was like a violent beast. His fists swung in the air, creating gusts of wind. Each punch had the power to tear the air apart as he blasted towards the endless beam of light. His spiritual power surged out like a flood, colliding and interweaving with the power of the light column in the air, causing a deafening roar. Nuo Lin's heart moved when he saw this. He turned his body to the side, and his long sword pierced into the gap of the light column in an instant like a spirit snake coming out of a cave. Under the surge of spiritual power, a deep crack was actually left on the light column. He shouted, "Break!" The long sword shook violently, and the crack expanded instantly, as if it was going to tear the entire column of light apart. However, the power of the light column was too strong. Even if the two of them joined forces, they could only barely maintain the crack and could not completely destroy it. Moreover, as they attacked, the power of the light column seemed to be increasing, as if responding to their challenge. "We can't go on like this," Nuo Lin shouted, his eyes flashing with determination. He knew that if they couldn't find a way to break it as soon as possible, they would most likely be completely swallowed up by this power. Xiang Tianlu's face darkened when he heard this. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists as if he wanted to concentrate all his strength in this moment. He shouted in a low voice, "Tian Gang Fist!" His fists suddenly raised in the air, and a powerful fist wind swept out like a tornado, bombarding the endless column of light. Seeing this, Nuo Lin also swung his sword. Under the surge of spiritual power, the sword seemed to turn into a long silver river, and together with Xiang Tianlu's fist wind, it blasted towards the light column. The two forces met and collided in the air, causing an unprecedented roar. At that moment, the whole world seemed to tremble. Under the joint attack of the two, the beam of light finally showed a slight sign of wavering. However, at this moment, an even more ferocious force suddenly erupted from the light column, surging like a raging wave, submerging both of them. Ah! Xiang Tianlu roared, waving his fists in the air, trying to resist the impact of this force. However, this force was too strong. Even his Tiangang fist could not resist it. Nuo Lin also staggered, and his sword almost fell out of his hand. He clenched his teeth, and with the surge of spiritual power, the sword once again turned into a silver lightning and slashed towards the source of that power. However, just as he was about to touch that power, an even stronger backlash force suddenly hit him, causing his face to turn pale and his body to fly backwards involuntarily. The strong wind was still raging, blowing up dust all over the sky, engulfing the figures of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu in chaos. Xiang Tianlu was knocked backwards by the force and fell heavily to the ground. The dust flew up and covered his figure. But he did not surrender. He struggled to get up from the dust. His eyes were red as if they were burning. It was a challenge to the limit of his strength. He was unwilling to accept his fate. Nuo Lin, Xiang Tianlu roared, his voice mixed with indomitable spirit and anger. He knew very well that in this unknown land, only each other was the most solid support for each other. The same was true for Nuo Lin. Although he was severely injured by the backlash, he still gritted his teeth and relied on his amazing willpower to endure the pain and stand up. His clothes were torn and blood-stained, but his eyes were like the brightest lights in the night sky, flashing with an unyielding light. "We can't lose." Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the wind, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth with determination and tenacity. Although the long sword in his hand was covered with cracks, under the infusion of his spiritual power, it once again shone with dazzling light, as if it was going to cut through the endless darkness. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged, as if he was going to break through the shackles and reach a new realm. He let out a low roar, and his body once again rushed towards the source of the light column like a wild horse, regardless of everything, and smashed it with his fists with the sound of wind and thunder. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, waving his long sword. The sword light was like a dragon, interweaving with Xiang Tianlu's fist wind, forming a dazzling tornado, heading straight for the core of the light column. The power of the two reached its peak at this moment, as if they were going to tear the entire world apart. Under the fierce attack of the two, the light column finally began to waver as never before. The originally surging power began to dissipate, as if it had lost control. But at this moment, an even brighter light suddenly burst out from the core of the light column, and an unprecedented force surged out from it, washing over the two people's bodies like a torrent. Ah! Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu screamed in pain at the same time. Under the impact of this force, their bodies were like fallen leaves in the wind, shaking and about to fall. But even so, they still did not give up. Instead, they relied on their amazing willpower and persevered. "We can't give up." Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the wind, his eyes fixed on the core of the light column, as if trying to see through the secret within. The same was true for Xiang Tianlu. He clenched his teeth and clenched his fists, as if he wanted to hold the entire world in his hands. He growled, "In order to survive and explore the unknown, we must persevere." Just as the two were about to be completely swallowed up by this force, a crack suddenly appeared at the core of the light column, as if it was shaken by the power of the two. The appearance of this crack was like a ray of light in the darkness, giving the two a glimmer of hope. They seized the opportunity and exerted force again. Nuo Lin's sword and Xiang Tianlu's fist hit the crack at the same time. There was a loud bang, and the light column collapsed instantly, turning into countless light spots and dissipating between heaven and earth. As the light column collapsed, the aura of chaos between heaven and earth gradually dissipated, revealing a strange and deep forest. The trees were towering into the sky, with dense branches and leaves, blocking most of the sunlight, making the forest dim and eerie. And in the depths of this forest, a strong, evil spirit quietly spreads, making people feel chilled. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw vigilance and determination in each other's eyes. They knew that there must be some powerful existence hidden in this forest, and that evil aura was the best proof. Be careful, there might be monsters here. Nuo-Lin warned in a low voice, his voice echoing in the forest with a barely perceptible tremor. Xiang Tianlu nodded, clenched his hands into fists, and spiritual power surged throughout his body, ready to fight at any time. He looked around, trying to find the source of the evil spirit in the dim forest. At this moment, a low and long roar suddenly sounded, like a call from hell, making people shudder. Then, a huge monster slowly walked out from the shadow of the forest. It was a 5-step snake king, more than 10 feet long, and its body was as black as ink. Its scales sparkled with cold light, as if they were made of steel. Its eyes were like 2 blood-red lanterns, flashing with cruelty and cunning. 5-step snake king. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu exclaimed at the same time. They knew very well how terrifying this monster was. The 5-step snake king is not only extremely poisonous, but also incredibly powerful. It is one of the overlords of the forest. The 5-step snake king seemed to sense the breath of the two people. It raised its head and stared at Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu with its blood-red eyes, as if it wanted to eat them alive. Then, it opened its bloody mouth, revealing 2 sharp fangs, and let out a deafening roar. "Prepare for battle," Nuo-Lin shouted. He flashed and appeared on the flank of the 5-step snake king like a ghost. He swung his long sword, and the sword light was like a dragon, going straight to the snake king's vital point. However, the 5-step snake king reacted very quickly. It twisted its body and avoided Nuo-Lin's fatal attack. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu rushed out like a hurricane, and his fists, with the sound of wind and thunder, smashed into the head of the 5-step snake king. However, the 5-step snake king seemed to see through his actions. It swung its tail like a black lightning and instantly hit Xiang Tianlu's chest. Xiang Tianlu only felt a huge force coming, and the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. Xiang Tianlu. Nuo-Lin was horrified. He turned around quickly and wanted to rescue Xiang Tianlu. However, the 5-step snake king would not give him this opportunity. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Nuo-Lin, its fangs flashing coldly, as if it wanted to swallow him 10 times. Nuo-Lin moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack of the 5-step snake king. He knew in his heart that he could not just sit there and wait for death, but had to take the initiative. So, he took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged. The long sword drew a brilliant trajectory in the air and pierced directly into the eyes of the 5-step snake king. The 5-step snake king seemed to sense Nuo-Lin's murderous intent. It roared, jumped up, and started a fierce battle with Nuo-Lin. The two fought back and forth in the air, with sword lights and snake shadows interweaving to form a thrilling picture. Nuo-Lin, be careful. Xiang Tianlu got up from the ground. He covered his chest, his face was pale, but his eyes were full of worry and anxiety. He knew very well that he could not become a burden to Nuo-Lin and must recover his strength as soon as possible to assist him in the battle. Nuo-Lin felt warm in his heart when he heard this. He glanced at Xiang Tianlu and nodded to show that he understood. Afterwards, he once again focused his attention on the 5-step snake king and swung his sword even more fiercely every 10 swords. Zhao Hao contained a terrifying force that was enough to split mountains and rocks. The 5-step snake king has a nimble body, and every twist of its body carries a momentum that can shake the mountains and forests. Its scales reflect a cold glow in the dim light, like a dark blade in the night. Nuo Lin had fought with it for several rounds, and had already felt the terrifying power of it, which was far beyond the reach of ordinary monsters. "Oomph, you beast, today is your end." Nuo Lin shouted angrily, his voice echoing in the dense forest with unyielding and determination. His figure was like a phantom, shuttling between the attacks of the five-step Snake King. Every time he swung his sword, it carried the force of thunder, trying to find the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The five-step Snake King seemed to be angered as well. It no longer relied solely on speed and strength, but began to show a strange fighting wisdom. Its tail was like a snake coming out of a hole, sometimes sweeping, sometimes attacking, and each attack blocked Nuo Lin's retreat just in time, forcing him to dodge at a faster speed and more subtle angle. "This won't work. I have to find a way to get close," Nuo Lin thought to himself. He knew that long-range attacks would have limited effect on a monster like the five-step Snake King, with thick skin and flesh. We must find an opportunity to strike hard at its vital points with close combat. Just as Nuo Lin was looking for a breakthrough, the five-step Snake King suddenly opened its huge mouth and a strong fishy smell came to his nose, which was a sign that it was about to spray venom. Nuo Lin was quick-witted and quick-handed. He moved his body to the side, and his long sword drew a silver arc in the air. With this force, he rushed straight towards the body of the five-step Snake King, like an arrow from a bow. "Come on, let me see how thick your skin is," Nuo Lin growled, and his long sword had turned into a silver storm, slashing madly at the scales of the five-step Snake King. Every collision caused a series of sparks, deafening. The five-step Snake King felt pain and let out a deafening roar. Its body twisted in the air in huge amounts, trying to get rid of Nuo Lin's entanglement. But Nuo Lin followed closely, his long sword like a dragon emerging from a sea. Each strike landed precisely on the five-step Snake King's most vulnerable joints, trying to destroy its movement ability. "Xiang Tianlu, hurry!" Nuo Lin fought fiercely while reminding Xiang Tianlu in the distance. He knew that it would be difficult to defeat the five-step Snake King 260 in a short period of time by himself, and that two people must work together to have a chance of winning. Hearing this, Xiang Tianlu endured the pain in his chest and stood up with difficulty. He clenched his hands tightly, and spiritual power surged wildly in his body, trying to break through the limitations of his injuries. "Nuo Lin, here I come," he growled, and his body rushed toward the other side of the five-step Snake King like a violent gale. Faced with the attack from both sides, the five-step Snake King finally showed a look of fear. Huge amounts of its body twisted violently in the air, trying to break free from the two men's restraints. But Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two chains, tightly entangling it, not giving it any chance to breathe. The five-step Snake King seemed to become more and more agitated and restless under the attack of the two people. Its scales flashed with strange light in the fierce battle. Every 10 twists and turns brought with it the momentum of 10 landslides. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two whirlwinds, tightly entangling the five-step Snake King. Each of their attacks contained enough power to shake the mountains. "You beast, today is the day you die," Nuo Lin shouted angrily. His eyes were like burning flames, full of desire for victory. The long sword in his hand was like a dragon emerging from the sea. Every time he swung it, it brought with it a force that could tear apart space. It madly chopped at the scales of the five-step Snake King, sparking a series of brilliant sparks. The five-step Snake King let out a deafening roar in pain, and its tail was like a snake coming out of a hole, lashing the surrounding trees frantically with a destructive force. Under the tail of the five-step Snake King, those tall trees were broken like fragile straws, and the flying wood chips flew around like a rain of arrows. "Nuo Lin, be careful," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his figure was like a ghost, and he instantly appeared on the other side of the five-step Snake King. His hands were like iron pliers, tightly grasping the five-step Snake King's vital point. Spiritual energy surged throughout his body, as if he wanted to concentrate all his strength at this moment, attempting to severely damage the five-step Snake King in one fell swoop. Under the attack of Xiang Tianlu, the five-step Snake King let out an even more shrill roar. Huge amounts of its body twisted violently in the air, trying to break free from the constraints of the heavenly road. However, Xiang Tianlu was like a rock, motionless at all. His hands were like steel, and no matter how the five-step Snake King struggled, he could not break free. Xiang Tianlu, hold on. Nuo Lin shouted when he saw this, and he rushed toward the five-step Snake King again like an arrow from a bow. His sword drew a brilliant trail in the air, like a meteor across the night sky, piercing the vital point of the five-step Snake King. The five-step Snake King finally showed signs of fatigue under the attack of the two. Its movements began to become slow, and each attack seemed to be powerless. However, even so, it still did not give up resistance, and there was still a ferocious light flashing in its eyes, as if it was determined to fight to the death. The eyes of the five-step Snake King were like two oil lamps that were about to go out, but in that faint light, an unyielding flame was burning. Its scales had become mottled and broken under the continuous blows, and blood was oozing out from the wounds, staining the surrounding land red. However, this beast seemed to possess tenacity and perseverance beyond that of ordinary monsters. Even though it was seriously injured, it still refused to fall down. Nuo Lin, hurry! Now! Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded particularly hoarse in the fierce battle, but his eyes were unusually firm. He clasped the five-step Snake King's vital points with both hands, and his spiritual power surged out like a tide, attempting to completely pour this power into the five-step Snake King's body and destroy its vitality completely. Nuo Lin heard this, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He suddenly jumped up like an eagle spreading its wings, and his sword drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, going straight for the neck of the five-step Snake King. Wherever the tip of the sword passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. At the critical moment of life and death, the five-step Snake King showed amazing explosive power. It swung its tail like a black lightning, with destructive power, and suddenly hit Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin turned his body to the side and narrowly avoided the fatal blow, but the five-step Snake King's tail swept a big tree next to him, and the tree was instantly broken in half and fell down with a loud bang. "You beast, don't even think about escaping today," Nuo Lin shouted angrily. He swung his sword again, and the sword light was like a dragon, piercing the eyes of the five-step Snake King. The five-step Snake King let out a deafening roar in severe pain, and its huge amounts of body rolled violently in the air, trying to avoid Nuo Lin's fatal blow. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu had already cooperated well. They were like two chains, tightly entangling the five-step Snake King, not giving it any chance to breathe. Xiang Tianlu exerted force with both hands and slammed the body of the five-step Snake King to the ground, making a deafening roar. Nuo Lin took the opportunity to swing his sword, and the tip of the sword drew a deep bloody mark on the neck of the five-step Snake King. The deep bloodstain on the five-step Snake King's neck was like a sign of death. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining Nuo Lin's sword and clothes red. The five-step Snake King let out a last deafening roar in severe pain, with unwillingness and despair flashing in its eyes. But even so, it was still struggling hard, trying to break free from Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's restraints. "Xiang Tianlu, let's work together." Nuo Lin's voice sounded particularly firm amid the roar. His eyes were like burning flames, full of desire for victory. He gripped the sword tightly in both hands, with the tip of the sword deeply embedded in the neck of the five-step Snake King. Every time he exerted force, it seemed as if he wanted to completely cut off the life of this beast. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, spiritual power surged throughout his body. His hands were like iron pliers, tightly gripping the five-step Snake King's 7 inches, as if he wanted to tear this huge body apart alive. His face was ferocious and his eyes were wide open, as if he was concentrating all his strength at this moment. Under the combined efforts of the two, the five-step Snake King finally showed signs of real fatigue. Its body gradually lost strength as it trembled violently, and the light in its eyes began to dim. However, even so, it is still struggling desperately, trying to find a glimmer of hope. "You beast, today is your end," Nuo Lin shouted angrily. He used more force, and the long sword drew a deeper blood mark on the neck of the five-step Snake King. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the body of the five-step Snake King gradually lost strength in the violent trembling and finally fell to the ground powerlessly. At the moment when the five-step Snake King finally fell down and stopped moving, Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other, with the joy of victory and relief flashing in each other's eyes. They knew that they had gone through countless hardships and obstacles along the way, and at this moment, they had finally defeated the powerful enemy and won themselves a moment of peace. After a short rest, the two continued on their journey. The scenery along the way slowly unfolded like a painting. They shuttled between dense forests and winding mountain roads, feeling the magnificence and mystery of nature. Soon, they came to a small town called Changshi Town. This small town is surrounded by mountains and rivers and has picturesque scenery, as if it is a paradise isolated from the world. On both sides of the street, quaint buildings are scattered around, and on both sides of the bluestone paved paths, there are many shops, making it very bustling. Wow, it's so beautiful here. Nu Lin couldn't help but exclaim. He looked around and saw a constant stream of people walking on the street, including villagers in coarse cloth and merchants in gorgeous clothes. They were either walking in a hurry or stopping to talk, their faces filled with satisfaction and happiness. Yes, this is indeed a great place to relax and have fun. Xiang Tianlu responded with a smile. His eyes moved among the shops on the street, as if looking for something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he pointed to a grocery store in front and said, Nu Lin, look at that store. There seem to be a lot of good things in it. The two walked into the grocery store and saw that the store was filled with all kinds of goods. There are crystal-clear jades, colorful silks, and various herbs and weapons. They walked between the shelves, stopping from time to carefully admire these precious items. Xiang Tianlu, look at this. Nu Lin picked up an exquisite dagger and looked at it carefully. The blade of this dagger is extremely sharp, and the handle is inlaid with several dazzling gems, making it look particularly gorgeous. Well, this dagger is indeed good. Xiang Tianlu took the dagger, looked at it carefully and said, however, I think this long sword is more suitable for you. As he said that, he pointed to a long sword next to him. Nu Lin took the sword and saw that the sword had a straight body, a sharp blade, and the hilt was carved with exquisite patterns, which looked simple and elegant. He swung the sword lightly, and the sword glowed like a dragon, with overwhelming momentum. This sword really suits me. Nu Lin nodded with satisfaction and put the sword in his pocket. Then they came to a pharmacy. The medicine shop was filled with a faint medicinal aroma, and the shelves were filled with various herbs and pills. After talking with the owner of the drugstore, they bought some herbs and pills for healing and restoring strength. Boss, how much silver do these herbs and pills cost? Nu Lin asked. The owner of the medicine shop smiled and replied, these herbs and pills will cost a total of 50 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Nu Lin took out a silver ingot from his pocket and handed it to the owner of the medicine shop. The owner of the medicine shop took the silver ingots, counted them carefully, and handed the remaining silver, herbs, and pills to Nu Lin. After leaving the pharmacy, they came to a tea house. The tea house was bustling with people and filled with the aroma of tea. They found a seat by the window and ordered a pot of fine Longjing tea and a few exquisite side dishes. Inside the tea house, the steaming tea exudes an enticing aroma, which is intertwined with the faint floral scent that occasionally drifts in from the window, creating a tranquil and comfortable atmosphere. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu sat by the window, enjoying this rare tranquility. This Longjing tea is really fragrant and sweet in the mouth. Nu Lin blew lightly and took a sip of the tea and praised it highly. Indeed, the tea and snacks here are both excellent, making people forget the fatigue of the journey. Xiang Tianlu picked up a piece of exquisite pastry, took a bite, and his eyes lit up slightly. This pastry is sweet but not greasy and melts in the mouth. It is really a rare delicacy. The two ate and talked, and the topic gradually turned from what they had seen during the journey to plans for the future. Xiang Tianlu, what do you think we will encounter next? Nu Lin put down the teacup, his eyes flashing with curiosity and anticipation. Xiang Tianlu pondered for a moment and said slowly, no matter what is waiting for us ahead, as long as we fight side by side, there will be no difficulties that cannot be overcome. However, I think we can stay in Changshi Town for a few more days to enjoy the tranquility and beauty here. Good idea. New Orleans slapped the table and said excitedly, "We can learn some new skills here, or learn about the local culture. Maybe we can find some clues that can help us practice." 0. Asterisk. Just as the two were chatting excitedly, the door of the tea house was gently pushed open, and an old man in a green shirt walked in slowly. He has a kind face, walks steadily, and holds a seemingly ordinary bamboo fan in his hand, but his eyes reveal an indescribable depth. The old man found an empty seat, sat down, ordered a pot of tea, and began to sip the tea quietly. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu noticed the old man and couldn't help but feel curious, so they decided to go up and talk to him. "Old senior, you seem to know a lot about the tea ceremony. Could you give me some advice?" Nu Lin stood up and asked respectfully. The old man smiled slightly, put down the teacup, and said slowly, "The tea ceremony is a way to cultivate one's body and mind, and one needs to be as calm as water to appreciate its true meaning." 0. Seeing that you two have extraordinary temperaments, I think you must be practitioners. Could you share some of your experiences in practice with me? Xiang Tianlu also stood up and saluted after hearing this, saying, "What the old senior said makes sense. The two of us are cultivators. We have experienced many hardships along the way and occasionally gained something. If you are willing, we would like to hear the details." So, the three of them sat around a table and began a profound conversation about spiritual practice and life. The old man was knowledgeable and had unique insights, which benefited Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu a lot. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu also shared their own spiritual experiences and insights, which made the old man nod frequently. As the sun sets, the light in the tea house gradually becomes softer. The three of them talked happily, as if time had stopped at this moment. When the last ray of sunshine disappeared in the sky, the three people said goodbye reluctantly and embarked on a new journey. After bidding farewell to the old man, Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu strolled on the streets of Changshi town. It was already late at night, but the lanterns in the town were still bright, illuminating the bluestone road as if it were daytime. Most of the shops on the street were closed, and only a few pubs and tea houses still had their lights on, with bursts of laughter and chatter emanating from them. "Xiang Tianlu, what do you think is the origin of that old man? His knowledge is so broad that even I am ashamed of myself." Nu Lin asked as he walked, still full of curiosity about the old man. Xiang Tianlu shook his head and thought, "I don't know either, but from his words and deeds, I can sense a temperament that transcends the mundane world, as if he has already seen through the mundane world and reached a certain realm. It is our good fortune that we can meet such a great man." The two continued walking forward and came to a small bridge. The water flows gently under the bridge, and the moonlight shines on the river, making the waves sparkle like a silver ribbon. They stopped and quietly admired the peaceful and beautiful night scene. "Nu Lin, look at the moon. It's so round and bright." Xiang Tianlu pointed at the bright moon in the sky and said with emotion. Nu Lin looked up and saw a bright moon hanging high in the night sky, its light spreading all over the earth, making people feel relaxed and happy. "Yes, the moon is so beautiful tonight. Xiang Tianlu, do you think we can see such beautiful scenery again in the future?" Xiang Tianlu smiled and patted Nu Lin on the shoulder. "As long as we have scenery in our hearts, there are beautiful scenery everywhere. Although the path of spiritual practice is long and difficult, as long as we maintain a peaceful heart, we can discover the beauty in life." The two continued walking along the path by the river and came to a bustling night market at 203. The night market is brightly lit and bustling with people. There are a wide variety of snack stalls, grocery stalls, and toy stalls which are dazzling. "Xiang Tianlu, look at that candied haws. They look so delicious." Nu Lin pointed at the candied haws on a snack stand, her eyes lighting up. Xiang Tianlu smiled and nodded. "Okay, then let's go and try it." The two came to the snack stand, and each bought a string of candied haws. The candied haws are bright red and covered with a thin layer of sugar coating. A bite of them is sweet and sour, and it is very memorable. After tasting the candied haws, the sweet and sour taste still remained in their mouths, as if even their mood was tinged with a bit of sweetness and joy. However, this tranquility did not last long. When they left the night market and continued on their journey back to the inn, Changshi town in the night seemed to have changed quietly. New All-In, do you feel that the air around you has become much heavier? Xiang Tianlu paused, frowning. He keenly caught a hint of something unusual. Hearing this, New All-In also stopped and closed his eyes to sense it. Then his face changed slightly. Indeed, it seems that there is some huge monster lurking in the dark, which makes this world feel depressed. Before he could finish his words, the bluestone road beneath their feet suddenly cracked, and a powerful force surged out of it, spreading rapidly like a quagmire, firmly absorbing their feet. Then, the surrounding trees, houses, and even the entire night market seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and turned into pieces of sticky mud and gathered towards where they were. Oh no, this is the secret technique of the swamp. Quick, circulate your spiritual power and resist this suction. Xiang Tianlu shouted, and the spiritual power in his body boiled and turned into a dazzling light, trying to break free from the restraints. New All-In did not dare to be negligent. The spiritual power in his body surged and turned into a dragon, circling around his body, and launched a fierce battle with the strange power from the swamp. However, this swamp secret technique seemed to have endless power. Every time they made a breakthrough, more mud would come from all directions and trap them again. Xiang Tianlu, this is not a solution. We must find the source of this power and destroy it. New All-In's eyes were firm, and his voice revealed an unyielding will. Xiang Tianlu nodded, and the two of them understood each other and decided to attack together. Xiang Tianlu was seen making seals with his hands and muttering something. Runes flew out from his fingertips and turned into a golden light curtain, protecting the two of them. New All-In took out his long sword, and the sword light was like a dragon, slashing at the mud that was approaching from all sides. The sword light collided with the mud, causing a deafening roar. Every confrontation seemed to tear the world apart. However, the swamp secret technique seemed to have life, constantly repairing the severed parts, becoming more and more ferocious. New All-In, if we go on like this, our spiritual energy will be exhausted. We must find a way to break this barrier. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the light curtain, sounding a little hurried. New All-In took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. Xiang Tianlu, do you remember the combined attack technique we learned before? Now it's time to use it. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. The two of them quickly adjusted their positions, standing back to back, and the spiritual energy in their bodies surged wildly, as if it was about to break through the sky. Following their low shouts, the two figures instantly merged into one, transforming into a dazzling stream of light, rushing towards the core of the swamp secret technique. At that moment, the entire Changshi town seemed to be shaken, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged wildly, forming a shocking picture. However, just as they were about to touch the source of that power, everything suddenly stopped. The swamp mystic seemed to sense their threat and suddenly became extremely calm. All the mud slowly receded, revealing the original bluestone road. The night wind blew by, and everything returned to calm, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Just when All-In and Xiang Tianlu thought that everything was about to be settled, an extremely cold breath suddenly rose from the depths of the swamp under their feet, like the most biting cold wind in winter, penetrating their spiritual power shields and piercing their bones. The two men's faces changed drastically, and they quickly separated and looked around vigilantly. In the darkness of the night, a pair of dark green eyes, like underworld fire, slowly lit up. It was a gaze from the abyss, making people feel nervous. Then, a huge monster slowly rose from the swamp. It was a giant snake dozens of feet long and covered with pitch-black scales. Its scales glowed faintly blue in the moonlight, like stars in the abyss, both beautiful and deadly. This is the Nine-Nether Sky Een Snake, a legendary monster that feeds on devouring the souls of living beings. It is extremely powerful and difficult to deal with. Nine-Nether Sky Een Snake. How is this possible? There was disbelief in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He knew very well how terrifying this monster was, but he didn't expect to encounter it here. Nuo Lin held the sword tightly, the tip of the sword trembling slightly, which was a sign of the agitation of spiritual power. It seems that our luck is bad, but even so, we can't retreat. The nine nether sky snake opened its huge mouth, revealing 2 rows of fangs as sharp as knives, and spit out circles of black mist from its mouth. The mist quickly spread, making the surrounding air heavy and oppressive, and even breathing became difficult. Be careful of its poisonous mist, which can erode spiritual power and even corrode the soul. Xiang Tianlu 4.3 reminded, and at the same time he quickly formed seals with his hands. A golden light shield enveloped the 2 of them. Its speed and strength are far beyond those of ordinary monsters. Nuo Lin's face was solemn, and he was secretly alert in his heart. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu formed seals with his hands even faster, muttering something. Golden runes flew out from his fingertips and transformed into golden chains, wrapping around the Juyo Main snake. The giant snake roared and twisted its body, trying to break free from the chains, but the golden chains were like living things, tightly wrapping around it and getting tighter and tighter. "Hold it for me," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and the golden chain tightened instantly, fixing the huge body of the nine nether sky snake in place. However, at this moment, the giant snake's eyes suddenly became unusually bright, and a powerful mental shock burst out from its eyes, striking directly into the depths of Tianlu's soul. Xiang Tianlu only felt a roar in his mind, as if countless sharp blades were cutting his consciousness, causing unbearable pain. To the sky, Nuo Lin was horrified. He knew very well how powerful this kind of mental attack was. Once hit, the consequences would be disastrous. Before he could think too much, the spiritual power in his body surged and turned into a bright sword light, going straight for the eyes of the nine nether sky snake. The giant snake seemed to feel threatened as well. It struggled to break free from the golden chains, opened its huge mouth, and rushed towards Nuo Lin. The sword light collided with the giant snake's fangs, causing a deafening roar, and the entire space seemed to be torn apart. The battle between Nuo Lin and the nine nether sky snake became more and more intense, and every confrontation seemed to shake the heaven and earth. Nuo Lin, 02, be careful. Xiang Tianlu endured the pain of the mental shock, barely stood up, and formed seals with his hands again, preparing to launch the next attack. However, at this moment, the nine nether sky snake suddenly twisted its body and turned into a black lightning, avoiding Nuo Lin's attack and rushing straight towards Xiangtian Road. Xiang Tianlu hid quickly. Nuo Lin was horrified. He didn't expect that the monster was so cunning that it changed its attack target at the critical moment. Above the swamp, barely illuminated by the moonlight, the atmosphere of battle raged like a storm. The figures of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu flickered in the darkness, and they started a life-and-death battle with the Juyo Tianyin snake. The unique grandeur and magnificence of Chun Dong's writing are infinitely magnified at this moment. Every attack and every defense seems to contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, which makes people feel awe. Roar! The nine nether sky snake let out a deafening roar. It sounded like thunder, shaking every inch of space. Its huge body twisted in the air, like a dragon in the abyss, with unparalleled majesty and terror. Those dark green eyes were like 2 bright lights in the underworld, illuminating the endless desire for killing in its heart. Nuo Lin retreated violently, waving the long sword in his hand. The sword light was like a dragon, interweaving with the night to form a series of thrilling pictures. He knew very well that facing such a legendary monster, any slackness could be fatal. However, the speed of a nine nether sky snake was beyond imagination. Its dark scales shone coldly in the moonlight, and every movement was accompanied by a slight distortion of space, as if it is originally the embodiment of the rule. Nuo Lin, its scales can withstand most attacks. We must find its weakness. Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded in his ears with a hint of urgency. He managed to keep his balance, golden runes circling around him, forming a protective net that tried to block the all-encompassing mental shock. Weakness? In front of such monsters, our strength seems so small. Nuo Lin smiled bitterly, but the sword in his hand became more determined. He knew that retreating at this moment would only bring death faster. So, he rushed forward again, sword light flashing like weaving, and started a close combat with a 9-nether sky snake. Bang! With a loud bang, Nuo Lin was blown away by a powerful force. His body drew an arc in the air and fell heavily to the ground. The tail of the 9-nether sky snake was like a giant whip, lashing the place where he had just stood with a whistling sound, causing dust to fly in the sky to become a mess. Nuo Lin. Xiang Tianlu's eyes were red with anger. He felt an unprecedented crisis. He knew that if this continued, both of them would die. So he took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body erupted like a volcano. Golden runes condensed around his body, forming a bright beam of light that shot straight into the sky. In my name, summon the power of heaven and earth to seal this monster, Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice filled with unquestionable determination. The golden runes flew out from the light column like living things, turning into a huge amount of net covering the 9-nether sky snake. However, the 9-nether sky snake seemed to see through it all. A hint of mockery flashed in its eyes, and its body twisted again, turning into a black lightning, easily avoiding the golden net. At the same time, a cloud of black mist came out of its mouth. The mist contained an endless breath of death and instantly enveloped the road to heaven. Not good. Nuo Lin was shocked. He knew very well how powerful the fog was. Once contaminated by it, the soul would be corroded. Before he could think too much, the spiritual power in his body boiled over and turned into a dazzling sword light, piercing straight into the black mist. The sword light collided with the mist, bursting out with blinding light. However, the fog was as thick as a swamp, constantly swallowing up the light of the sword. Nuo Lin felt an unprecedented pressure, and his sword began to tremble, as if it would collapse at any time. Shangtian Road, hold on. Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the night sky, with endless firmness and determination. He knew that at this moment, they had no way out. Only by trying your best can you have a chance of survival. In the chaos of sword light and death mist, Nuo Lin's figure was like a candle in the wind, swaying but firm. He felt waves of resistance coming from the sword light, which was the resistance from the deep dark power of the 9-nether sky snake, as if it wanted to swallow him into endless nothingness. Xiang Tianlu, don't be afraid. I, Nuo Lin, swear to share life and death with you. Nuo Lin roared, his voice echoing over the swamp, with an unyielding will and overwhelming. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu, who was shrouded in black mist, looked as pale as paper, but there was an unyielding fire burning in his eyes. He knew very well that he was on the brink of life and death at this moment, and only by persisting could he have a chance of survival. So he gritted his teeth, quickly formed seals with his hands, and golden runes danced on his fingertips, shining like stars. Spirit of heaven and earth, obey my command. Destroy evil and purify everything. Xiang Tianlu murmured, his voice full of piety and determination. As his words fell, golden runes began to condense around him, forming brilliant halos that spread out in all directions, trying to break through the shackles of death. However, the 9-nether sky snake did not give him a chance to breathe. Its huge body twisted in the air again, like a demon shadow in the abyss, carrying an endless breath of death, and rushed straight towards Shangtian Road. In those dark green eyes, there was a flicker of amusement and contempt, as if he was saying to them, "You are just food in my mouth. I'm arrogant." Nuo Lin shouted angrily. The spiritual power in his body had reached its peak and erupted like a volcano. His figure flashed, and turned into a dazzling sword light, going straight for the vital point of the nine nether sky in snake. The sword light was like a dragon, interweaving with the night, and every ray of light contained endless, murderous intent. The nine nether sky in snake obviously also felt the threat from New All-In. It swung its tail, bringing up a gust of wind that collided with New All-In's sword light. The two clashed, and a deafening roar broke out. The entire swamp seemed to be shaking, as if even the heaven and earth were moved. New All-In, be careful! Xiang Tianlu was shocked when he saw this. He knew very well how terrifying the power of the nine nether sky in snake was. Once New All-In was defeated, he would be unable to hold on alone. So, he took another deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged out like a tide. The golden runes condensed into a solid barrier around him, trying to resist the impending fatal blow. However, the nine nether sky in snake seemed to see through Xiang Tianlu's intention. A hint of cunning flashed in its eyes, and its body twisted again, turning into a black lightning, avoiding New All-In's attack and rushing straight towards the seemingly solid barrier of Shangtian Road. Under the night sky of chaos and death, the swamp seemed to be swallowed by endless darkness. Only the figures of New All-In and Xiang Tianlu were shining stubbornly like the twin stars in Proxima Midnight. New All-In's sword shone like a dragon, and every time it swung, it rubbed against the air and produced brilliant sparks, and those sparks seemed to contain the power to tear apart the void. "Oomph! A mere snake demon dares to show off in front of us." New All-In's voice echoed in the stirring wind, with unquestionable domineering. His body suddenly rose up again like the brightest meteor in the night sky and crashed straight into the nine nether sky in snake. The collision between the two is not only a contest of strength, but also a showdown of will and courage. The body of the nine nether sky in snake twisted flexibly in the air, and every movement was accompanied by a slight tremor in the space, as if it was the master of this world, controlling all life and death. There was an even more playful look in its dark green eyes, as if it was enjoying this game of cat and mouse. "Xiang Tianlu, let's join forces to destroy its demon body." New All-In's voice penetrated the battlefield and hit Xiang Tianlu's mind. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that there was no room for hesitation at this moment. Golden runes spun wildly around him, converging into a dazzling beam of light that shot straight into the sky, as if to awaken the dormant power of heaven and earth. As the heaven and earth bear witness, my heart is immortal. I wish to use this body to eliminate all evil, he murmured to Tianlu. Although his voice was light, it contained the power to shake mountains and rivers. As the words fell, the beam of light suddenly exploded and turned into countless golden sword shadows, densely packed, sprinkling towards the nine nether sky in snake like a meteor shower. The nine nether sky in snake was obviously startled by the sudden attack. Its huge body rolled violently in the air, tried to avoid the overwhelming golden sword shadows. However, those sword shadows seemed to have spirituality, following it like a shadow and tightly entwining it. Each sword shadow contained the power of purification, constantly eroding its evil spirit. Roar! The nine nether sky in snake let out a deafening roar, and in that roar there was both anger and unwillingness. It finally realized that the two humans in front of it were food that it could easily play with. Then, its entire body was boiling with black mist like a boiling oil pan, releasing an unprecedented aura of terror, attempting to counterattack the two with a final madness. New All-In saw this, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. He did not retreat, but advanced, the spiritual power in his body boiling to the extreme, as if burning his soul and turning it into the sharpest sword. He let out a long roar, and his body merged with the sword light, transforming into a dazzling galaxy that pierced straight through the vital point of the nine nether sky in snake. "Break it for me!" Along with New All-In's low roar, the galaxy-like sword light suddenly burst out, turning into endless light, completely enveloping the Juyo Kain snake. In the light, there were bursts of shrill roars. It was the unwilling struggle of the nine nether sky in snake, and also the last song of its life. Finally, the light dissipated, and the huge body of the nine nether sky in snake fell powerlessly, hitting the swamp, causing a splash of water, and then fell silent. The black fog around also dissipated, revealing a clear sky. The moonlight sprinkled down, illuminating this former battlefield. After the battle, the swamp returned to its original tranquility, with only the sound of the breeze blowing across the water and the occasional night bird chirping in the distance. Nuo Lin stood side by side with Xiang Tianlu, looking at the corpse of the Jiao Tianin snake, feeling mixed emotions. "We did it," Xiang Tian wrote. Nuo Lin panted, with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, which was the exhaustion after the battle and the joy of victory. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his eyes complicated. "Yes, Nuo Lin, but all this is just the beginning. There are more challenges waiting for us on the road ahead." The two smiled at each other, and there was no need for words to explain their tacit understanding. They knew that although they had killed the nine nether sky in snake, this battle was just a small episode in their path of cultivation. The real test is still ahead. "Let's go and find a safe place to rest first," Nuo Lin suggested. Although his voice was tired, his eyes were as firm as ever. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, and the two began to search in the swamp. Soon, they found a hidden island with lush vegetation, which seemed like an isolated oasis. The island is surrounded by clear lake water. The moonlight shines on the water, making it sparkle like a fairyland. "This place is nice and should be safe." Nuo Lin looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Xiang Tianlu also nodded in agreement, and the two of them immediately found a flat piece of grass on the island, sat cross-legged, and began to regulate their breathing and recover. As the night deepened, the moonlight was like water, gently falling on them. The air around is filled with the faint scent of flowers and soil, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. The chirping of insects on the island and the croaking of frogs in the distance interweave to form a melodious nocturne. "I never thought that I could find such a peaceful haven in a place like this," Xiang Tianlu said softly, with a hint of emotion in his voice. Nuo Lin smiled slightly and said nothing. He closed his eyes, feeling the flow of spiritual energy in his body, his heart filled with anticipation and determination for the future. The night was deep and everything was silent. Only the breath of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu swayed gently in the breeze, like two unyielding flames, burning quietly in the darkness. They closed their eyes and concentrated, the spiritual energy in their bodies surging like a river. Every breath seemed to absorb the essence of heaven and earth and repair the wounds of battle. "Nuo Lin, do you feel that power?" Xiang Tianlu suddenly spoke, his voice low and mysterious, as if he had touched upon some unspeakable secret. Nuo Lin frowned slightly, slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing the night, as if he could see into nothingness. "You mean the ancient power hidden deep in the swamp?" Xiang Tianlu nodded, his expression solemn. "Yes. Ever since we stepped into this swamp, I have vaguely felt that there is an ancient and powerful force watching us in secret. It seems to exist in symbiosis with the swamp, ancient and mysterious, inspiring awe." Nuo Lin heard this, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. "In this case, we can't stay here for long. After recovery, you must leave this troubled place as soon as possible and find a real way out." Both of them had their own thoughts in mind, so they stopped talking and continued to immerse themselves in cultivation, speeding up the recovery of their physical and spiritual strength. Under the moonlight, their figures appear particularly resolute, as if no difficulties can stop them from moving forward. Time flies, and when the first ray of morning light penetrates the clouds and falls on the island, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu have recovered to their best condition. They stood up, their eyes determined, ready to move on. The future is unknown, but we must move forward courageously. New Lin's voice echoed in the morning breeze with unquestionable determination. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, and the two of them, one in front and one behind, stepped into the depths of the swamp. As they went deeper, the surrounding scene began to become more and more bizarre. Huge amounts of ancient trees stand like guardian gods, with dense branches and leaves covering the sky, as if every leaf carries an ancient story. The water vapor in the swamp became thicker and thicker, and occasionally there was the sound of gurgling water, but the source was not visible. There seems to be something hidden here. There was a hint of vigilance in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He stopped and looked around sharply. New Lin also noticed something unusual. He slowly drew out the long sword from his waist, tapped the ground with the tip of the sword, and was ready to deal with any possible crisis at any time. At this moment, a sudden gust of wind broke the tranquility of the early morning, and the water vapor in the swamp was swept all over the sky, forming a hazy sea of fog. New Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. The wind came too suddenly, as if foreshadowing something ominous. "Be careful, this wind is not simple," New Lin reminded in a low voice. He gripped the sword tightly, lowered his body slightly, and was ready to deal with any sudden situation at any time. Xiang Tianlu quickly formed seals with his hands, and golden runes danced on his fingertips, like the rising sun, warm and full of power. He chanted in a low voice. Although his voice was light, it contained the power to purify all evil, trying to dispel the sudden fog. However, the fog did not dissipate because of his spell, but became thicker, as if some force was secretly controlling it and wanted. At this moment, the swamp ground suddenly shook, and countless vines broke out of the soil like giant pythons with sharp barbs and attacked them. "Get out of the way!" New Lin shouted, and his figure moved to the side like a ghost in an instant. At the same time, he swung his sword and cut off several approaching vines. When the vines broke, green juice splashed everywhere, emitting a pungent smell. Xiang Tianlu moved his body to the side to avoid the entanglement of the vines. At the same time, he pushed with both hands, and the golden runes formed a light curtain to block the attack of the remaining vines. The light curtain collided with the vines, making bursts of explosive sounds, as if two forces were in a fierce confrontation. These vines seemed to be controlled by some kind of force. Xiang Tianlu frowned. He knew very well that if they only grew naturally, these vines, axi, would never have such powerful strength and speed. New Lin nodded. His eyes were sharp as a torch, and he scanned the surroundings. "Yes, we must find the source that controls all this, otherwise we will never be able to get rid of the constraints of this swamp." The two fought side by side again. New Lin swung his sword to cut the vines, while Xiang Tianlu released runes to purify the evil aura around him. However, the vines seemed endless, and every time they were cut, more vines would emerge from the soil, as if this swamp was originally a huge amount of living organisms, using all its strength to stop them from moving forward. Just when they were about to run out of energy and fall into despair, a low roar suddenly came from the depths of the swamp, like the roar of an ancient monster, which made people tremble with fear. Then, the vines seemed to have received some kind of order and instantly stopped attacking and shrank back into the soil. As the vines retreated, the swamp returned to calm again, but this calm was even more frightening. New Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and they could read the vigilance and uneasiness in each other's eyes. "What is going on?" Xiang Tianlu's voice trembled slightly. He had never seen such a strange phenomenon. It was as if this swamp had its own will and was testing them in some way. New Lin did not answer. His eyes were fixed on the depths of the swamp, where a low roar seemed to still echo, like an ancient call tempting them to explore deeper. He took a deep breath and said, "No matter what it is, we have to keep moving forward. Only by finding the source can we solve all these mysteries." Xiang Tianlu nodded. Although his heart was filled with fear and uncertainty, he He knew that retreating at this moment would only put them in deeper danger. He formed seals with his hands again, and golden runes danced on his fingertips, as if he was ready to deal with any possible crisis at any time. The two men stepped cautiously into the depths of the swamp, each step being like walking on thin ice. The fog around us became thicker and thicker, as if even our vision was distorted, making it difficult to tell the direction. But Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not stop. They relied on their intuition and courage to move forward firmly. Suddenly, a strong vibration came from under my feet, as if the entire swamp was shaking. Then, the soil beneath their feet began to surge like boiling water, and countless thick vines broke out of the soil. This time, they were no longer simply attacking, but like huge amounts of nets, trying to trap them completely. "Quick, back off!" Nuo Lin shouted. He swung his sword to cut the vines in front of him, but there were too many vines, as if endless, surrounding them. Xiang Tianlu pushed with both hands, and the golden runes formed a light curtain, trying to resist the attack of the vines. However, this time the vines were unusually tough. The light curtain collided with the vines, making a deafening explosion, as if the heaven and earth were shaking. The two tried their best and launched a fierce battle with the vines. Nuo Lin's sword was like lightning, and every swing was accompanied by a sharp sword wind, chopping the vines into pieces. The runes of Zhang Dianlu were like the scorching sun. Every time they were released, they were accompanied by a blazing light, burning Fujilai to a charred black. However, despite their best efforts, the vines seemed endless, and every time they were cut, more vines would emerge from the soil, as if this swamp was originally an inexhaustible source of life. Just as Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were caught in a bitter battle with endless vines, and their physical and spiritual powers were almost exhausted, a huge amount of cracks suddenly appeared in the center of the swamp, and an ancient and majestic aura surged out of it, causing the surrounding air to solidify. An indescribable pressure enveloped the entire battlefield, causing the vines that were in fierce combat to pause, as if even the laws of nature were trembling at this moment. Then, from the cracked abyss, a huge figure slowly rose up. Its shape was like a dragon, but it was beyond the imagination of ordinary dragons. This is the 5 absolute divine dragon, 100 feet long, its scales gleaming with 5 colors of divine light: green, red, yellow, black, and white. Each scale seems to contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, majestic and inviolable. Its eyes were like 2 bright stars, deep and indifferent, staring at the tiny humans below, as if it was examining the invaders who had entered its territory. The 4 claws of the 5 absolute divine dragon were as sharp as divine weapons. They stepped lightly on the void, causing ripples in the surrounding space. Each step seemed to cross time and space, showing a power beyond the mortal world. The breath exhaled from its mouth turned into a materialized storm, sweeping away the surrounding fog and revealing the ancient and mysterious depths of the swamp behind it, where more secrets and powers seemed to be hidden. "This is the 5 absolute divine dragon." Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with shock that was hard to conceal. He had never imagined that such a powerful creature would be hidden in this remote swamp. Nuo Lin also had a solemn expression. He gripped the sword tightly, and the tip of the sword trembled slightly, not because of fear, but because of the boiling fighting spirit and indomitable spirit in his body. "No matter what it is, now that we are here, there is no way back." Nuo Lin's words were firm and powerful. He suddenly jumped up like a flash of lightning and rushed towards the 5 absolute divine dragon. He swung his long sword. The sword light was like a dragon, and he was determined to cut through everything. The 5 absolute divine dragon tilted its head slightly, as if it was a little surprised by Nuo Lin's attack, but then it opened its huge mouth and a deafening dragon roar resounded through the sky. The sound waves turned into an invisible blade, colliding with Nuo Lin's sword light in the air, stirring up circles of ripples visible to the naked eye. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu quickly formed seals with his hands, and golden runes surrounded his body, forming a dazzling shield to resist the impact of the aftermath. At the same time, he chanted something and summoned out ancient rune arrays. These arrays slowly rotated in the air, releasing light that could purify everything, try to weaken the power of the 5 absolute divine dragons. However, the 5 absolute divine dragon was no ordinary creature. It swung its tail with a force as powerful as a tsunami and rushed directly towards the direction where Xiangtian Road was. Xiang Tianlu turned sharply and dodged at an astonishing speed. But even so, the aftermath of the tail still made his face pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Don't resist head-on. You must find its weakness. Nuo Lin's voice rang in his ears, and he accelerated again, shuttling around the 5 absolute dragons like a ghost. Every swing of the sword was extremely precise, trying to find the legendary weakness of the dragon. The 5 absolute divine dragon seemed to have been aroused with anger. 5-colored divine light shone from its body, and every breath was accompanied by a violent fluctuation of the vital energy of heaven and earth, as if the entire swamp was responding to its call. More vines came from all directions and joined the battlefield, making the situation even more complicated. 5 elements of heaven and earth, obey my command. Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, and the spiritual power in his body burst out. The golden symbol formed 5 dragons, corresponding to the 5 elements respectively, which echoed the 5-color divine light on the 5 absolute dragons, but also restrained each other, forming an unprecedented battle of the 5 elements. The battle entered a white-hot stage. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu worked together, one in the main attack and the other in the auxiliary control. Sword light and runes intertwined, and a fierce confrontation began with the 5 absolute dragons. Above the swamp, sword shadows, dragon shadows, and runes intertwined into a shocking picture. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if to tear the world apart. Although you two are strong, you are only mortals after all. How can you contend with a god like me who was born from heaven and earth? The voice of the 5 absolute divine dragons echoed between heaven and earth with unquestionable majesty. So what if we are just mortals? As long as we have justice in our hearts, we will be fearless. Nuo Lin pointed his sword to the sky, with an unyielding light flashing in his eyes. Every time he swung the sword, he was more determined, as if he wanted to pass this belief to the world. Xiang Tianlu also clenched his teeth and kept changing seals with his hands. Golden runes surged out like a tide, constantly weakening the power of the 5 absolute divine dragons. In this epic battle, time seemed to have lost its meaning. Only the collision of sword lights and runes, as well as the incessant roar, recorded the intensity and cruelty of this battle. Just as Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's will and strength reached their limits, and the battle with the 5 absolute divine dragons became increasingly brutal, the world seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and the space was shaking. The 5-color divine light around the 5 absolute divine dragon became brighter and brighter, and every scale seemed to contain the chaos force when the world was first created. Every breath led to the resonance of the ancient power deep in the swamp. Nuo Lin's figure was like a fallen leaf in the wind, small and fragile under the violent attack of the 5 absolute dragons, but his eyes became more determined. Every time he swung his sword, he was determined to cut through the sky. The sword light collided with the sharp claws of the 5 absolute divine dragon, splashing sparks, as if even the air was ignited, bursting into a dazzling light. Mortal, your courage is commendable, but your strength is too small. The voice of the 5 absolute divine dragons was like thunder, echoing between heaven and earth, with unquestionable majesty and ridicule. Nuo Lin clenched his teeth, sweat dripping down his cheeks, but his eyes never left the vital points of the 5 absolute divine dragons. He knew that facing such a powerful enemy, the only way to have a chance of survival was to find its flaws. Xiang Tianlu stood aside, quickly forming seals with his hands. Golden runes shone like stars, and he muttered something. Every syllable contained ancient spells and the mysteries of heaven and earth. There are request flowers. These runes slowly rotated in the air and transformed into golden chains, trying to restrain the power of the 5 absolute divine dragons. However, the 5 absolute divine dragon was no ordinary creature. It roared, and the sound waves were like a real sharp blade that instantly cut off those golden chains and turned them into nothingness. At the same time, it swept its tail, and with overwhelming momentum, it headed straight for the road to heaven. Xiang Tianlu turned sharply and dodged at an astonishing speed. But even so, the aftermath of the tail still made his face pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He knew very well that facing the gods of heaven and earth like the 5 absolute dragons, the slightest mistake would lead to eternal damnation. Xiangtian Road, hold on. We will definitely find its flaw. Nuo Lin's voice rang in his ears, with determination and encouragement. He accelerated again, moving around the 5 absolute divine dragons like a ghost. Every swing of his sword was extremely precise, trying to find the gap in the legendary dragon. The 5 absolute divine dragon seemed to be angered by Nuo Lin's tenacity. 5-color divine light shone from its body, and each attack became more and more violent, as if it was going to overturn the entire swamp. Above the swamp, sword shadows, dragon shadows, and runes intertwined into a shocking picture. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if to tear the world apart. In this epic battle, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu have forgotten the passage of time. Only fighting and survival are in their minds. Every time they swung their swords and formed hand seals, they put all their strength and wisdom into it. Mortals, you can't hold on for much longer. The voice of the 5 absolute divine dragons sounded again, with a hint of pride and sarcasm. It seemed to have seen the dawn of victory and was ready to give the 2 ignorant mortals the final blow. However, at this moment, the eyes of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu became firm and bright at the same time. It seemed as if at this moment they had found the faith and strength in each other's hearts, and also found the weakness of the 5 absolute divine dragons. Xiang Tianlu, get ready, Nuo Lin shouted, and his figure was like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing straight towards the vital point of the 5 absolute divine dragon. Xiang Tianlu pushed with both hands, and the golden rune turned into a bright light, instantly covering the entire swamp. This light contains the truth and mystery of the world, and seems to be able to purify all evil and darkness. It collided with the 5-color divine light surrounding the 5 absolute divine dragon, bursting out with unprecedented light and power. At the moment when the dazzling light collided with the 5-color divine light, the world seemed to be torn apart by an indescribable force. The entire swamp seemed to be swallowed by this force, and the space was distorted. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Roar! The 5 absolute divine dragon let out an earth-shaking roar. Its body expanded several times in an instant. More chaos force was incorporated into the 5-color divine light. Every scale seemed to have turned into a star in the universe, flashing a heart-pounding light. Its eyes were like the abyss, swallowing up all the light around it and releasing a suffocating pressure. Nuo Lin, be careful. Xiang Tianlu's voice exploded in Nuo Lin's ears. He formed seals with his hands again, and golden runes fell like a meteor shower, trying to block the violent attack of the 5 absolute divine dragons. However, this time, the 5 absolute divine dragon seemed to have seen through everything. It flicked its tail lightly, and those runes seemed to have encountered an invisible wall, exploding into nothingness. Nuo Lin's figure paused in the air. He felt unprecedented pressure, as if the whole world was pressing down on his shoulders at this moment. But he did not back down. Instead, he became more determined in his belief. He took a deep breath, and the long sword in his hand instantly turned into a silver lightning, piercing the vital point of the 5 absolute divine dragon. A mere trifle. The five absolutes divine dragon snorted coldly, and the five-color divine light around it shone again, forming an indestructible barrier that easily blocked Noah Lin's attack. At the same time, it opened its huge mouth, and a five-color divine thunder gushed out of its mouth and went straight towards Noah Lin. Noah Lin turned sharply, dodging the attack of the five-color divine thunder at an astonishing speed. However, the five-color divine thunder seemed to have its own spirit, chasing him relentlessly and almost hitting his vital points every time. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged in Noah Lin's heart. He knew that if he continued like this, he would sooner or later fall into the hands of the five absolute dragons. Xiang Tianlu, we must change our strategy. Noah Lin's voice echoed between heaven and earth. While dodging the attack of the five-color divine thunder, he shouted to Xiang Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he formed seals with his hands again. The golden runes condensed into huge amounts of golden light beams in the air, shooting straight into the sky. This golden beam of light contains the ultimate truths and mysteries between heaven and earth, as if it can communicate between heaven and earth and awaken dormant power. Noah Lin, take my move, unity of heaven and earth. Xiang Tianlu shouted, and the golden light column instantly turned into a golden torrent and rushed straight towards the five absolute divine dragon. When the five absolute divine dragons saw this, a hint of disdain flashed in their eyes. However, when it felt the terrifying power contained in the golden torrent, its expression changed slightly. It retreated quickly, trying to avoid the attack of the golden torrent. However, the golden torrent seemed to have its own spirit, chasing relentlessly and heading straight for the vital points of the five absolute divine dragons. Roar! The five absolute divine dragon roared again, shaking the earth. Five-colored divine light shone from its body, forming an indestructible barrier. However, this time the golden torrent was not easily blocked as before, but collided with the five-color divine light, bursting out with unprecedented light and power. In this epic battle, Noah Lin and Xiang Tianlu have forgotten about life and death. Only fighting and victory are in their hearts. They used up all their strength and wisdom to fight a desperate battle with the five absolute dragons. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if it was going to tear the world apart. Mortals, how could you force me to this point? The voice of the five absolute divine dragons sounded again, with a hint of anger and unwillingness. It knows that if it continues like this, it will be defeated sooner or later. So it made an amazing decision. Evolution. The five-color divine light around the five absolutes divine dragon instantly converged, and its body began to shrink rapidly, and then expanded again. Every 10 expansions were accompanied by even more powerful power fluctuations. When it appeared again, it had turned into an even more terrifying five-color dragon. Its scales were harder, its power was stronger, and its eyes were deeper. Noah Lin, Xiang Tianlu, are you ready to face my final judgment? The voice of the five absolute divine dragons was like thunder, echoing between heaven and earth, with unquestionable majesty and murderous intent. Noah Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, their eyes full of determination and fearlessness. They knew that the battle had reached the most critical moment, and they had to give their all to defeat this powerful enemy. Come on, five absolute divine dragons, let's end this battle. Noah Lin shouted, and the long sword in his hand once again turned into a silver lightning and rushed towards the vital point of the absolute divine dragon. Xiang Tianlu pushed forward with both hands, and the golden rune turned into a bright light, covering the entire swamp again. This epic war broke out again, and the world was filled with the sounds of fierce and brutal fighting. Every collision seemed to tear the world apart, and every attack contained destructive power. Just as Noah Lin and Xiang Tianlu's attacks collided with the newly evolved power of the five absolute divine dragons, The sky and the earth seemed to be ignited by a layer of invisible flames, and the scorching breath was suffocating. The water vapor in the swamp was evaporated in an instant, and the ground cracked into bottomless cracks, as if even the space was torn to pieces by this force. The new form of the 5 absolute divine dragon was like a giant beast crawling out of the abyss. Every breath it took caused violent fluctuations in the surrounding space, and every flap of its wings seemed to draw the heaven and earth into it. Its scales shine with a metallic luster in the sun, and every collision makes a crisp metallic impact sound, which is terrifying. New Orleans' sword collided with the scales of the 5 absolute divine dragon. Sparks flew, and he could feel the sword in his hand trembling, as if it would break at any time. His arm became paralyzed as a result, and a sharp pain came from his wrist, making it almost impossible for him to hold the sword. New Orleans, be careful! Xiang Tianlu's voice rang in his ears, but his own situation was not optimistic either. Although the golden runes could temporarily block the attacks of the 5 absolute dragons, every collision caused severe damage to his body. The golden light began to dim, and his face became paler. "We can't go on like this. We must find a way to leave." Nuo Lin gritted his teeth, his voice echoing between heaven and earth, carrying a hint of unwillingness and determination. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that if they continued, both of them would die here. So, he formed seals with his hands again, and golden runes condensed into huge amounts of barriers in the air, trying to block the attacks of the 5 absolute divine dragons. However, the 5 absolute divine dragon seemed to see through their intentions. It let out a deafening roar, and the 5-color divine light instantly condensed into a beam of huge amounts of light, rushing straight towards the barrier. Boom! With a loud noise, the golden barrier collapsed instantly under the impact of the 5-color beam, and Xiang Tianlu was hit by huge amounts of force and flew backwards. His body drew a long parabola in the air and finally fell heavily to the ground. "To the sky!" Nuo Lin shouted, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. He turned and looked at the 5 absolute divine dragon, and the sword in his hand once again turned into a silver lightning and went straight to the vital point of the 5 absolute divine dragon. However, the 5 absolute divine dragon seemed to see through his attack. It flicked its tail lightly and dodged Nuo Lin's attack. At the same time, its claws stretched out like lightning and went straight for Nuo Lin's chest. Nuo Lin retreated quickly, but the 5 absolute divine dragons were faster than him. A deep cut was made on his chest by the claws of the 5 absolute divine dragon, and blood gushed out, staining his clothes red. "Cough, cough!" Nuo Lin coughed twice. His face turned extremely pale, and his body was shaking due to excessive blood loss. "We can't die here. We must survive." Nuo Lin gritted his teeth and looked at Xiang Tianlu, who was also struggling to get up from the ground. His eyes were also full of determination and fearlessness. "Nuo Lin, let's find a chance to run." Xiang Tianlu shouted, with a hint of determination and unwillingness in his voice. Nuo Lin nodded. He took a deep breath and waved the sword in his hand again, trying to attract the attention of the 5 absolute dragons. Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity to gather his last bit of strength. Golden runes surrounded him, forming a protective shield, trying to resist the attack of the 5-dimensional dragon. The 5 absolute divine dragons seemed to be enraged by Nuo Lin's attack. It roared again, and the 5-color divine light once again condensed into a beam of huge amounts of light, heading straight for Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin dodged the beam of light with a flash of his body. At the same time, he took the opportunity to pull Xiang Tianlu and ran towards the edge of the swamp. Behind them, the roar of the 5 absolute divine dragons was deafening, and the 5-color divine light flashed across the sky like lightning, trying to catch up with them. Just as Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were running towards the edge of the swamp with all their might, the deafening roar of the 5 absolute divine dragons followed them like a shadow, and the 5-color divine light surged in like a raging wave, almost drowning them. Every inch of the swamp was shaking, as if even the earth was shaking for this epic battle. Nu Lin, hurry! Faster! Xiang Tianlu's voice was hurried and anxious. His face looked extremely pale due to excessive blood loss, but the light in his eyes was extremely firm. He knew that this was their only chance of survival. Nu Lin clenched his teeth, blood still oozing from his chest, but the pain did not make him back off. Instead, it aroused the fighting spirit deep in his heart. The long sword in his hand drew silver tracks over the swamp, and every swing seemed to be fighting against the death god. Xiang Tianlu, hold on. We will definitely escape. Nu Lin's voice echoed over the swamp, with unyielding and determination. He knew very well that at the moment, they must unite as one to face this life and death moment together. However, the 5 absolute divine dragons did not give them any chance to breathe. Its speed was getting faster and faster, and the 5-color divine light was like a giant invisible net tightly enveloping them. Every attack seemed to tear them into pieces, making Nu Lin and Wen Tianlu feel unprecedented pressure. We can't go on like this. We must think of a way. Nu Lin was extremely anxious. He knew very well that if they continued like this, they would be caught up by the 5 absolute dragons sooner or later. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw a dense forest on the edge of the swamp. That forest seemed to be their only hope. As long as they could get into it, they might be able to use the cover of the forest to escape the pursuit of the 5 absolute dragons. Nu Lin, look over there. Woods. Let's run to the woods. Xiang Tianlu shouted, with a hint of excitement and hope in his voice. Upon hearing this, Nu Lin immediately understood Xiang Tianlu's intention. He nodded and waved the sword in his hand again to attract the attention of the 5 absolute dragons. At the same time, he pulled Xiang Tianlu, changed direction, and ran towards the woods. The 5 absolute divine dragons seemed to have sensed their intentions, and it let out an even more deafening roar, and the 5-color divine light instantly condensed into a beam of huge amounts of light, heading straight towards them. However, Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu seemed to have merged into one with the world. Their speed was getting faster and faster, almost turning into a flash of lightning. Just when the 5-color divine light was about to hit them, they finally rushed into the woods. The trees in the forest acted as a natural barrier, blocking the attacks of the 5 absolute divine dragons. At the same time, the shadows in the woods also provided them with cover, allowing them to temporarily escape the sight of the 5 absolute dragons. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu leaned against a big tree, breathing heavily. Their faces were covered with sweat and dirt, but the light in their eyes was unusually firm and bright. We succeeded. We escaped. Xiang Tianlu shouted excitedly, with a hint of joy and pride in his voice. Nu Lin also showed a long-lost smile. He nodded and said, "Yes, we succeeded, but we can't take it lightly. The 5 supreme divine dragons may catch up at any time. We must find a safe place to recover as soon as possible." Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other, their smiles showing both their relief at surviving the calamity and their determination for the future. They knew very well that although they had temporarily escaped the pursuit of the 5 absolute dragons, their injuries could not be ignored, and they had to find a safe place to heal and recover as soon as possible. "There's a stream over there. Let's go over there." Nu Lin pointed to a clear stream not far away, her voice sounding a little tired but decisive. He knew that clear water was crucial for healing. It could not only clean the wounds, but also replenish the water they lost in battle. Nodding to Tianlu, the two of them walked through the woods carefully, trying not to make any noise so as not to attract the attention of the 5 absolute dragons again. Soon, 5:40, they came to the creek. The stream is crystal clear, and the gurgling water makes a pleasant sound, as if it is the most gentle comfort from nature. "It's safe here. Let's clean the wound first," Nu Lin said, squatting down first, putting the long sword in his hand aside, carefully unbuttoning his clothes, revealing the wound on his chest. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible and blood was still oozing out, but his eyes were unusually firm, as if the pain could not shake his will. Xiang Tianlu also followed Nuo Lin's example and began to clean his wounds. The water from the stream was a little cool, and when it touched the wound, it brought a brief stinging pain, but then it was followed by an incomparable comfort. They cleaned the wound carefully, fearing that touching the fragile skin would make the injury worse. Nuo Lin, your wound is very deep and needs to be treated as soon as possible. Xiang Tianlu looked at the wound on Nuo Lin's chest. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. He knew that if such a wound was not treated in time, it would likely cause infection and even be life-threatening. Nuo Lin nodded and took out a bottle of healing powder from his arms, which they had specially prepared before setting off. He gently sprinkled the powder on the wound and felt a cool sensation, and the pain seemed to be relieved. Same to you, Tong Qing wrote. Your injuries are not light either, Nuo Lin said, handing the medicine bottle to Xiang Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu took the medicine bottle and treated his own wound with the same carefulness. The two of them treated their wounds silently, occasionally looking up and smiling at each other, as if they were encouraging each other in this way. The surrounding woods were silent, with only the sound of flowing water in the creek and their breathing interweaving together to create a peaceful and harmonious picture. Once your injuries get better, we'll have to move on. Nuo Lin broke the silence, with a hint of firmness in his voice. He knew that although they had temporarily escaped the pursuit of the 5 absolute dragons, the adventure had just begun and they still had a long way to go. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his eyes flashing with determination. Yes, we can't stay here for too long. We must recover our strength as soon as possible to meet the next challenges. They stood up, dusted themselves off, and prepared to move on. The woods beside the stream gradually became denser, and the sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves onto the ground, creating mottled light and shadows. They went upstream along the stream, encountering many ferocious beasts and treacherous terrain along the way. But the two overcame these difficulties with their firm belief and outstanding strength. One day, they came to a vast grassland. The sky above the grassland is as blue as the sea, with white clouds floating by, making it seem like a paradise on earth. They lay on the soft grass, watching the ever-changing clouds in the sky and feeling the gentle breeze brushing their cheeks. Nuo Lin, what do you think will be at the end of this grassland? Xiang Tianlu suddenly asked. Nuo Lin shook his head, with curiosity glittering in his eyes. I don't know, but I think there must be more wonderful scenery waiting for us to discover. The two smiled at each other, stood up again, and set out on the road ahead. They crossed the grasslands, crossed the mountains, and experienced countless storms and hardships. They came to a mysterious cave. The entrance of the cave is covered by dense vines, as if hiding endless secrets. They smiled at each other, knowing that this was the treasure they had been looking for. The two took a deep breath, tightened their weapons, and walked into the cave carefully. The interior of the cave was dark and mysterious. Relying on the faint light, they explored step by step. Inside the cave, the air seems to have frozen time. Every step you take is on the dust of history, echoing with distant hums. The torches in Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's hands swayed in the darkness, casting mottled shadows, adding a bit of mystery and tension to this unknown journey. This cave is deeper than I imagined, Xiang Tianlu said softly, his voice echoing between the empty cave walls, as if gently soothed by the invisible hand. His eyes followed the firelight closely, trying to find clues in the darkness. Nuo Lin nodded and held the torch closer to the cave wall, carefully observing the traces carved by time. Look at these murals. They seem to be telling ancient stories. He pointed to the vague patterns on the cave wall, his eyes flashing with a desire for the unknown. In the murals, strange creatures are intertwined with ancient rituals. Although the colors have faded, the solemnity and sacredness can still touch people's hearts. Approaching the heavenly road and reaching out your hand to touch it gently, You seem to be able to feel the warmth that has been passed down for thousands of years behind the murals. These patterns seem to be guiding us somewhere. He pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze to the depths of the cave, where a faint light seemed to be flickering, attracting him. Move on. As you go deeper into the cave, the scenery gradually changes, from rough stone walls to mirror-smooth crystals. Every detail reveals the wonders of nature. A faint fragrance began to permeate the air, making people feel relaxed and happy, as if all the fatigue was released at this moment. What's that smell? Nuo Lin sniffed curiously, and his pace unconsciously quickened, trying to find the source of the fragrance. It's like the scent of some flower, but purer than any I've ever seen. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, his voice full of surprise and expectation. Soon they came to a large underground space where huge amounts of softly glowing plants grew. The plant is shaped like a lotus, but has countless slender vines spreading out in all directions. Each leaf is crystal clear, as if reflecting the purity of a person's heart. "Is this the Lotus of Light?" Nuo Lin exclaimed. He had read about the legend of the Lotus of Light in ancient books. It was said that it could purify everything and was a rare treasure in the world. Xiang Tianlu stood in front of the Lotus of Light, his eyes full of awe. "We actually found it. This journey is worth it." The two walked slowly around the Lotus of Light, feeling the warmth and peace it emanated. Suddenly, Xiang Tianlu noticed that there was a small groove in the center of the Lotus of Light, the shape of which was very similar to a jade pendant he carried with him. "Nuo Lin, look here." He took out the jade pendant and gently placed it into the groove. As the jade pendant was inserted, the light of the Lotus of Light suddenly intensified, and the entire cave was stained with a layer of sacred light. It seems that this jade pendant is the key to unlocking the secret of the Lotus of Light. Nuo Lin exclaimed, his eyes flashing with wisdom. At this moment, the Lotus of Light slowly rose up, revealing a staircase leading to a deeper place below. On both sides of the stairs, the originally dim crystals began to light up one by one, forming a dazzling path of light. "Let's go. The real secret may be down there." Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath and was the first to step onto the stairs. His back looked particularly determined in the light. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, and the two walked down the path of light step by step, and each step seemed to span 1,000 years. They know that no matter what awaits them ahead, this courage and persistence will lead them to unknown glory. As they went deeper, they came to a huge amounts of underground palace. The walls of the palace were inlaid with countless dazzling gems, each of which emitted a unique light, illuminating the entire palace like daylight. In the center of the palace, an altar made of pure gold stood quietly. On the altar was placed an ancient scroll, with an ancient oath engraved in unknown words on the cover. From Li Zhao, "Is this the legendary book of wisdom?" Nuo Lin's voice trembled slightly. He couldn't believe that what he saw was so real. He slowly approached Tianlu and gently touched the book with both hands. A warm and powerful energy flowed from his fingertips to his whole body, making him feel unprecedented peace and strength. "Yes, this is the answer we have been looking for, and it is also the end of this adventure." The two sat beside the altar, quietly flipping through the Book of Wisdom. The knowledge and wisdom flowing from the pages were like sweet rain that moistened their dry hearts. In this quiet and sacred space, they seemed to have reached a harmony with the whole world. All the hardships and tribulations were transformed into nutrients for growth at this moment. When the last page was closed, the light in the cave gradually dimmed, as if everything had returned to its original calm. As the reading of the Book of Wisdom came to an end, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other, with unprecedented enlightenment and joy in each other's eyes. The air in the cave seems to become fresher because of the tranquility, and every breath is like a baptism of the soul. It's hard to imagine that these ancient wisdoms can transcend time and space and give us such profound inspiration. Nuo Lin sighed softly. He gently stroked the edge of the book, as if he could still feel the power flowing through his heart. Xiang Tianlu nodded slightly and turned his gaze to the dazzling gems around the palace, which looked even more mysterious in the soft light. Yes, each of these gems seems to carry a piece of history and a story. They have witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, but they are still waiting here, silently, waiting for the right person to interpret them. He walked slowly to a gem that was emitting a bluish-purple glow, reached out, and touched it lightly. The gem trembled slightly, as if in response, releasing 10 circles of delicate ripples. This gem reminds me of the lotus of light we encountered on the road. They are miracles of nature and manifestations of the purest power in the universe. Nuo Lin was attracted by Xiang Tianlu's description and walked to another gem that was emitting warm yellow light. His fingers gently slid across the surface of the gem, as if he was having a silent conversation with it. Indeed, each gem has its own unique language, telling stories of courage, wisdom, love, and sacrifice. These stories are the biggest gain of our trip. The two continued to walk through the palace, each step filled with awe and gratitude. They came to a corner of the palace where an ancient harp was placed. Although the strings had been silent for 1,000 years, they still remained in perfect condition, as if they could play the sounds of nature at any time. Xiang Tianlu sat down gently, placed his fingers lightly on the strings, closed his eyes, and thought for a moment, then began to play slowly. The melodious sound of the piano is like a clear spring in the mountains or a breeze in the forest, cleansing the soul and making people forget the troubles of the world. Nuo Lin stood aside, listening quietly, his thoughts drifting away with the sound of the piano, as if he had returned to the moment they stepped into the cave, those difficulties and obstacles, those moments of fighting side by side. At this moment, they have become the most precious memories in my heart. As Xiang Tianlu's piano music gradually became louder, Nuo Lin's mood also fluctuated, as if there was an invisible force pulling him, making his thoughts transcend time and space and return to those moments on the brink of life and death. The sound of the piano contains Xiang Tianlu's profound understanding of the laws of nature and his perception of the purest power in the universe. This power seems to resonate with the ancient power in the palace. Nuo Lin, have you ever thought that there might be another world hidden under this harp? Xiang Tianlu suddenly spoke, his voice sounding particularly deep under the sound of the harp, as if every word contained a tremendous force. Nuo Lin was shocked when he heard this. He stared at the ancient harp, and an inexplicable impulse surged in his heart. Ariete. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly and plucked the strings of the zither with his fingers. The sound of the zither suddenly became passionate and surging, like a storm sweeping across the entire palace. At the same time, the air in the palace began to fluctuate violently, and waves of energy ripples that were invisible to the naked eye spread out, reflecting each other with the surrounding gems and emitting dazzling light. Let us use our hearts as guides and our strength as strings to explore this unknown territory together. Xiang Tianlu's words were like thunder, exploding in Nuo Lin's ears. His figure was looming in the light, as if he had merged with the harp and became an irresistible force. Nuo Lin's heart moved. He knew very well that this was a challenge from Xiang Tianlu to him, and also an inspiration to his potential. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and strode towards the harp. Every step he took was filled with the momentum of shattering mountains and rivers, as if even the air was trembling under his feet. When he finally stood in front of the harp and stood side by side with Xiang Tianlu, the auras of the two had been completely integrated, forming an unprecedented powerful force. They attacked at the same time, their fingers jumping and flying on the strings, like two torrents converging in midair, stirring up an earth-shaking energy storm. As the sound of the piano intensified, the scene in the palace began to distort, and the space seemed to be torn apart, revealing a portal to another world. Inside the portal, light flickered, assy, full of unknowns and temptations, as if as long as one stepped into it, one could unlock the greatest secret of the universe. However, just as they were about to take that step, the music suddenly stopped, and the whole place returned to calm again. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin looked at each other and saw shock and confusion in each other's eyes. "Why is it like this?" Nu Lin murmured to himself, his heart full of doubts, as if there was an invisible force preventing them from moving forward. Just as Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu were full of doubts and were about to try to cross the portal to the unknown again, a low and long roar suddenly came from the depths of the palace, like the awakening of an ancient giant beast, making the entire palace tremble. "This is," Xiang Tianlu frowned, his perception scanning the surroundings like a radar, trying to capture the sudden change. "There's a powerful aura approaching," Nu Lin said in a deep voice. His eyes became sharp and his muscles tensed, ready to deal with the impending crisis. Before he finished his words, a silver lightning flashed through the tranquility of the palace, and a huge monster suddenly jumped out from the shadows and rushed towards the two of them. The monster was covered in silver scales that flashed a cold light, and its eyes were like two bright stars, revealing endless chill and murderous intent. Its body coiled and meandered like a silver dragon. It was the legendary silver poisonous python. Silver poisonous python, I didn't expect that there was such a powerful monster hiding here, Xiang Tianlu whispered, his voice carrying a hint of solemnity, but more of excitement and challenge for the unknown. The silver poisonous python opened its bloody mouth, and streams of pungent poisonous mist spewed out of its mouth, instantly filling the entire palace. In the poisonous fog, silver light flickered, and the poisonous python shuttled through like a ghost, with a speed so fast that it was astonishing. "Be careful of its venom. Once contaminated, the consequences will be disastrous," Nu Lin warned loudly, and at the same time, he retreated quickly and avoided a sudden attack from the poisonous python. Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly and quickly formed seals with his hands. Rays of light danced on his fingertips, forming an indestructible light shield that protected him and Nu Lin firmly. The poisonous fog collided with the light shield, making a sizzling sound, but it was unable to penetrate. "It seems that we have to deal with this big guy first," Xiang Tianlu said in a firm tone, with a fighting gleam in his eyes. Nu Lin nodded, and strength surged throughout his body. His figure was like a black lightning, rushing towards the silver poisonous python. His fist was wrapped in a strong wind and carried the momentum of shattering mountains and rivers, and it smashed hard into the poisonous python's vital point. However, the silver poisonous python was extremely cunning. It twisted its body flexibly in the air and easily avoided Nu Lin's fatal blow. At the same time, its tail was like a steel whip, lashing towards Nu Lin's back with a whistling sound. Nu Lin snorted coldly, turned his body sharply in the air, and narrowly passed the python's tail. He was secretly shocked that the strength of this silver poisonous python was so powerful that it was far beyond the reach of ordinary monsters. "We can't fight head-on. We have to use our wits," Nu Lin thought to himself. His eyes quickly scanned the palace, looking for flaws that could be exploited. When Xiang Tianlu saw this, he immediately understood. He quickly changed the hand seals with his hands, and rays of light gathered in front of him, forming a complex array diagram. As he shouted, the formation suddenly exploded, and a powerful force swept out, temporarily trapping the silver poisonous python. "Nu Lin, take this opportunity now," Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly. Nu Lin heard this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, concentrated all his strength to the extreme, and then rushed towards the silver poisonous python trapped in the formation like an arrow. His fist streaked across space like a meteor, smashing into the poisonous python's head with destructive force. Boom! With a loud bang, the air in the palace seemed to be ignited, and a powerful energy storm swept out. Under Nu Lin's full-strength attack, the silver poisonous python's huge body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and slammed heavily into the stone wall of the palace. However, Just when Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu thought the battle was over, the silver poisonous python suddenly let out a shrill roar. Its eyes turned red, and the silver scales on its body flickered as if burning with flames. An even more powerful aura burst out from its body, causing the entire palace to tremble. The roar of the silver poisonous python echoed in the palace, like a call from the abyss, carrying with it endless resentment and unwillingness. Its body hit the stone wall heavily, but it seemed not to be seriously injured. Instead, it aroused even more violent power in its body. On the silver scales, flame-like patterns began to spread, and each scale seemed to contain infinite power, flashing a heart-pounding light. The eyes of the silver poisonous python were like two burning flames, staring at Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. There was not only anger in its eyes, but also a kind of madness that wanted to devour them completely. Not good. It's burning its vitality and preparing for a final counterattack. Xiang Tianlu's face suddenly changed. He knew very well that the monster in this state had lost its mind and was left with only pure desire to kill. Its power would reach an unprecedented peak. Nuo Lin also looked solemn. He could feel that the silver poison python's aura at this moment was far beyond any previous moment. He took a deep breath, tensed all his muscles, and prepared himself for this life and death battle. The silver poisonous python stretched out its body and pounced on the two again like silver lightning. This time, it was faster and more powerful, as if it was going to tear the entire palace apart. Nuo Lin retreated violently, and at the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands. Rays of light gathered in front of him, forming an indestructible barrier. However, the attack of the silver poisonous python was like a violent storm, continuous and endless. Every impact made the barrier emit a deafening roar, as if it would collapse at any time. This won't work. We have to find its weakness, Nuo Lin shouted. His voice was faint amid the roar, but full of determination. Xiang Tianlu nodded. He knew very well that facing such a powerful monster, a head-on confrontation would only put them in a desperate situation. His eyes were sharp as he quickly scanned the silver poisonous python, trying to find any possible flaw. Suddenly, he noticed the eyes of the silver poisonous python. Although those flaming eyes were filled with murder and madness, they also revealed a hint of fatigue and weakness. Xiang Tianlu's heart moved. He understood that this was a side effect of the silver poison python burning its vitality. This was their chance. Nuo Lin, attack its eyes. Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, his voice full of eagerness and anticipation. Nuo Lin heard this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. His figure flashed, and he appeared above the head of the silver poisonous python like a ghost. He gathered all his strength in his hands and smashed hard into the poisonous python's eyes. Nuo Lin's fists were like two bright stars, carrying endless light and power, and they slammed fiercely into the eyes of the silver poisonous python. At that moment, the air in the palace seemed to be completely ignited, and a violent energy storm suddenly erupted, shattering the surrounding stone walls. The silver poisonous python let out an extremely shrill scream, and its eyes exploded instantly under Nuo Lin's full-strength attack. The flaming light also went out, replaced by darkness and deathly silence. However, this did not stop the silver poison python from attacking, but instead aroused its even more crazy desire to kill. Its body twisted and tumbled in the air, like an out-of-control silver dragon, rushing towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu again with endless murderous intent and madness. This time, its attack was even more violent, and every impact seemed to destroy the entire palace. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated violently. They knew very well that the silver poisonous python had completely fallen in a madness at this moment, with only pure killing instinct left. 0.request flower 0. They must go all out to win this life and death battle. Nuo Lin, be careful, Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, with a hint of urgency in his voice. Nuo-Lin was startled when he heard this. He looked up and saw the silver, poisonous python's tail was like a silver lightning with a whistling sound. He moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the poisonous python's tail. However, just as he had just stood firm, the huge mouth of the silver, poisonous python opened, and a pungent, poisonous mist spewed out of its mouth, instantly filling the entire palace. Nuo-Lin's face changed drastically. He knew very well how powerful this poisonous fog was. Once contaminated, the consequences will be disastrous. He took a deep breath, and strength surged throughout his body. His figure was like a black lightning, quickly shuttling around the palace to avoid the invasion of the poisonous fog. However, the silver poisonous python seemed to have locked onto his breath. No matter how he dodged, the poisonous python's attack followed him like a shadow, leaving him nowhere to escape. This is not a solution. We have to find a way to break the poisonous fog. Nuo-Lin shouted, with a hint of anxiety in his voice. Xiang Tianlu heard this and quickly glanced around the palace. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he noticed an ancient stone pillar in the corner of the palace. On the stone pillar, there were some mysterious runes engraved, as if they contained some powerful power. Nuo-Lin, look there! Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, his voice full of eagerness and expectation. Upon hearing this, Nuo-Lin looked in the direction pointed by Xiang Tianru. His heart moved, and he instantly understood Xiang Tianlu's intention. He flashed and rushed towards the ancient stone pillar. Nuo-Lin rushed towards the ancient stone pillar like a black lightning. Every step was on the void, as if to break through the endless darkness and despair. The roar of the silver, poisonous python echoed in his ears, but Nuo-Lin's eyes were extremely firm. He had only one thought in his mind: to break the poisonous fog and end this battle. He leaped up suddenly and grasped the mysterious runes on the stone pillar with both hands. At that moment, an ancient and powerful force surged into his body from the stone pillar, as if thousands of dragons were running through his blood, giving him an unprecedented boost in strength.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.